Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry learned the truth about his parents from Sirius and Remus. Here is short summary. Harry discovers shocking secrets about his parents when Sirius and Remus finally reveal the truth, changing everything he thought he knew. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Sirius took several unsteady steps forward, the entire world swaying in his vision. The water from the river still clung to his fur, and no matter how hard he shook himself, he could still feel the dampness against his skin. Strange, even in Azkaban, he never felt this cold. But the moment he stepped onto the dry shore, Sirius felt a burst of euphoria flood his senses. It was like the first time he rode on a broom. He drew a deep breath, the air clean and fresh for the first time in 6 years. Sirius laughed, a strange sound for a dog to produce, but he laughed nevertheless. He was free. Sirius made a small leap of joy, but instantly his weak limbs trembled under the weight. He tried to stay standing, but he knew he was fighting a losing battle. The strain of swimming across the river was hitting him harder than ever. But Sirius forced his legs to move, the canine paws tingling with the strange sensation of finally moving after years of lethargy. He wasn't sure how long he walked, his mind was a smudge of muffled thoughts and his vision was growing darker by the minute. But the next time he dragged himself into perception, he was nearing a patch of black where the grass abruptly stopped. Large boxes on wheels were lined side by side. On closer inspection, Sirius realized they were trucks, still in the process of loading with their back compartments open. "Where's this one to?" Sirius snapped around, instinctively pulling back in the shadows. A man drifted into view, reeking so strongly of cigarettes that Sirius' acute senses made him sneeze. "Little whinging," said another gruffly. "And you better not get lost this time. That was the most pathetic thing I ever." Little whinging. Sirius smiled. A little boy too small to be 6.5 years of age sat in the middle of a deserted park, his legs dangling some distance from the ground from his position on the bench. His eyes were an unusual emerald green, his hair stood in every direction imaginable. His clothes were tattered and worn and looked like they belonged to someone as wide as he was tall, but certainly not to the thin child. Most children would be chattering noisily or swinging their legs impatiently as they sat, but Harry was perfectly still. He fingered the bag of cat food sitting beside him, trying to debate whether or not he should go back to Mrs. Fig. The Dursleys were out that day, and they left him with the senile old woman. She had sent him out with some money for supplies the moment he arrived, but now, he was hesitant to return. Mrs. Fig was not very comfortable company. The wind rustled the leaves gently, ruffling his hair as it brushed past. Abruptly, Harry stood. There was something drawing him to the bushes behind the bench, invisible hands guiding him. Harry pushed past a tall row of shrubs, and stilled. A large dog, probably as large as himself, with dirty and tangled coal-black fur, laid in a patch of grass secluded from sight. Even through the long, thick fur, Harry could make out the ridges of the animal's ribs and the skinniness of its frame. Instinct told him that he should be afraid of large, unfamiliar dogs, but somehow, Harry couldn't ignore a strange sense of familiarity that exuded from it. He knew it somehow. The dog wouldn't hurt him. Hello, Harry said softly, feeling a bit foolish. But he hadn't met many dogs before, and he really didn't know what else to say. He approached it tentatively, laying a small hand on its muzzle. The dog flinched under his touch, jolting awake and lips drawn back in growl. Harry scrambled to his feet, suddenly feeling very much afraid. But the dog froze when it caught sight of him, eyes widening with something akin to surprise. For a long time, it never stirred, examining Harry's face with human-like fascination. But to a little boy faced with a dog almost his height, it was unnerving. All the calm familiarity of the animal vanished the instant the dog awoke. "It's going to eat me," Harry thought desperately as he took a step back. Cautiously, the dog took a step forward. With a burst of fear and desperation, Harry spun around, scuttling for the safety of the park. But a brusque force knocked into him, throwing him against the ground. Harry's already fragile glasses dislodged from his face and everything blurred into a wild smear of black. Harry made a strangled noise, groping blindly for his glasses. But he almost cried out when the world came back into focus. The dog was right above him, one of his paws against his shoulder pinned him the grass. Its face breathing heavily near his, razor-sharp teeth flashing in the light. He trashed weakly, but the dog was too strong. It lowered its head and Harry tensed. It was going to eat him. He was going to die. Harry whimpered, bringing his hands over his face defensively. Any normal 7-year-old would be screaming, but the years of confinement and neglect trained him never to cry out. Harry shut his eyes tightly, anticipating the pain. A soft pressure against his forehead. The touch was warm and gentle, oddly reminiscent of the affectionate touch of a parent. Harry's eyes snapped open. The dog stared down at him, lips pulled back in what looked suspiciously like a smile. It nudged his cheek and whined. Harry watched it in bewilderment. "You're not going to kill me?" he asked shakily. The dog made a low growl in his throat, and Harry impulsively drew himself into a tight ball. But he was surprised when the weight on his shoulder disappeared, the dog backing away. Harry pulled himself into a sitting position, scooting against the trunk of a tree, eyes wide. The animal whined again and wagged his tail, trying hard to look harmless. Timidly, it moved forward, resting its shaggy head against Harry's shoulder and turning its strange blue eyes to him. Harry was stiff, the recent shock still running through his mind. He flinched when the dog pressed its moist muzzle against his cheek. Gritting his teeth, Harry mentally braced himself for the familiar pain that came all too often. "No, stay away," Harry choked out desperately, covering his face with his hands. The dog drew back as if burned. Harry scrambled to his feet, and without looking back, fled. Just then, Sirius wanted nothing more than to transform back into a human and run after the retreating child. But discretion caught up with him just in time. What would Harry think? Wouldn't he be horrified to find a strange man who looked like he had been through hell and back, suddenly rush at him? Sirius was in a daze after Harry left, eyes unfocused and unseeing. He watched the place where last stood, feeling his stomach sink and twist with desperation. The urge was too strong, to run after his godson and spill his entire story. But Harry was so innocent, so naive. Would he accept it? Would he believe it? Sirius cringed inwardly, remembering the image of his godson, eyes squeezed tight and hands raised defensively over him was burned into his eyelids. He had been so frightened. Harry ran from him. Harry was afraid of him. He had never expected, never dreamed, that his godson would fear him. Sirius shut his eyes, trying to block the childish voice, clouded with fear and confusion. Harry had crumpled under his glare almost as if he had been anticipating pain. Most children would have wailed and protested, but Harry was disturbingly silent, almost accepting. And with the bones that protruded from his shoulder and the cheekbones that stood out, Sirius couldn't help but wonder about the kind of treatment he received from the Dursleys. Harry was nothing like the outgoing and energetic James that he had expected seeing, but did he really expect such a child after seeing his picture on the newspaper? With that pale and sickly frame, he just seemed to scream neglect. Sirius growled, low in his throat. If those muggles touched one hair on his godson's head, he would shred them all to pieces. Forget about another life sentence, it would be worth it. Bitterly, Sirius grinded his paws against the earth. Harry wasn't happy, somehow, just seeing his godson opened rather than healed wounds. Harry's wild hair and round-rimmed glasses was just too reminiscent of James. His best friend's face seemed to accuse him of all the promises he fell short of fulfilling. "Look what happened to my son," James seemed to say. "Look what happened to him when you condemned his parents to an early grave." With a rueful whine, Sirius laid back down. It was his fault James and Lily died. It was his fault that Harry suffered. It was all his fault. And Harry was the one person he had a chance to redeem himself. Sirius sighed, hoping beyond hope that he would be able to find Harry again. Just seeing Harry wasn't enough, Sirius needed to speak to him. He had to. Harry shuddered when he approached the park bench, nervously searching for the dog. He shot forward hurriedly, retrieved the bag of forgotten cat food, and rushed back to the sidewalk as fast as he could. He had been hopelessly embarrassed when he rushed back to Mrs. Fig without her groceries. He would never hear the end of it if she told the Dursleys. Mrs. Fig didn't seem to mind all that much, but Harry tortured himself over it. Still, it was several hours before he even found the courage to return. The memory of the dog still haunted him. The odd, pale blue eyes framed with long, coal-black fur. Its razor-sharp teeth grazing his shoulder as it sniffed at his face. But there was a nagging doubt in the back of his mind. The dog, was it really evil? It didn't hurt him. It licked his face. It liked him. But it was large. It looked like it was going to eat him, Harry protested silently in his mind. Yes, but it didn't do anything. Harry brushed his hand against his cheek where the dog had nudged him. He couldn't help but feel drawn to the large black dog somehow. It was as if they had met before. There was the comforting familiarity of it. Harry couldn't help but pocket a few slices of leftover pie, belatedly realizing that he had saved it for the starved dog. Shouldn't I be afraid of it? Harry wondered. But perhaps it was really, really hungry. Maybe it would be nicer after it ate. Unconsciously, Harry scanned the deserted park for the large shaggy animal. He walked quietly to the dreaded line of shrubs, but it was dragging him like a moth to a flame. Harry pushed the branches aside. It was empty. Harry's heart sank. He wasn't sure why he felt so disappointed, its absence was just painful. Harry examined the large paw prints the dog left in its wake, trailing away. Chewing his lip in disappointment, Harry pulled the pie from his oversized pocket, wrapped in cloth. He placed it in the most obvious place he could find. Shoulders slumped in defeat, Harry picked his way back to the park, throwing one last glance at the shroud of bushes. What? Remus stood up sharply, knocking his tattered chair to the floor. Dumbledore sighed, closing his eyes wearily. He seemed out of place in Remus' small living room, his flawless blue robes contrasting against the pieces of ill-used furniture. The remains of a couch were scattered near his feet and a coffee table laid on its side. Sirius escaped, he repeated. But how? Isn't that impossible? Remus choked out. The recent full moon had taken its toll on him. His skin was ghastly pale and his entire frame shook with exhaustion. But this news was rapidly draining whatever energy he had left. Obviously it isn't, Dumbledore said, voice deceptively calm. His mouth was set in a grim line, and his blue eyes burned with cold fury. But with the Dementors, he should be insane, Remus continued desperately. But his voice betrayed how much it cost him even admitting to those words. He took several unsteady steps back when the floor seemed to sway dangerously. Sirius was unaffected, Dumbledore said slowly, looking just as tired as the werewolf for the briefest of moments. He had escaped 4 days ago, with this found in his cell. Dumbledore held out a faded newsprint picture, shredded ruthlessly in half, but Remus recognized it instantly. His eyes widened, and would have fallen on the floor if Dumbledore hadn't caught his arm and guided him to a chair. Harry's picture, Remus whispered hoarsely. How did he get it? Nobody is sure, but they say he's memorized the news article. Harry's safety is now our top concern. Fudge is still trying to scavenge his reputation. He's trying to hush up Sirius' escape as much as possible. Dumbledore's eyes flashed dangerously. The security around him isn't going to increase. Fudge is trying to tell everyone that it is perfectly adequate. With luck, Sirius is still another week's walk to Little Whinging. Since he is without a wand, we still have some time. Sirius wants to kill Harry, his own godson. It's still hard to believe, Remus trailed off, sinking into the chair weakly. The mention of those years reopened barely healed scars that sent flashes of raw pain. Remus ran a tired hand over his face. He had spent so many years trying to run and hide from the past. Dumbledore looked to his former student sympathetically for a moment. Remus, I know this will be hard. Remus snapped back into focus. His face darkened. Dumbledore, are you planning something? The protection around Harry will need to be raised, and as you know, the wards may not have an effect on Sirius since he does not have a wand. We need to send someone. Remus was silent, his eyes fixed unblinkingly in front of him. His expression was restrained. Years of discrimination had beaten that into him. I have already set up arrangements with Arabella. We need to place another person there. With her posing as an old lady isn't going to be enough. We need someone who understands Sirius and someone who Harry will be able to trust, Dumbledore said as he carefully gauged Remus for a reaction. You want me to go, Remus said simply. Both Arabella and I think it is the best. The final decision is your own. Remus swallowed uneasily. Going to Harry would mean facing the pain that he tried to forget for 5 years, but it was James' son. Remus. Eyes narrowed in determination. I'll do it. Dumbledore smiled sadly, but the resolve in the younger man's gray eyes darkened into doubt. Remus chewed his lip, looking up at the headmaster uneasily. Dumbledore, but what about my? There's really nothing we can do about that, Dumbledore murmured with a sigh. We've arranged it so that Severus will be able to prepare some wolfsbane for you each month and you can spend each full moon by apparating back to Hogwarts. We can spare you a room. Uncertainty was obvious in Remus' face, but he nodded slightly, eyes downcast. Arabella's going to take you in as her nephew. You're going to pose as a teacher, Dumbledore explained. Remus frowned. Teacher. But the Muggle elementary schools already ended for the summer. Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling for the first time. Have you ever played soccer, Remus? A dog sat with his head on his paws, gazing at the park bench eagerly. Footsteps alerted him, and Sirius jumped to his feet, lips pulled back in a human-like smile. A little boy walked quickly down the sidewalk, his face brightened the moment it caught sight of him and bounded over in long strides. You're still here? Harry asked breathlessly, giving the dog a fond pat of the head. Harry loved scratching his ears even though he had to practically stand on his toes to reach. Sirius whined, licking his hand affectionately. That was the first question Harry always asked every time he came. That seemed to be his greatest nightmare. He fought the urge to transform back and spill his whole story. But Sirius couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Harry fled again. He couldn't risk losing his godson forever. It was a tremendous relief when Sirius came back from his unsuccessful search 5 days ago to find 3 slices of apple pie waiting for him in the shroud of bushes. Harry's scent, a strange mix of wet grass and old cupboards, was still fresh in the air. Even though the pie tasted suspiciously like Hagrid's rock cakes, Sirius couldn't help the bubbling feeling of warmth in the back of his mind. Since then, Harry visited daily, always with a bag of food at his side. I have cookies, Harry said as he pulled a crumpled bundle from his pocket. The baker lady gave it to me when I was picking up food for Dudley. He placed the sheet of tissue, decorated with broken crumbs of chocolate chip cookies, in front of Sirius and watched him expectantly. Sirius inwardly sighed. Harry probably had no idea chocolate was poisonous to dogs. Luckily, Harry was attempting to feed an animagus, otherwise the results would be disastrous. Oh wait, Harry dug around in his oversized pockets again, fishing out another oily bag. I have a piece of toast I saved from breakfast. Sorry it's a bit burnt, but it was the only thing I could get. He held it out, and Sirius stared mutely in amazement. No matter how many times Harry brought him food, he was still stunned by the selflessness of the 6-and-a-half-year-old. It was obviously hard for the boy to even eat enough, but every day, he brought at least something. A thick slice of cheese one day, 10 strips of overcooked bacon another. Once Harry even brought a whole 12-inch-long Subway sandwich that made Sirius seriously wonder about the boy's morals. Did he steal that thing? But no matter how much he brought, Harry himself never ate. Sirius swallowed past a constricted throat. Soon, he was going to be like Hagrid, blubbering at every little thing. You don't like toast? Harry asked, noticing his hesitation with some disappointment. Sirius quickly took a bite of the hardened bread. Harry looked at him doubtfully. You don't have to eat it if you don't like it. I can get you something from Mrs. Fig's. Sirius froze. Fig, Arabella Fig, what was his old potions teacher doing here? No doubt to watch over Harry. Sirius shook his head and began devouring the toast as fast as he could without choking before starting on the cookies. No, don't worry, she won't see you. Mrs. Fig is at the train station meeting someone today, so her house is empty. The Dursleys didn't know that when they dropped me off though. Harry trailed off when Sirius shot him a reproving glare. Is something wrong? Sirius, Parental instincts were kicking in. That was dangerous for a 6-year-old to stay in a house alone. What was he thinking? He gave Harry a light nip on the hand to show his disapproval. Harry missed his thoughts by a mile. "You need a bath," he said, fingering Sirius' long fur when it brushed against his arm. His face suddenly brightened. "We can use Mrs. Fig's hose in her backyard." Sirius grunted and instantly began backing away as far as possible. As inviting as a bath may sound, going to Arabella's was the last thing he wanted. "Hey. No, you have to. You really smell, come on." Harry gripped a handful of fur and began tugging as hard as he could. "No one will see you, I swear. She won't be back until late. Please." Harry looked at him pleadingly with wide green eyes, his childish face heart-wrenchingly innocent. Sirius paused. Who could resist that? He could feel his resolve rapidly dissipating. To risk getting caught, or to risk disappointing his godson? Sirius sighed defeatedly. Several blocks and several strange looks later, Sirius found himself trotting after a tiny 6-year-old that was the same height as he. Harry seemed extremely self-conscious about the expressions of others. He hid his face in his fur every time someone threw an inquiring glare their way. It was amusing in a way, although he never imagined James's son to be shy. But it was still rewarding to know that Harry found his presence comforting. Sirius followed the younger child to a nondescript house that reeked of cats and cabbages. Sirius wrinkled his nose, but Harry either didn't notice or didn't care. He pushed the yard door open and hauled Sirius in behind him. "I hope you don't mind cold water or cat shampoo," Harry said as he reached for the hose. Sirius shifted uneasily, throwing suspicious glances at the house. It was obviously empty, as was the poorly maintained garden, but he couldn't relax knowing that the risk of being taken away stood stronger than ever. A sudden douse of icy water tore him from his thoughts. Canine senses kicking in, Sirius shook his fur hard. "Hey." Sirius paused when he realized Harry was probably right beside him. Turning around, he gave the boy a sheepish grin. Harry blinked back in mute surprise, glasses plastered with grimy water and clothes splattered with mud. The hose was laying on the floor, flooding a dried flower bed. Sirius whined, wagging his tail. Harry pouted. "No, bad boy, don't do that." Sirius, jaw dropped. Bad boy, he was his godfather. He glared at the younger boy indignantly, but all protests were dashed from his mind when Harry lifted the running hose directly over his head. The long thick fur stuck to his face and completely screened his eyes. Sirius fought the urge to shake the water out of his fur, mentally wondering if he should be furious or grateful at the boy. "Stay still, okay." Harry's voice came somewhere off to the right. The constant stream of water was gone, replaced by a clump of something cold and sticky. He feel a small hand rubbing his head, and the distinct aroma of shampoo reached his nose. "Flowers." Sirius sneezed, scowling in distaste. Of all the fragrances that Harry could have found, he chooses flowers. Sirius shook his fur furiously, sending plops of foam and water flying through the air. Harry made a muffled noise of protest, shielding his face with his hands. "Hey, no." Harry caught onto Sirius' neck tightly, dumping half a bottle of soap on his back in the process. His glasses askew, his shirt completely soaked, he began scrubbing the dog's fur with a vengeance. Sirius made a face, trying to escape, but the child had a surprisingly strong grip. Nevertheless, Harry's expression was amusing, but frighteningly reminiscent of James through the times whenever Sirius had teased him. Perhaps it was the memories of his childhood returning, or perhaps it was just the relief of finally being able to be with his godson. Without thinking, Sirius clamped his teeth over the hose at his feet and sprayed Harry's face with ice-cold water. "What?" Harry's next words were lost in a muffled splutter when he caught a mouthful of water. He jumped away, but the wet grass was slippery beneath his feet. He fell, nearly dragging Sirius with him. Sirius dropped the hose immediately, a bit worried that Harry was hurt. He nudged the boy's shoulder gently, but was completely caught off guard when Harry spun around and threw a handful of shampoo right at his head. Sirius gaped. Harry laughed. His face was lit, his eyes brightened, his smile was positively contagious. The first laugh Sirius heard since he met him 3 days ago, and sounded so much like James that Sirius had to catch and remind himself. Bad dog, Harry reprimanded lightly, sitting up and reaching for the hose again. Sirius whined, wiping his soapy fur against the boy's messy hair. Harry groaned, wiping his thickly fogged glasses against his shirt but only managed to smudge it more with mud. Sirius grinned triumphantly. It became war within minutes, with Harry scrambling for safety as Sirius splattered mud and soap over the boy's shirt. He trapped his godson at a corner and discovered, quite by accident, that Harry was hopelessly ticklish. All he needed to do was nudge his neck or ribs for the boy to squirm and burst into laughter. He mercilessly tortured Harry for the better part of half an hour. Stop, stop, Saint! Harry broke into another fit of laughter. Sirius stopped, graciously waiting for him to catch his breath. Harry, taking the opportunity to scramble for safety, twisted around to try to get up. But when Sirius jabbed him lightly in the ribs, he went down again almost choking with mirth. Padfoot, Harry chided weakly. Sirius froze. Padfoot, that's impossible. Harry drew several deep breaths when the game seemed to have ended with the dog's hesitation. He blinked in confusion. Where did that come from? I don't know why I called you that, you just seem, he glanced at Sirius questioningly, familiar somehow. Can I call you that? Sirius stared at Harry in disbelief. His godson remembered him. It was too much to hope for. Sirius sat down beside the boy, resting his head on his shoulder with lips pulled back in a grin. Harry smiled widely, but it dropped when he raised his eyes to examine the state of the yard. Oh no! Sirius sat up quickly, stomach plummeting. Arabella's garden was, in short, a disaster. Globs of soap and foam littered the grass, the soil completely flooded. The flowers were crushed, the windows were muddy. Sirius swallowed back guilt, mentally hitting himself. Harry was going to be in trouble because of him. He looked at Harry for a reaction, who had gone still and silent beside him. Harry visibly paled. He stood up quickly, entire back and a good portion of his face spotted with mud, and instantly began to bring as much order back to the garden as possible. Mrs. Fig is going to kill me, he whispered, chewing his lip. Here, I'll rise the rest of the soap off you. Can you go back to the park by yourself? Sirius waited patiently for Harry to douse him in water again, watching him apologetically. It was obvious Harry was extremely tired, especially after the hour-long chase through the yard. The boy's hand shook slightly with weariness, and his eyes were fighting to stay open. He let Harry push himself back outside, and ducked behind a bush the instant Harry returned to Arabella's backyard. Sirius mentally timed himself, planning to march back if his godson still hadn't left in 10 minutes, but all his thoughts were dashed from his mind the instant a car pulled up in the driveway. The outline of the senile old lady was distinct in the passenger seat, shielding another person from his view. All the hopes of seeing his godson again that day crushed, Sirius drew himself deeper into the shadows, tracing his way back to the park. Remus hesitated when he stepped out of the car. His heightened scenes, especially after the full moon, made him especially alert. Instinctively, his eyes traveled to the tall row of bushes at the side of the house. What is it? Arabella asked. Remus frowned. Had he imagined it? The shadow of a coal-black dog. Nothing. Let's go inside. Arabella nodded, probably dismissing his actions as paranoia. Remus followed her to the house, careful to keep his expression stoic. All his efforts at composure went to waste, however, the moment he set foot in her living room. Leaning against the bay windows, eyes closed in a fitful sleep, was a boy with messy dark hair and round glasses. For the briefest of moments, the image of his childhood friend flashed in his mind, lying dead in the rubble of his house. Remus drew a sharp breath, taking a step back. Arabella didn't seem to notice his reaction. What happened to my garden? She grumbled, scanning her eyes over the flooded flowerbeds in distaste. But the windows were sparkling clean, looking as if they had been furiously scrubbed. And what's Harry doing here? She asked, frowning. That's Harry, Remus asked softly. Yes, and I specifically told Petunia that I would not be home to watch Harry today. That woman does anything to keep Harry outside, Arabella grumbled as she pulled open the patio doors, drying the grass with a wave of her wand. But Remus wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on Harry's face, trying to fix every detail into his memory. The hair, the face, Even the glasses were the exact replica of James. "Let him sleep," Remus whispered. "I'll take him." Arabella smiled knowingly. Remus found himself beside the boy, carefully lifting him. He was a bit baffled by the distinct smell of soap from Harry. He was soaked to the skin and caked from head to foot in mud as if he had been trying to wash something incooperative. "His clothes are wet. Do you have something dry that Harry could borrow?" "Harry's going to catch a cold in these things," Remus said distractedly. Arabella nodded, the smile wider on her face. "I'll call Petunia and tell them Harry's staying here tonight." "Is that all right? Won't they be suspicious?" Arabella grunted, her voice bitter. "Trust me, Petunia will practically dance with joy." Harry blinked awake groggily, feeling more rested than he did for months. The bed was soft beneath him, and the blankets warm and comforting. It was nothing like the cheap old cupboard that came close to freezing him to death every winter. The cupboard. Harry sat up with a jerk. What would the Dursleys say if they found out he just ruined Mrs. Fig's yard? Harry shuddered at the thought. He hurriedly retrieved his glasses, but paused in shock when he recognized his surroundings. He was in a bed, not very big but colossal in his eyes, one of the few guest rooms of the old ladies that did not smell like cats and cabbage. Harry's heart sank when he realized he must have fallen asleep in her yard. She must be furious. Harry scrambled out of bed and opened the door silently, wondering if he could sneak out without her noticing. "Should I tell him?" came a man's voice. Harry frowned. He didn't recognize it. "Don't. Harry is too young to understand." Mrs. Figgs came across the room. They were talking about him. Harry knew it was wrong to eavesdrop, but his curiosity was too overwhelming. He opened the door wider, pressing his ear against the crack. "But he has a right to know about Sirius. You won't do any good. Don't give him hate at such a young age. Don't say." Mrs. Fig's voice trailed off. There was a shuffle, and footsteps approaching. Harry backed away from the door nervously. "Harry, dear, if you're awake, then come out." Harry swallowed uneasily, feeling a blush creep up his cheeks. But it was too late to run back into bed and pretend. Slowly, he pushed the door open and faced the hobbling old lady. "Sorry," Harry whispered, face downcast. Mrs. Fig seemed to overlook that statement. She gripped his shoulder with bony hands and led him jerkily to the living room. "I have someone I want you to meet, dear. This is my nephew." Harry was partly relieved that she didn't seem to mind the damage to her yard at all, but all thoughts faded from his mind when he caught sight of the man sitting stiffly in a chair. The young man, probably only in his mid-twenties but already with graying hair, triggered a sense of familiarity. He was pale and sickly, as if he had just went through a wasting illness that drained him. But his eyes were wide and unblinking. They stared back at him with something akin to shock. The man's sad eyes seemed to trigger a memory deep in his mind, but he couldn't place his finger on it. "Moony," Harry whispered. Those words escaped from his mouth even before he realized it. It was so softly whispered that Harry could barely even hear himself, but the man did. He sat up, face possibly becoming even paler. "What did you call me?" the man whispered shakily. Harry's stomach filled with ice. The man was probably insulted. And he just met him too. "No, nothing, sir." Harry took a step back. He half expected to bump into Mrs. Fig, but belatedly realized that she had left. Harry looked around uneasily, feeling out of place with the strange man. "No, you called me Moony," the man continued, eyes becoming distant. "Sorry," Harry said hurriedly. The man looked surprised for a moment. He shook his head. "No, I'm not offended. It's just..." He paused, expression darkening for a moment. "Never mind, my name is Remus Lupin. And you must be Harry." He held out his hand, smiling warmly. A comforting and welcoming smile that just drew Harry's trust. Without hesitation, Harry reached out, but the moment his hand brushed against Remus' fingers, a tingling warmth shot up the length of his arm. Images flooded his mind, and Harry drew his hand back sharply in surprise. A white glow, a blood-curdling howl, a silver wolf. He didn't know where word came from. He wasn't even aware that he spoke aloud. But the man blanched into a ghastly color, his left hand gripping the chair so tightly that it shook. "What?" Remus choked out. "Nothing," Harry said, looking at the man with apprehension. His reaction was frightening. "You said, sorry. I don't know where it came from." Harry shook his head, taking another step back. Vernon looked worse when he was angry, but the man seemed to emit a quiet, suppressed emotion that was far stronger. But Remus seemed fearful, not angry. Remus hesitated at the obvious distress Harry was in. "Harry, it doesn't matter." He placed a reassuring hand on the frail boy's shoulder, but he flinched under his touch. Remus pulled back quickly, bewildered. Harry wasn't sure what sort of desperation possessed him then. All he knew that he had offended the stranger somehow, but there was something frighteningly wrong with him. When Remus took another cautious step forward, Harry fled from the room. He barely caught himself before tripping over a few cats in the narrow hallway. But as he made his way blindly towards the door, he struck something solidly, and the force sent him sprawling on the ground. "Harry, what is wrong, child?" The familiar, raspy voice caught his attention. Amazingly, she remained standing, looking down at him with a rather severe expression. "Mrs. Figg, sorry." Harry bit his lip worriedly. I was going back." The old lady's expression turned even harsher. "I called your aunt and told her you were staying here tonight. Is that all right with you?" Harry nodded even though his confusion. Mrs. Figg asked him to stay. She never did in the past unless the Dursleys were on vacation. What was going on? "Harry, are you all right?" "I'm sorry if I alarmed you," said a voice behind him. Harry scrambled to his feet when Remus stepped in the hallway. He wasn't sure why he was so frightened of a person so gentle and kind, but it was so instinctive. There were two emotions combating each other, the urge to trust him, the urge to fear him. It didn't make sense. Harry wished that the dog was with him. There was never any doubt towards Padfoot. Remus seemed to notice the flickering colors in Harry's eyes. He maintained his distance. Whatever Arabella saw, she chose to ignore. "It's time for a rather late lunch, don't you agree? Why don't you both sit down and I'll get us some pie?" Harry blanched. Remus smiled knowingly when he caught sight of Harry's face. "Arabella, that's quite all right. I'll take Harry out for something." How did Remus come about with a driver's license? Sorry, I can't really explain that." Remus settled on walking. Muggle Foods Court only a mile away. It gave him time to speak to Harry, but at the same time, he wasn't sure if it was a good thing. Harry seemed so different from the most 6-year-olds. Soft, withdrawn, so repressed that it was hard to discern anything other than fear and curiosity on his face. He never did expect Harry to be quietly restrained, acting much like the way he did a year after a werewolf shredded a portion of his back. He stole a glance at the child walking quietly beside him. Sensing eyes on him, Harry turned to him questioningly. Remus smiled as warmly as he could. "Where would you like to eat, Harry?" The boy only shrugged. "What do you usually eat?" Remus asked again. Harry was thoughtful for a moment. "Celery." Remus raised an eyebrow incredulously. "Do you like celery?" Harry shook his head furiously. "What do you like then?" Remus asked, still a bit surprised. Why would Harry always eat something he didn't like? That didn't make any sense at all. Harry shrugged again. Remus inwardly sighed, feeling another shred of patience gone. He mentally reminded himself to a conversation with Dumbledore tomorrow. Gaining Harry's trust was far harder than he had thought. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Harry watching him curiously. "If you have a question, go ahead and say it," Remus said gently. Harry tore his gaze away, and for a moment, Remus thought he would stay silent. "Who's Sirius?" Remus faltered in his steps, ice filling his stomach. Harry had heard after all. How much of their conversation did he catch? Hopefully not very much if Harry was to inquire after him so blatantly. Remus struggled through several minutes of tense silence. A part of him wanted to spill the entire story to the boy, but he knew that was not what Dumbledore and Arabella wanted. The old potions mistress had made it clear that Harry was too young to accept such a cruel story, and after facing the boy, Remus had to admit she was right. He drew a trembling breath, hoping that Harry would not notice. "Someone evil," Remus finally muttered, voice bitter. "Someone dangerous. Stay away from him." Harry said nothing for the rest of the trip, walking beside him with a distracted gaze. And even at the cafeteria, the child seemed distant. He sat meekly at the table, eating the food mechanically, every movement jerky and cautious as if someone threatened to scream at him any minute. Harry was unnervingly quiet, completely and uncharacteristically still for a child so young. At first, Remus thought that he was only shy, but now it seemed much more than that. Harry picked at the fries, leaving the burger completely untouched. Remus briefly entertained the idea of him suffering from an eating disorder of some sort. "Harry, if you'd like something else," he began. Harry jumped, snapping his hand back as if burnt. He shook his head hastily. "Well, if you're sure," Remus said slowly. The two fell into a tense silence again. Harry seemed to have no intention of speaking unless spoken to. But every now and then, he would turn his emerald eyes to Remus that seemed to pierce him right through. "Why do you hate Sirius?" The question was softly whispered, but it still made Remus lurch. He choked on his drink, spluttering and gasping for breath as he tried to control the pounding in his ears. He mopped at the spill half-heartedly with the napkin, his hand wavering so badly that he only smeared the water more. "How do you know I hate him?" Remus asked, staring at Harry with wide eyes. He was thankful that his voice deceptively calm. Harry picked at the edge of the table distractedly. "You hate him. Why?" Remus didn't miss how he skillfully avoided the question, wondering whether Harry had done it consciously or not. But the boy seemed to ask questions that were a sure stab in the gut. Harry's perception was uncanny. The flaxen-haired man drew a sharp breath, forcing his hands to keep from trembling. "Sirius," Remus swallowed, unsure of what he should say and what he shouldn't. "Lied. He betrayed his friends. He did horrible things." A suffocating silence enveloped the two, with Remus trying hard to avoid Harry's gaze, and Harry grinding a French fry between his fingers. He seemed to be struggling to say something, but afraid to say it at the same time. "He killed." Harry's words were more of a statement than a question. But despite those cruel words, he was still perfectly composed, his tone only of innocent curiosity. Remus could feel the color draining from his face. How did he know? How could he know? "Yes, he did," Remus admitted quietly. Harry chewed his lip, looking at him timidly. "What if he didn't?" Remus' hand jerked convulsively and he came close to knocking his drink onto the floor. "Harry, what are you? What if Sirius didn't? What if it was someone else? Harry, did someone tell you that? Have you met someone who told you that?" Remus asked. His words bore a dangerous edge that seemed to bring out the wolfish shadow hidden deep within him. Harry seemed utterly confused at those words, shrinking back deep in the plastic chair. Harry shook his head quickly, color draining from his already pale skin. Sorry. No, Harry, please tell me how you know," Remus said worriedly, reaching forward to place a soothing hand on the child's shoulder. Harry's reaction was unnerving. But he was even more surprised when the boy all but darted from under his loose grip, scrambling behind the chair to put some distance between himself and the older man. Remus backed away quickly as well, his action frighteningly reminiscent of those who discovered his true nature and shunned him. "Sorry, you're angry. I didn't mean to. Sorry," Harry whispered desperately. Watching Harry's frightened expression, Remus was torn between grinding out all the secrets from the boy and trying to comfort him. It was so strange to see someone afraid of angering him as a person. Those who fled from him were hateful of the wolf's side of him, but Harry wasn't even taught those stereotypes. There was something bothering the child, something very, very wrong. "Harry, I'm not angry," Remus said carefully, raising his hands to show that he meant no harm. "I just wanted to know why you thought Sirius was innocent. Did someone tell you that? Have you met a strange man who spoke to you?" Harry shook his head, still wary and anxious. "No, but I just thought." His voice drifted and faded into muteness, turning his attention to the edge of the blue plastic chair. He picked at it half-heartedly, looking ready to bolt at a moment's notice. "It's like that feeling that I've met you before," he continued softly. "That feeling that you're here for something." "How?" Remus' voice waved and caught in his throat. Harry shrugged slightly. The blatant naivete of his childish gesture left no question about his honesty. Remus' confusion only grew at Harry's words. Harry had never heard of Sirius, he hadn't seen him. Then why did he wonder about the criminal's innocence? How could he have known? There were so many unanswered questions. Harry was a sealed vault of hidden secrets that just seemed to reject every key. But at the boy's pale and frightened face, Remus couldn't find the heart to pursue it. "Harry, it's all right," Remus said as reassuringly as he could. "If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to." Harry reluctantly stepped back into the house on 4 Privet Drive the next day, Remus behind him. The few hours he spent in the other man's company was a relief from the bitter relatives of his. Mild and soft-spoken, he never asked any questions that seemed to make Harry uncomfortable. Although Mrs. Figg's nephew seemed to say strange things and react oddly to others once in a while, he was the kindest person Harry met since quite a while. If only he could stay. "Boy, it's about time," a gruff voice shouted from the living room. Harry flinched at the sound, entire body tensing at the fear it invoked. Uncle Vernon was angry. He was angry so easily of the late, always complaining about the company. He always took it out on Harry, with Aunt Petunia on vacation and Dudley spending half his afternoons in daycare. Uncle Vernon was furious. He was going to be punished. Unconsciously, Harry shivered. Remus, hand found its place on his shoulder, face becoming unusually grave. "You stayed overnight at her house. If I hear Mrs. Figg say one word of complaint." Vernon trailed off when he noticed the stranger standing behind his nephew, eyes narrowing suspiciously. "Who are you?" Remus' hand tightened, and for a moment, Harry thought he was going to drag him back outside again. But he was surprised to see a small smile, however forced, on the man's face. "Hello, I'm Arabella Figg's nephew, Remus Lupin. Nice to meet you, Mr. Dursley." Remus held out a hand amiably. Vernon took it, flustered for yelling out in the presence of a stranger. "Yes, well, I hope the boy hasn't been causing any trouble." "No, he has been a great help. He washed all the windows for us without even being asked," Remus said carefully. Harry noticed a forcefulness behind his words as if he was trying hard to suppress a strong sentiment. Harry glanced up in surprise. The man was defending him. Vernon scowled, drawing his hand back as if the very thought of Harry's goodness was revolting. "He's a devious child, constantly scheming. You shouldn't trust him. I'd watch him if I were you." Harry swallowed, narrowing his eyes bitterly. He had just gained Remus' friendship, and his uncle was already discrediting him before he got to know him. It wasn't fair. Remus' hand tightened again convulsively, pulling Harry back in an oddly protective gesture. His smile faltered, looking more like a grimace than anything welcoming. "Mr. Dursley, Harry's a nice boy. And that is hardly the right thing to say, especially in front of Harry. I've lived with him for 5 years and he's been nothing but trouble," Vernon snapped, face purpling in irritation. "Now, if you're done dropping the boy off, then get off my property." "Actually, I do have a reason for coming," Remus gritted out, his upturned lips falling altogether. He was rapidly losing his composure. "I'm a coach for soccer for a school in London, and I was wondering if you could spare Harry and your son for 2 hours every day for some training." "Dudley doesn't like sports," Vernon grumbled, although he did look slightly interested. The thought of getting rid of Harry for 2 hours every day was tempting. "Harry then. It's free of charge," Remus asked hopefully. "Fine," Vernon snapped. He gripped the collar of Harry's oversized shirt and tore him roughly from Remus' grasp, pushing the older man out the door with the other. He slammed the door shut, and glared at it silently. He seemed to be listening whether or not Remus had left. After several minutes, Vernon seemed satisfied and turned around slowly. Harry paled. "Anybody think I overdid Harry's shyness? Or their complete lack of communication? Remus doesn't even suspect the Dursleys yet." Sigh. "Wow, of Western stars is so much more like than cheating death. Maybe I'll put that on hiatus for a while and work exclusively on this one. Grins. Harry is cute. But only with Sirius though. Harry doesn't really have these memories, they're more like feelings and instinct, like, Danuo, it gets explained more later. Dog stars crush. Thanks. I'm glad you decided to read after all. I was afraid that this wasn't a very original plot, but it was certainly a fun theme. Mihosh. Thanks. I hope you like this one too. It's a bit weird, this one. Blue Skywalker _2000 Wow. Glad you like it so much. Thank you. Ginny 5 I will. Enchantress 646 Ac. Really, I can imagine life without our movies, all the violence and blood, what will we do without that? Okay, I sound weird. Ignore me. Well, I'm not telling what happens later grins. Cat. I don't know how to write that part. That's the problem. I should have made Remus a tennis coach. Jessica C. Potter. Are they really believable? I was so afraid they weren't, so I added a ton of descriptions. Wow, thanks. Sparks. I will. Bumblebee Busey. Everyone has different suggestions. Is confused well. It is sort of lighthearted early on, then it gets angsty sigh I can't write anything but angst. I always wanted to write a kiddo Harry fic, they're really fun to work with. Rubs hands together excitedly. Allison. Is it really cool there? Does it rain a lot? Bequace so far the weather in of Western Stars is like 80 degrees. F. Harry gets these weird memories visions a lot, especially with other wizards. There's a bit of a loophole of why he never got a vision when touching Padfoot, and I haven't thought of an explanation for that yet. Meet Peter. Kalen. Grins Mooney is popular isn't he? Tilly and Merks. Yup. Remus is the best. He's too mellow for his own good though. He keeps inadvertently scaring Harry off. I'm planning to make up blow up at least twice in this fic cackles Ac. Sirius wasn't in this chapter, but he will have exclusive chapters later Merks, I promise. And it was a Cliffy too, wails Tilly. I'll buy you steroids. Help. Jade. Thank you. I will. Child of Two Worlds. Ooh. Oops. Now that you mention it, it did seem like Harry blonked at the sight of Remus, did he? Yes. Please help me with the soccer stuff. Everyone wants a scene with that, and I don't know anything. What are the different positions and what do they do? Grin I'll spare Remus with the parents, him coaching Harry, Danuo. That's what I planned in the outline, but after I wrote it, the story's sort of running loose by itself, Danuo yet. Links. Wah. Cheating Death may be on hiatus, hides. Rowena Griefindor aka Bob, thank you. Ooh. Love the name. Tarakaloan. I'm glad you like the plot. I couldn't quite sympathize with an energetic outgoing little Harry, so he's sort of the opposite. He's dead silent with people, then releases all the kid side of him with Padfoot. Sigh poor kid. Malina. Thank you. I'm so flattered. I hope I don't let you down anytime soon. Tigra. Grins yeah. Good thing he didn't get a haircut too. Cackles well, actually, Harry had a vision. He didn't really remember Remus as a werewolf. It was like this flash, sort of like divination. Laughs Arabella's rock cakes taste like Hagrid's cooking. Teeth fall out yeah, this chapter shows Harry's true personality even more. He's really withdrawn. Lindsay. Thank you. I'm so glad you reviewed. Tell me what you think of this one too. Basilisk. I'm continuing. C. Ac. Remus. Football. No. Shani. Here you go. Luna Rose. Here it is. Ithaca. Remus in little shorts. Well, I hadn't thought about what he'd wear yet. Tries to make a mental picture. Aaron Finlaith. Thanks. Glomps back any Sirius and Harry interaction is really amusing. Well, sometimes. Not after Goff and not when Harry gets all depressed, but when he was a little kid, he must have had a lot of interesting moments with his godfather. Hippie Flower. Ooh, heir of Voldemort I bow to you and give you sacrificial Harrys on a plate. Love the name Grins. Triskelion. Thank you. I'm glad you find this believable. Some stories had Harry so outgoing as a kid it seems really out of character for him. Tell me what you think of this chapter too. VMR. Thanks. Vivaci. Yeah, little kids are so fascinatingly clever and smart sometimes. Your English is fine. Ooh, Germany. That's so neat. What's it like? Kailana. Wow, I'm so sorry. Go to sleep. Let's see. What books have I recently read? Midnight Dragon. Yeah, I'm waiting to write that too. Rubs hands together eagerly. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Nikki. Well, Harry had sort of a vision, not really a memory. He's sort of a divinator in this story, but it gets explained better later on. Beck. There will. Lynn Z. Cheating. Ac. Makes me sound like a criminal. Well, Cheating might go on hiatus. I don't know yet, but I have an idea a lot of people will kill me because of it. Sigh. Prongs Jr. Remus has really disturbing reactions, doesn't he? He just sort of pales and shuts up. Kinda reminds me of Harry in a way. Sarah. I hope I don't let you down. Harry's really frustrating to characterize, but I'm glad you think he's believable. Thank you. Ice. Soccer is soccer. Remus is going to be teaching the game with the round ball with black dots. I don't know that much about the game though. Giesbricht. Memory starts at 3 or 4. That's good then. Harry's age got moved back to 6 years in about 7 to 8 months or so. I'm not really sure if he acts like it. The only kid I've actually spoken to around that time frame didn't really fit into the quiet category. Your info really helped. I think keeping Harry that age and that character will go a lot easier now that I'm not completely off or something. Lady Foxfire. Well, not yet. I'm still trying to figure it out. URG, tell me what you think about this chapter. RJLL. Well, he thought he imagined it. And Sirius isn't supposed to be able to reach Little Whinging so quickly, so he thought he was just paranoid. I didn't explain that though. Remus, that is a serious allegation to make. Remus sighed, shaking his head. I know, but his relatives, they're terrible people. It's not place to raise a child. I've only spoken to Vernon once, and the way he speaks about Harry, his voice drifted as he turned his eyes away. Remus, they have a child of their own and he seems to be. Dumbledore, they treat their son and Harry completely differently. If you were here, you would say the same thing. Remus said sharply. They constantly kick him out of the house. Vernon constantly says how worthless Harry is in front of him. He tells everyone how evil and devious he is, and Harry just seals up like a wall. Dumbledore, he's just a child, he doesn't deserve this. Dumbledore was silent. It was hard to discern his expression. The light was long gone from his eyes, and the blue lacked its usual intensity. We can't leave Harry with those people, Remus repeated again. Dumbledore sighed. Remus, with the protection wards, the Dursleys are the safest place for him right now. It isn't Sirius I'm worried about right now, it's those relatives of his. Remus, nearly shouted. Dumbledore sobered at the tone. Remus rarely raised his voice, but when he did, it was usually serious. Remus ran a tired hand over his face. The way they speak about him, it's like he's a monster or something. Harry's just 6 years old. He doesn't understand any of this. We can't leave Harry with them. They'll destroy him. He's already become so lost. A tense silence settled between the two, Remus resting his head in his hands wearily, and Dumbledore grimly thoughtful. When all of this is over, we'll find a new home for Harry, Dumbledore finally said. Remus jerked up, his eyes hopeful. I'm sure you're right. I always realized that Harry's relatives had defaults, but I had hoped. Dumbledore sighed, his shoulders sagging and the age appearing on his face. We'll find a new home for him with someone who will take good care of him. But right now, lie low, Remus. I know it'll be hard, but we have to wait at least until Harry's safety is ensured from Sirius. Remus flinched at those words, but he still nodded. When all this is over, he repeated softly. That would be a welcome reverie. Coming to Little Whinging was nothing but a reminder of the past. But seeing Harry so unhappy and so neglected made him oddly angry that he never came earlier. Dumbledore, if it's possible, I'd like to raise Harry. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed brightly for a moment, and he smiled knowingly. I'll see if it can be done. Hello everyone. I suppose you all want to play, Remus said with a warm smile, masking the unease in his mind. The 6 little boys, the oldest no more than 10 years of age, stared at him anxiously. But Harry wasn't among them. Remus couldn't hide the nagging suspicion, but Sirius shouldn't come until another 2 days. He sighed inwardly. With the little school kids, he knew better than to stretch their patience. If Remus waited any longer for the dark-haired child, they'd erupt in protest. Remus cleared his throat, lifting the guide manual. It was a Muggle guide to soccer. He couldn't find much time to examine it the day before. The goalie may use his or her hands, unlike the... What the hell? He had the general idea of the game. It wasn't that different from Quidditch. But the rules read like French to him. and he was never that great in foreign languages. Remus chewed his lip, desperately wishing the static pictures would move like the wizarding ones. They would be far more informative than black and white sticks. Remus cleared his throat again. You know what? I think all of you should just have some fun today. Here's the ball. Divide yourself into teams. It's free play. He was instantly met with an excited cheer. Remus breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the children running, kicking the spotted ball between them. Well, that was strange. Why are they only using feet? Remus frowned in bafflement, flipping through the manual with a renewed determination. All the rules seemed to fly right over his head. Why could it be like Quidditch? He was still trying to make sense of the befuddled instructions when an indignant cry tore him away. Sir, he kicked me. A thin, rat-like boy yelled, point at a pudgy, pig-faced kid. Remus raised an eyebrow, wondering if that child's legs could even reach the seemingly agile kid. Is that true? He asked the accused. Of course not. He kicked me, he cried defensively. Is this true? Remus asked a nearby child, with a pampered and haughty demeanor. They both kicked each other, he grumbled. Hey, what? The liar. I saw him. Now, let's be civil, Remus said hastily, raising his hands to separate the bickering miniatures. See, he's scolding you, me, he's scolding you, rat face, you mommy probably. Remus drew a deep, calming breath, feeling the shards of patience quickly fuzz away. This was the reason he was never going to coach children again. He never anticipated to deal with these things. He came here for Harry. Where was he? You pig, can't even move your fat little legs, can you? You. Stupid and ugly. Brains the size of a pea. You. Quiet, Remus insisted, louder than he intended. He glared at the kids sternly, and they cowered under his glower. God, he felt like Snape. But Harry's absence was a thorn in his mind, and it made him snappish. It's both your faults. Now, apologize to each other right now. What? No way. It's his fault. Oh yeah, what about? Remus slammed the instructions book against his head in exasperation. Hours later, Remus found himself rubbing the sore spot of his forehead. The sun set quiet early in Little Whinging even in summer. The children had long since left, thankfully. If they stayed any longer, Remus feared he would wring their necks, but Remus still lagged behind, sitting alone on the same bench that Harry passed only hours ago. He glanced at his watch. 6:26 p.m. Harry was late, 3 hours late. He hadn't even had a glimpse of the child walking since the 2 hours he spent overseeing the strange Muggle game, or the one he spent waiting. Fear and doubts were stretching spidery fingers through his mind. What if something had happened? What if Sirius had found Harry on his way here? Remus scowled inwardly. If he waited any longer, he'd go insane. He stood up and began tracing his way to Harry's relative's home, the image of Harry lying lifelessly on the sidewalk haunting his mind. But there was no body of the boy, throat slit and his young face twisted in fear, or the stain of blood on the concrete. Remus was trying to quell his doubts when he knocked on the door to the nondescript house. No response. Remus' stomach sank. Hello. Remus knocked on the door of 4 Privet Drive again, the sense of foreboding growing. Anybody home? The door jerked open so abruptly that he almost knocked his fist against the round-faced man. What is it? Vernon snapped, watching Remus with something just short of contempt. Remus caught himself quickly. There was a strange shiftiness in the man's eyes that made him suspicious. Mr. Dursley, I was wondering if Harry was home. He never came to the park today, and... What? Vernon's face morphed into a disturbing shade of purple. That boy never showed up. I sent him 5 hours ago. Are you sure? What do you mean? I'm sure. I saw that boy walk down to the park. Trying to escape his chores. That freak is never up to any good. I should. Vernon broke off abruptly, but the glare never faded from his eyes. Remus bit his lip. Vernon's expression told him that he was speaking the truth, but with his response, he wasn't sure if telling Harry's relatives about his absence was a good thing. Oh, well, I'm sure Harry went and missed me somehow. I was late, and he probably went to Arabella's to look for me, Remus said. Vernon snorted. I suggest you not take chances with that boy. He never does anything willingly. I recommend a good trashing. Remus blocked the rest of his words out. He forced his hand still and his expression neutral, afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would do something hopelessly rash. I'll go check at Arabella's place. Sorry to disturb you, Remus said hastily, taking several steps back. The way they spoke of him, Remus wasn't surprised if Harry had absolutely no self-assurance. Growing up with that sort of influence, he was amazed Harry still carried that innocence. Remus gritted his teeth. Vernon was pushing his fury past beyond endurance. The way he spoke of, boy, Harry, that silent, withdrawn child. Harry, where are you? There. Finally, the plot's finally picking up. Remus was very poorly characterized. He's too rash, and a bit dense at that. He thinks the Dursleys are mean people but doesn't think they'll go far enough to actually abuse Harry. Also, I always considered Remus a bit, moralistic. He sees the good side in people. Like with Snape in POA, he actually tried to be civil and yada yada yada. He doesn't go right into the evil, horrible assumptions of psychology and the like. Maybe not, okay. I admit it, I screwed up. Sirius B. Padfoot. Well, it wasn't that bad of a Cliffy, not half as bad as the ones in Cheating Death. This one sort of implies what happens afterwards, doesn't it? Eep. Don't kill me for postponing Cheating Death. I'm not going to go on hiatus that long, I'm guessing 1 or 2 weeks, not too long, hides from Padfoot's wrath. VMR, thanks. Mihosh. Yeah, the Dursleys are really mean, can't think of a good punishment for them though. They deserve a lot of bad luck. Hippie flower. Ooh. Lard, isn't lard flammable? Eyes gleam maliciously. Cat. Sirius isn't in this chapter either. Remus doesn't really know how to play soccer, he has no clue what's going on. I didn't really explain how he got all the other students, damn. Dog Stars Crush, thanks. Little 6-year-old Harry always gets the short end of the stick, it seems, poor kid. Luna Rose, Remus does seem a little thick-headed, doesn't he? He's sort of idealistic, in a way. Remus always considers the good side of people before the bad. Jade, well, he sort of suspects it, doesn't he? But with all those stories Remus told Harry, it's hard to say. Ice. Something bad to Vernon. He deserves a lot of bad things, cackle. Don't cry. No Harry bashing yet. Well, not in this chapter anyway. It's okay. RJLL. Well, this chapter really doesn't say what happens to Harry, does it? Well, Remus does play a larger part in this story than in Cheating Death. He's a neat character to work with. Geesebricked, but football has a double meaning. I don't know if it's a good idea for people to mentally picture Remus in armor and helmet and the like. That's just strange, all these cultural discrepancies. So frustrating. Prongs Jr. Harry is really creepy though, isn't he? He just scares the hell out of Remus sometimes, shakes head ruefully. Sirius will throw a fit. Beefy. Really? Thanks. I hope I don't disappoint you or anything later. Sherilyn. Wow, that's great to hear. I was afraid Harry's vocabulary was too large as the story wore on or something, but oh well, it'll read choppily if otherwise. Cheating Death will come back soon, I swear. I have this story almost finished on a disc well protected. Once I finish the rough draft of this all the way through, I'll go back and revise Cheating. Grins. Lady of Arundel. See, this is soon, right? Looks hopeful. Remus is a bit dense, isn't he? I mean, I always thought if Harry was abused, Sirius would be the first to jump to this conclusion, considering how much he despises the Dursleys already. Remus is a bit more lenient on them. Lindsay. I thought about it then but I was too lazy to write how everyone eyed Remus suspiciously when Harry jumped out of his chair. Well, I'm not telling what happens later. You'll have to find out. I'm glad you liked the chapter though. Nikki. Well, Harry is sort of turning wheels in Remus' head, isn't he? Remus didn't stay to hear it, poor Harry. Vivace. Yeah, Harry's reaction to people in general's really suppressed. It'll probably be worse right after an incident too. Alawson. That expression sounds right. It'll be sort of suspicious with Remus just teaching Harry alone, so he has a bunch of kids. They're spoiled and annoying though. Grins poor guy. Well, Harry does, but it comes in later. Harry gets a lot of dreams, doesn't that count as accidental magic? Sirius will be in the next chapter, I promise. Animagus form halts visions. Well, ooh, a dream. Wow, about this. I've had weird dreams about Sirius walking on trees before, don't know where that came from. That's an interesting idea. Remus gives him paper to draw and amuse himself, and he draws Voldemort. Wow, that'll be quite a shock. Hey, that's a good idea. Can I use it somewhere? Links, well, Remus will find out, eventually. It's something that's very hard to hide, especially if Remus is so attentive. See, this is a fast post, right? MEV, I'm glad you like it. I'll write more, I really will. Gabby, you're back. I was getting worried. How was vacation? Where did you go? Yeah, luckily Remus hasn't told Harry about Sirius Animagus thing, or to avoid big black dogs. Cheating Death should be back in about, let's see, 2 weeks. Around that time I think. Kelly, you'll have more. I'm glad you think it's really believable, it's a great relief. Bumblebee Busey, yup, Harry's an adorable little kid, much more than. Dudley, makes face. Lady Foxfire, ooh, I didn't really allude to that though. He'll be there soon. Lil Cookie, thank you for reviewing. I'm glad you liked Sirius and Harry's interaction, and I hope you review again and tell me what you think. Sherlock 2K, Cheating Death will be back soon. As soon as I get this story done and out of the way, I'll move back to that. I'm getting a lot of inspiration from this book I'm reading, it's really helpful in the psychological aspect, although it's a bit confusing. Grins I have the ending all written out though, it's just the middle that's the bottleneck. Sad, really. But I'm not going to give it away, cackles evilly. Tigra, yeah, Arabella's cooking is a bit lacking. Remus doesn't notice just yet, sigh. Harry'll have to suffer some more. Yeah, I didn't think Harry would either, but hey, he's a 6-year-old, and they're usually curious, right? He has 2 conflicting emotions there, sort of. Lisa, okay, I'll be working exclusively on this for a while. I'm glad you like this so much. Tilly Merks, Wales no Sirius for this chapter either. Holds head to keep it from being decapitated. Tilly, help, there's tons of Remus, so it's okay, see. And it's only a semi-Cliffy this time, right? Runs off to hide in the fridge. Catsy 10 well, I'm not that fast of a writer. And this was sort of a Cliffy too, sigh, but at least it's not on hiatus, right? Rowena Gryffindor aka Bob, wow, thank you. No, I'm not that great of a writer. I take a long time rooting it through, ack. Ravenclaw, well, Harry does think of Padfoot as his best friend. As for the Ministry, they're just incompetent with Fudge around. Lady Panther, I will. Lily Potter, Harry bashing. Grins yup, very cruel, but still, it's fun to write and read. We're all evil, aren't we? I'm glad you like this story. Ooh, French, it looks hard. Melanie Granger, thank you. I will. Kira Jordan, Harry is creepy. He's going to get creepier too. But pretend I didn't tell you that, wink wink. I'm not going to say what's going to happen though. Soccer's American, sigh. I'm corrupted, but I can't type football without imagining a shaped thing, groan. Semirage, well, Harry is going to do magic, but not yet. I hope you enjoyed this chapter though. Well, Remus doesn't really kick a ball, he's watching others kick it and is getting really annoyed. Grins. 5 hours prior, you're still here. Sirius perked up, but his lips weren't pulled back in a smile, nor did he wag his tail excitedly. Something was wrong today. There was a fragility in Harry's voice, a tone of desperation that a 6-year-old should not have. Harry's steps lacked the spring of excitement and energy. Sirius noticed a distinct limp when he approached. Harry sat down beside him slowly, making an obvious effort to be careful. Sirius whined worriedly, rubbing his head against Harry's hand. He gave him a small smile. Sorry I couldn't come earlier. I can't stay very long today either. Soccer practice, Harry said, his voice oddly weak and soft. Soccer. Since when did Harry play soccer? Here, I have some food. I saved it from yesterday. He pulled a bundle from his pocket and laid it in front of him carefully. Sirius raised an eyebrow. A hamburger. That was unusual but not unwelcome, although. Sirius glanced at Harry questioningly, noticing not for the first time, the bones that stood out sharply on his face. Why hadn't he noticed before how much weight his godson lost since his arrival? All these meals came at Harry's own cost. Sirius bit back an overwhelming wave of guilt, edging the bundle towards the boy. But Harry looked miserably upset, even a bit afraid. You don't like it. I know it's not very fresh anymore, but it's all I can get today. I ate all the fries yesterday. Do you like fries then? I'm sorry. Sirius was shocked to see tears rise in Harry's eyes. He seemed genuinely distressed that he wouldn't eat. Sirius shook his head quickly, clamping his teeth over the boy's sleeve and dragging his hand towards the food, trying to get his point across. Harry made a small cry of pain and Sirius dropped his arm in surprise. Did he accidentally bite him without meaning to? Harry drew his hand back jerkily, clasping it against his chest. For a long time, he was silent, his body slumped over with an odd fatigue and his breathing shallow and uneven. Sirius watched him with growing concern, whining and nudging his cheek apologetically. But when he brushed against Harry's shoulder, the boy gasped and pushed him away. No, don't, Harry choked out. Sirius blinked, feeling a bit hurt. Harry hadn't pushed him away since the day they first met, and that gesture was like a slap to his face. Sorry, Harry swallowed uneasily. I didn't mean it. You're not mad, right? Please don't be angry. Sirius paused at those words. Harry seemed so lost, so desperate for someone who cared. He sounded as if he was frightened of him. Sirius nuzzled his cheek, and Harry smiled shakily. He lifted his hand to stroke his fur, but his expression broke into a grimace and he placed his hand back down quickly. Sirius observed Harry intently. There was something wrong. Abruptly, Harry grinned. I can trust you, Padfoot. I don't know why, but I can. I can't tell him anything. He's hiding too many secrets. You're the only one I can tell these things to. For some reason, I think you can understand me. Sirius whined, nodding his head in agreement. Harry's unquestioning trust was too much to hope for. He could hardly hide his relief. Was it possible for Harry to retain such distant childhood memories? A part of his was happy that Harry had valued him so much, but another part screamed guilt and duty to him. Sirius was disappointed at the lack of friends Harry had. He seemed to have no life outside of the daily ventures at the park, and his visits grew day by day. He must have been deprived for him to accept him so easily. For neglected and deprived children, a large but friendly dog was some sort of sanctuary that hid them from the truth of their realities. A light touch on his head brought him out of his thoughts. Harry fondly stroked the dog's long hair, his fur still smelling of a field of flowers. I don't know if he's a friend though, Harry murmured, leaning back against the trunk of a tree as if sitting cost too much energy. There's something familiar about him, just like you, but at the same time, something tells me I should be afraid of him. I don't know why. It's strange. Harry paused, his emerald eyes clear as they remembered. Sirius nudged his cheek for encouragement. He's teaching people soccer right now. He just came yesterday, Mrs. Figg's nephew. What? That story was suspicious. Arabella never had any family that he knew of. It must be someone there to look for him. Sirius swallowed a growl. There's something odd about him. Harry wrinkled his brow in thought. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, but he's familiar. Sirius stiffened, his body growing numb. Someone Harry knew. A sense of foreboding was seeping into his bones. It couldn't be. Remus. He said his name is Remus Lupin. Sirius' stomach all but disappeared. He could see Harry's mouth moving to form words, but none of it registered in his mind. Remus, his friend, his one true friend of all those years that he falsely named a traitor. What would Remus think of him now? Did he believe his guilt? Did he hate him? Sirius desperately wished he could see his friend but was afraid at the same time. Abruptly, he noticed Harry had finished talking. The boy was looking at him inquiringly. Is something wrong? Harry asked. Sirius wagged his tail in an attempt to lighten the mood and distract himself, nuzzling Harry in the ribs. But instead of that burst of laughter, Harry uttered a strangled cry. Harry clambered to his feet, but a fit of coughing overtook him, and he had to catch the trunk of the tree to steady himself. Sirius barked softly in worry. "Don't," Harry choked out, but the rest of his words drowned out as he coughed raggedly. Sirius shifted, walking around him agitatedly. It was all he could do to stop himself from transforming back to figure out what's wrong with Harry. Harry's coughs were becoming loud and raspy, sounding suspiciously like the boy had received some damage to an area close to his lungs. His whole body shook with the effort, he barely could draw for breath. Then, with a shuddering gasp, his legs gave out beneath him and Harry collapsed heavily to the floor. The concern immediately became panic. All the caution and fear of being caught was gone in an instant. Sirius found himself kneeling beside his godson without Padfoot's disguise, gently pulling Harry into a sitting position. He wondered how the boy would react seeing him, but when Harry's head lolled back lifelessly, Sirius' stomach plummeted. His eyes were closed. Was he dead? No, he can't be. No, no, no. He breathed a sigh of relief when noticed the steady rise and fall of his chest, but when Sirius pressed his fingers against Harry's neck for a pulse, something caught his eye. Sirius peeled back the collar of his oversized shirt and choked. Livid bruises, still fresh with the lines of blood, stood out against his pale skin. There were distinct fingerprints against his neck. He unbuttoned the flimsy shirt, trying to examine the extent of the injury, but another long welt caught his eye. It was thick, but not quite deep enough for a scar. When every inch of cloth revealed a new sea of bruises, Sirius could feel his anger burning to a point past endurance. Harry was hurt. Someone had hurt him. The Dursleys, Vernon. Sirius' breath was becoming more and more uneven, his throat painfully tight. After removing Harry's thin jacket, he could make out distinct strips of blood on his back where the fluid had clotted against the shirt. As gently as he could, Sirius tugged away a fringe of the cloth. Large streaks of purple weaved between recently healing scars laced through the child's back. A distinct shoeprint could be seen on the fragile ribs. Lines of bruises crisscrossed the skin. Sirius' hand shook when he recognized it, a lingering mark of a leather belt, etched in the 6-year-old's body. He ran his fingers over the frayed skin gently. Sirius growled low in his throat, the rage rushing through every vein like hot fire. Harry was a child. He never did anything to deserve such a treatment. A completely innocent and naive little boy, his best friend's son. At that moment, Sirius wanted nothing more than to clamp his canine teeth over that excuse for a muggle and shred him to pieces. Harry made a small whimper of pain. Sirius drew his hand back quickly, fearful that he had reopened a poorly healed wound. "Harry," he whispered gently, brushing a few strands of hair from the boy's face. Harry flinched under his touch, squeezing his eyes tightly. Sirius chewed his lip, chest constricting painfully. What had the boy gone through? Sirius pulled the shirt tightly around the boy, and when that didn't seem to be enough, extracted himself from the remains of his tattered cloak and spread it over him. He pulled the small child close, letting Harry rest his head against the crook of his arm. But even in sleep, Harry's face was twisted in a small grimace of pain. Sirius gritted his teeth, whole body trembling with barely contained rage. There's some superficiality in this chapter. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I wrote something of similar ideas in Cheating Death and I really didn't want to regurgitate it. I tried to summarize it, but then it seemed a bit superficial. Sorry, trying hard to finish the rest of the story before break ends, so I'll have to cut the replies short, well, shorter than usual. I think I'll reply to every other chapter or something to that effect, of maybe, Danuo, I feel so guilty. Sorry. I love all your comments. Thank you all so much. Urania. See, Padfoot's back. Yup, Remus can't deal with really little kids, can he? Lindsay. Well, you're sort of right with both. He got waylaid by Sirius and beaten by Vernon. As for his uncle, well, you can sort of discern here. Evil Dursley growl. Mihosh. Young Harrys are neat. A lot of people make him really hyper though, Hi. No, don't have a nervous breakdown. Offers caffeine pills, well, It's break, so I've been spitting out these at abnormally high speeds. Harry gets really intuitive later on, and I'm getting a bit worried how he's going to manage Sio well. Sirius B. Pad Foot. Well, I almost have this story finished. There's a glitch in the middle that needs some fixing. Cheating Death will be back in no time. Still stays under desk just in case. Remus sort of reminds me of Harry for some reason. VMR. Thanks. Links. Ooh. Are you on break too? I'm glad you're so enthusiastic. Yay. I hope you enjoyed this part. Rowena Gryffindor aka Bob. Multi-personality ED is good, makes life interesting. Mumbles to self too. Lucas Jushano Murad, EH. Fake little brother. Well, you'll see. Harry gets really creepy towards the end. I sort of did it on accident. Firedrake. Ooh, that's just scary. Remus with annoying kids around the full moon. Eek. PMS, post-pre-moon syndrome, definitely. Hippie flower. Yup. Marshmallows. Ooh. And Dudley too. Ginny 5 I will. RJLL. Yup. The Dursleys are also more abusive in this so leaving Harry with them is just cruel. Ollie Laya. Remus is a bit naive though. Sio well, he does get pissed, doesn't he? Tilly Merks. Evil. You just want me alive because I'll write more pouts, maybe I'll hide the rest just out of spite. Cackles evilly, that'll lengthen my lifespan quite a bit. Remus tortured by brats. Wow, that's an interesting mental image. Sherilyn. Remus does seem a lot more composed in POA. He's a lot more compulsive in here, it gets worse in later chapters. I try to justify his reasoning, but for some reason, he acts a lot like Harry from Cheating Death. Oops, almost typed in Cheating Harry there for a moment. Basilisk. Wow, really? Soccer is football and the other way around. I wish Americans would just call football something else. I mean, they don't even use their feet. It's so annoying. I mean, what sort of joke are they trying to pull? Grr. Megumi Fu. Yeah, even as a kid too. Poor little guy. Jania. Grins, can't imagine Remus trying to play with them. Eek. No. Whales not homework. Tigra. Well, Harry is sort of. Harry with Remus. I can just imagine Harry calmly taking to Voldemort about logic, and exemplifying complete control for that one. Soccer football for dummies. Ooh, that'll be interesting. Moppet Poppet. Oh, my, your hammy is a bit strange, let's say. Wait, your hammy is purple. Wait, Sydney is a cat. Sydney. I really don't recommend wetting the keyboard. Are you sure you never? Glares suspiciously. I wouldn't slap Moppet. Wow, what does Moppet feed you? Shakes head disapprovingly. Bumblebee Busey. Grins, but Harry's creepy cute. Ack. Why do I keep thinking that Harry's creepy? Phoenix. Thanks. I will. Yegi. 99. But then, Sirius would be. Sniff. Luna Rose. I will. Alawson. Yup. Your dream will be modified slightly though, and it involves, make a guess. Cackles evilly. Really? Chapter 6 was about the same length as the chapter before it, but everyone was saying how short it was. Strange. Harry does do accidental magic, but only towards the very end. I'm not telling more though, but let's just say, so far, he's repressed. Nod nod. Kate Potter. Thanks. All about me. I will. Tarakaloan. Good to see you back. Well, I'm cranking this story a lot faster than Cheating Death, so it'll get choppy later on too. Harry still gets bashed, but I feel so much more guilty bashing him. ACCCCCCCCCCCK, Hit yourself when aggravated. That's not healthy. Ooh. What song are you listening to? Sassysome. Well, it's very doubtful that people will believe a little kid, even if he is the boy who lived. Harry actually has more visions than memories. It gets explained later though. I just gave it away. You didn't hear that. Sirius scrambled through the trees, leaving the trail of angry shouts behind him. He bit down firmly on the water bottle, trapped securely between his teeth. Stealing so openly from Muggles was a terrible idea, especially with Remus in town, but at that moment, he just didn't care. His godson was lying alone in a shroud of trees, trapped in the fitful sleep with livid bruises branded into his skin, lips parched with thirst. Harry needed help. He desperately needed help. I should have known, Sirius thought bitterly. It was so obvious, why hadn't I suspected? I should have stopped this long ago. I should have. As much as he wanted to kill the Dursleys in their beds, Sirius couldn't leave Harry on his own. Should he take Harry away? Sirius wished nothing more to just be able to raise his godson, but where would he go? He had no food, no money, no clothes. He'd probably make the child suffer even more. Could he tell Remus? But how would his friend react at seeing him? Or perhaps he should leave Harry at Arabella's and leave, but that would mean he compromise ever seeing Harry again. No doubt they would take him away immediately, and without being able to reveal himself to the boy, Sirius was reluctant. But Harry's injuries weren't life-threatening, that much he was certain. He could take him to a Muggle physician, and everything out be fine. Once Harry wakes up, I'll tell him everything, Sirius told himself firmly. I'll take him away, get him out of this dump, I'll get money from the Gringotts account, buy us some home in the States and get away. And that was the thought that kept him from setting fire to 4 Privet Drive. He needed to make a clean disappearance, just take Harry and leave. With luck, the Dursleys wouldn't care and wouldn't report it until weeks later. Sirius felt a small part of him burn with relief and joy of finally being able to raise his godson, but he was still bitter. Angry, vengeful. Damn them, damn them, damn them. Sirius darted through the narrowly grown bushes, a little harder to squeeze through since he first arrived, especially after Harry's daily meals. Harry, that boy had always been trying to help him. Sirius hadn't done anything for him yet, he didn't deserve it. Sirius jerked to a stop, skidding through the soft soil to leave moist paw prints over the grass. The plastic between his teeth screeched as he grinded his teeth against its surface. Sirius felt his heart log in his throat, his breath coming in short gasps. It was empty. Harry was gone. 10 minutes prior. Harry stirred awake slowly, consciousness slowly returning. But the moment he regretted it, the moment he opened his eyes, pain assaulted his limbs, digging its claws through his flesh. Harry bit his lip to keep from crying out. They would be furious, and he would be in even more trouble. It was better if he was quiet. Harry squinted in the light. He tried to raise his hand to block the sun, but his arm hurt just by flexing the muscle. Strange, he never felt so weak, and he had received far worse before. Perhaps it was the lack of meals for the past week. The only thing he ate were the fries yesterday, and that he retched after Uncle Vernon kicked him. Harry groaned, blinking rapidly to bring the world into focus. But instead of the dark, low ceiling of the cupboard, a brilliant, glowing canopy of green met his eyes. Bewildered, Harry lifted his head, taking in his surroundings. It was that shroud of bushes that had been his sanctuary ever since Padfoot arrived. Harry recognized the thick layers of tall shrubs. But what was he doing here? Had he fallen asleep? Oh no, he sat up with a jerk, wincing when flashes of pain shot down his back, but the years had taught him to be tolerant. He bit his lip, swallowing a sharp gasp. The grass beside him was crushed with Padfoot's weight, but the clearing was empty without any sign of the dog. Harry swallowed some disappointment. A tattered black cloak with numerous frayed edges caught his attention. It was wrapped around him tightly, and he wrinkled his brow in confusion. Harry pulled it away, wary of his bruised arms and back, baffled. Whose was this? He certainly did not recognize it. But the glowing numbers on his watch shattered all his other thoughts. 6:46 p.m. It was as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice in his stomach. Harry drew a sharp breath, looking at his watch again. Something wasn't right. He left Privet Drive at 1:30, unless. Harry scrambled to his feet unsteady, the desperation and fear overwhelming all the pain running through his back. He had slept for half a day. And he missed soccer practice. The Dursleys were going to kill him. He was going to be in so much trouble. Harry shuddered at the thought. He pushed through the bushes hurriedly, not even checking for Padfoot's presence. He limped across the park as fast as he could. His leg still throbbed every time he placed his weight on it, but it was nothing compared to the fire jostled in his back at every step. All Harry could think of was the reaction Uncle Vernon would have when he found out he spent half the day in the park. He wanted to run away and never go back just to never face him, but he knew he couldn't. There was no one else who would take him. His uncles constantly reminded him of that. Harry. He froze. Where were you? I was worried something happened. Harry turned to see the speaker half running across the grass to meet him. He couldn't suppress a small sigh of relief when he recognized the tall man with light brown hair and pale eyes. But then it soon became guilt when he realized the practice he missed. Sorry, Harry whispered quickly. He watched Remus carefully, preparing for that flicker of anger to appear, but there was only a strange sadness that Harry couldn't name and never saw before. The older man returned his gaze searching in silence. Are you all right? Remus asked finally. You look pale. Harry nodded, but paused when the movement teased the bruise on his neck and shoulder blades. He couldn't hide the small frown of pain, and Remus noticed immediately. Harry, what's wrong? Remus asked, bending down to examine Harry's face with concern. Harry instinctively took a step back. Remus' expression darkened. Harry, it's okay. You can tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone else. No, Harry shot back. Remus was lying. He just knew it. He would tell someone with pearl-white hair and twinkling blue eyes. Remus was shocked into silence for some moments at the reaction he incited. Very slowly, he tried to place a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. But when Harry stiffened and shut his eyes at the gesture even before he touched him, Remus wasn't sure how to act. He placed some distance between the two to be as unobtrusive as possible. Harry, Remus began gently. I don't mind that you didn't come. You obviously aren't feeling well. I can take us out to dinner. Remus watched the strange mix of hope and fear drift across Harry's young features. Harry shifted uneasily, face downcast. But, I can't, he said very softly. Remus frowned. Why not? Harry chewed his lip, looking up at him timidly. Uncle Vernon says, it's too much trouble. Of course not. I don't mind. I'll go talk to him right now. No. Remus was stunned by Harry's reaction. All the color drained from the boy's face, and a tremor ran through his thin frame. Harry took a step back, shaking his head furiously even though it seemed to cause him a lot of pain. No, don't. I can't. Harry choked out desperately. Harry, Remus said as soothingly as possible, raising his hands to show that he meant no harm. I won't. It's okay. He broke off sharply when the collar of the battered shirt pulled away from Harry's neck at the movement, revealing a discolored patch of skin. Harry, what happened to your neck? Remus asked sharply. Perhaps it was the one of his voice, but when Remus reached forward to stop the panicking boy, Harry's large emerald eyes filled with a kind of horror and he fled from him as if he was in his werewolf form. Harry, wait, Remus called after him, but his voice seemed to jolt Harry even more. His leg crumbled under his weight. Harry barely caught himself before he sprawled on the floor. He was on his feet again, running with a kind of mad desperation. Remus hesitated, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. Something was wrong. A bad chapter. Rushed. Very rushed, don't you think? There's a lot of time bending and twisting in this chapter, so it may be confusing after a while. I'm thinking about putting a time thing. Like 2 days later, 6 hours later sort of thing. I tried to offset the time for writing purposes, like, more variation and drama. Tell me if it's effective or just some pathetic attempt. Murphy's Law working overtime. Sirius leaves. Harry leaves and runs into Remus runs of. Sirius comes back just in time to miss both Harry and Remus. Yay. Harry realized his mistake the moment he burst through the door of 4 Privet Drive. Boy. Where the hell were you? A gruff voice shouted. There were loud footsteps banging down the stairs, and Harry paled. He stole a glance at the closed door only a few feet away, fighting the urge to flee. He had learned years ago never to run from his uncle. Things always came out worse that way. He shouldn't have left. He should have stayed with Remus. Well, speak up. Where were you? Vernon stepped into the living room, fixing Harry with a contemptuous glare. Harry shifted uneasily, sleeping. What? In 3 long strides, Vernon reached Harry from across the room and clasped a firm grip on his shirt. "Don't lie to me, boy. It's the truth," Harry said desperately. "I was tired. I fell asleep. For half a day. That man came by and asked where you were. I know you weren't sleeping, boy. Sneaking off doing who knows what. I didn't do anything." Slap. That blow came so fast and so unexpectedly that Harry could only blink several moments in surprise. For a moment, all he saw was dancing black spots. He staggered, the blows only 2 days before still gnawing at his body, and touched his cheek gingerly. Vernon must really be angry, he never struck his face before. "Are you speaking back to me, boy?" Vernon's voice was low with warning. Harry swallowed uneasily, hand pressed against his stinging cheek and glasses askew, silent. "You've been running off to the park all this week. What were you doing there?" The purple-faced man growled. Fear chewed at his mind, but Harry forced it out of his face. He couldn't tell. Uncle would be furious if he told, and he may never see Padfoot again. Nothing. Another blow to the side of his face cut off his words and left a bittersweet aftertaste of blood. "I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Don't ever run off like that again. I don't want to deal with the neighbors all asking," Vernon roared. "But I didn't." Another blow cut Harry off abruptly. The child staggered under the force, and would have fallen if the older man hadn't caught him roughly by the collar. "Shut up. I'm sick of these excuses, all lies, every single one," Vernon snapped, shaking him roughly. But the force nearly dragged Harry off his feet. He was so tired, even after that long rest. His heat was light and his vision blurry. Harry blinked, shaking his head to clear it. "Sorry," Harry whispered. "Shut up. I know you're not." A sharp kick to his already bruised leg sent him collapsing to the floor. Harry bit back a cry of pain, blinking away the tears that rushed to his eyes. Another blow to his ribs knocked the air out of his lungs and sent fire running through his side. Instinctively, Harry rolled away, coughing as he tried to catch his breath. "What did I tell you about not moving?" he could hear his uncle say through a fogged mind. A rough grip pushed him onto his back. Harry could feel a heavy weight settle against his shoulder, his uncle's foot to keep him from squirming. "Freak. Good for nothing." Harry could barely make out his uncle's voice through the thick haze of pain. "Been stealing Dudley's food all week, deserved this long ago. But he said he didn't want to eat the sandwich, he said he didn't want it. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry." Harry wanted to scream out. But it was like Dudley had sat on his chest. Harry could barely strain himself to breathe. And the first blow came, a sharp, biting pain from a leather belt that ripped across his back against all the clotting cuts from only a day before. It rippled like flames in his blood, and even the nerves in his chest screamed in response. Harry pressed his hand against his mouth tightly, muffling the whimpers of pain. The second missed his back completely and struck high on his neck. Harry recoiled at it, the skin tender against abuse. He could feel the warm fluid trickle down his shirt and into his hair. But by the third, fourth, and fifth, Harry could barely stay conscious to register where it struck. All he knew that a hot brand was being pressed to every inch of skin on his back, and it hurt. It hurt. "Stop. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, I promise." "Sorry, sorry, sorry," Harry wanted to say. But it always came out like a strained sob. "Please stop, stop. I promise I'll be good." Harry wasn't sure when his uncle finally pulled the belt away, or when he finally released his shoulder. But he was jolted from his thoughts when a brusque force slammed into his side again and turned him around. Harry couldn't suppress a whimper when his battered back grinded against the wooden floor. Another slap, another punch. All he could do was cover his face defensively and curl up as tightly as he could on the cold floor. His mind was drifting frighteningly close to unconsciousness. He could barely hear the words that Vernon hissed under his breath, or see the fingers in front of his face. Another kick against his side was the last straw. Icy fingers clutched his lungs and spread a haze of film over his eyes, before darkness enveloped him completely. "Sorry, this chapter's short. It was part of chapter 8 but it didn't really work well in it." Harry bashing. "Sigh, I'm too mean, aren't I? And it's rather descriptive Harry bashing too, and plus he's only 6.5. Runs off to hide. Oh no, I don't have time to reply to this chapter either. URG, what's happening? The moment I go back to school, the first thing the teachers do is assign tests on Tuesday. ACCCCCCCCK. Oh well, at least I posted, right? Remus is a bit dense, isn't he? Sigh, poor guy, he's really gonna have his philosophy hit when he finds out. And Sirius, well, what can we say? He's a man of extremes. Looks like everyone wants me to post POM and WS together. Well, I don't know. POM would be horribly delayed, since I write in bursts, can't switch gears in the middle. That's how CD died, sort of, in a way. I got too attached to WS. Since WS is not even halfway through, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to risk its well-being. Grin, but that was a evil Cliffy on both stories. Maybe I'll take off a week on WS and go to POM. Remus knocked on the door perhaps harder than necessary, but the fear for his best friend's son was rapidly turning into regret. He should have ran after Harry yesterday, but he had been so shocked then. He spent all night tossing and turning, and came as soon as it was daylight. Something wasn't making any sense. That fear and pain in Harry's eyes. Remus grinded his fist against the wood in an effort to vent his frustration. The door flew open, and a bleary-eyed, thick-necked man stood, glaring at him scornfully. What? Vernon snapped. Remus blinked. He was crankier than usual. Mr. Dursley, I have some questions regarding Harry. That boy. Vernon's face seemed to bloat and stain into an alarming shade of purple. Don't speak of him in front of me. Remus took a step back in surprise. Pardon. That boy, that freak, ran away last night. Vernon hissed. Remus gaped. Harry, running away? That wasn't like that shy little boy at all. What? He whispered incredulously. Are you sure about that? Vernon only grunted, looking ready to slam the door against his face again. Remus quickly raised a halting hand, concerned. With the threat of Sirius growing, Harry's survival would be quite grim. Where is he? Is he all right? Remus asked. Where? Do you think I'd still be here if I knew where he was? I'd drive after him and run him over. Vernon's anger was obvious, clouding his judgment. Remus barely hid a scowl, holding back the fist that was itching to plant itself in the man's fat face. That freak stole my son's clothes, my clothes, food, the first aid kit, and 600 pounds, 600 pounds. That boy was up to something, I should have known it. He was running off to the park all this week, playing with some dog, Dudley says. Remus almost stumbled in shock and horror. He caught the doorframe to steady himself. Dog, he whispered hoarsely. Yes, Vernon continued, spluttering in his fury. Dudley says he saw that freak running around the block with some huge black dog that was as large as him or something. Dudley, Remus interrupted. May I speak to Dudley? Vernon frowned. Well, I suppose, but I don't see how that. Remus pushed past him, not bothering to hear the rest of his words. He rushed into the living room, a bit surprised at the sight of a boy the size of a miniature whale. The differences between him and Harry were disorienting. The boy glanced up at him idly, a piece of oily bacon poking out for the corner of his mouth. Who are you? He grumbled. Remus waved the rude question aside. Dudley, when did you see the large dog that Harry was with? Dudley grinned widely, looking pleased at possibly getting Harry into some more trouble. On Tuesday, about a week ago. He was walking to Mrs. Figg's house or something. Tuesday. Sirius had been here that long. But that was impossible by foot. Unless. Was the dog attacking him? Did you see it hurt Harry in any way? Remus asked desperately. Dudley's eyes narrowed. No, but I wish did. Then Harry wouldn't be running off with my food for that stupid dog. Harry was. Remus trailed off, eyes widening in disbelief. Harry was helping Sirius, the very person who doomed his parents to death. How was that possible? But it made sense, the way Harry only ate the fries and saved the burger of his small meal, the growing thinness each day. Sirius, you bastard, Remus scowled inwardly. You're completely taking advantage of the poor boy's naivete. You're using him, lying to him, fooling him, using his loneliness against him. It followed him everywhere, Dudley continued. It didn't hurt him though. Should have killed him when it had the chance, Vernon growled, listening to his son's words with mounting anger. I should have broken both his legs yesterday. That was too much. Remus could feel something within him snap. With a burst of inhuman strength, he slammed his hand against the table, feeling the wood make a distinct groan beneath it. What are you saying, Mr. Dursley? That is no way to speak of your nephew. Remus nearly shouted. If you had treated him better, then perhaps he wouldn't have ran. All this was, he paused. There was a distinct bitter tang in the air that his wolf senses picked up that reminded him suspiciously of blood. Remus choked out, catching sight of the stain of red beside the closed door of the cupboard under the stairs. Vernon abruptly stilled. He shifted, blocking the stairs from Remus' sight. Now, I don't know what you're talking. But Remus wasn't listening. He pushed past Vernon firmly, almost knocking the man twice his size to the floor. The bittersweet smell was becoming stronger. Remus stopped at the door, opening the cupboard slowly. The scent of blood was suffocating then, washing over him and drowning him in its thickness. But all this disappeared from his mind the moment he caught sight of the blankets. This, Remus jerked the sheet free, stained with strips of dried blood. He lifted it up for Vernon to see. Is Harry's, isn't it? Vernon paled. You beat him, didn't you? Remus growled, his voice dangerously soft. These days he kept careful watch in fear that Sirius would somehow hurt Harry. He completely overlooked the very family that Harry needed to be protected against. He had been so blind. Vernon said nothing, but the strangely satisfied gleam in his eye gave him away instantly. I can't believe I didn't notice this sooner. You lock him in a cupboard, Remus almost shouted, slamming the door shut with a force that cracked the wooden frame. Then you abuse him. You tell everyone how worthless and evil he is. How long have this been? 2 years. 3 years, since he arrived in this family. Vernon seemed to finally find his voice. His eyes narrowed, and he backed away from the seething man cautiously. You don't understand that boy. He's a freak. He's abnormal. Harry's just a boy. How can you say those things? Remus asked incredulously. That boy stole £600 from my wallet. Vernon snapped. And you deserve to be sued for everything you own for what you did to Harry. Remus gritted out, his hand trembling as it gripped the blood-stained blanket. Vernon shut up instantly. He seemed genuinely frightened at that thought. He took another step back, pressing against the wall and staying as far away as possible. Listen, he said slowly as if Remus was a little child. That boy is a freak. He got what he deserved. A resounding crack rang through the room. Remus drew a sharp breath, trying hard to control the furious trembling in his limbs, nursing a sore fist. Blood was pounding loudly in his ears. He could almost feel his heart pumping erratically with the rage coursing through his veins. Vernon lay in a crumpled heap on the floor, a mass of fat and linen. The lycanthrope-enhanced strength was hard to control with such anger. Remus had struck him so hard that Vernon broke the corner of his wooden breakfast table when he fell. Dudley squeaked, hobbling off the chair and running upstairs. All the walls of the flimsy house creaked under his weight. Remus scowled, hand shaking as he folded the thin and tattered sheet, placing it securely in his pocket. His wand was right there beside it, so tempting, so enticing. He wanted to Avada Kedavra the Muggle right then and there. He had to leave. He had to leave before he did something he seriously regretted. It was so many years since he lost his tempter. A gleam of light against polished wood. Remus glanced up, catching sight of the small coffee table beside the sofa. There was something about it that bothered him. He approached it, ignoring the senseless lump of Vernon Dursley nearby, kneeling to examine the article closer. Bloodied fingerprints lined the edge of the wood, fingers too long to belong to a child, too thin to belong to Vernon. No, 6 hours prior, Sirius was close to panic when he returned, only to find the grass around him cold and empty. He wasn't even sure when the child left or where he could go. He couldn't have been going back. Those people abuse him, could he? But Sirius already knew with a sinking heart that he would. The child accepted it and he had nowhere else to go. At the calm exterior Harry presented, Sirius couldn't help but wonder if it was a common occurrence. He had startled off immediately in the direction of 4 Privet Drive after that sneaking suspicion. If they even touched Harry again, he was going to kill them. He was going to slit their throats in their bed. Who cared about what others would say? Those damn muggles. But Harry had never led him to the house before, and the muggle community was a myriad of branching streets. He paced the ground agitatedly, trying to discern the child's scent. He didn't even wonder the reactions of the children who saw a bear-like dog, or consider the possibility of Remus nearby. All he could think of was Harry limping painfully, hurt and vulnerable through the streets. Sirius had followed it easily enough, but the moment he reached open ground, so many others trampled over and mixed into it. It took hours just finding his way out of the park, and by the time he reached his destination, it was past midnight. Sirius paused in front of a rather drab, white house with small windows. He transformed in front of the door, either oblivious or just careless to the possible neighbors who would be looking out their windows in the middle of the night. Fished a paperclip out of his pocket, something he picked up running through the streets, and twisted the tapered end in the lock. His hand shaking with rage and apprehension, Sirius barely stopped himself before he flung open the door. He slipped it shut quietly behind him and morphed back into his canine form. Only to catch the bitter scent of blood. Old blood, about several hours old. But it was thick in the air and permeated through the very walls. Sirius felt as if someone had soaked every inch of his flesh in icy water. He rushed into the living room, following the trail with a kind of frantic desperation. It couldn't be Harry's, could it? He couldn't return after all that, could he? They couldn't be that cruel, could they? Could they? He almost missed the cupboard under the stairs, looking anything but conspicuous, in his rush to find Harry. But when the pungent odor nearly suffocated him as he passed, Sirius jerked to an abrupt stop. He stared at the door incredulously. Surely not. Harry smelled like dusty cupboards. It made sense. Sirius was standing beside the battered door in an instant, back into his human form. He opened the door apprehensively, not even aware if it creaked or not. The biting tang of blood was so strong that Sirius could detect it even without his canine senses. He creaked the old frame open, and a beam of moonlight seeped into the compartment. Sirius' stomach all but disappeared. Oh God, okay. Remus seems a bit compulsive, doesn't he? I mean, all that screaming and banging doors at the Dursleys, he seems a bit like a Snape Sirius cross. Plus, he punched someone. I mean, in all the fics I've read so far, Remus has always been the one to get punched. Sigh. Well, I was thinking along the lines of Remus not so composed. I mean, after discovering that your best friend's son is being abused probably daily, how can he possibly be calm? Maybe it is, the moon. Perhaps he has mood swings. Well, okay, I admit it, I kind of got carried away. Well, what do you think? Some random news. I've been having serious trouble with Palm, so the chances of that continuing are rather slim. Well, wait, let me rephrase that. The chances of that continuing soon are slim, because I'm not sure what's going to happen later. I hit sort of a block since I never really planned it out. It was just sort of a moment's burst of inspiration and I never actually planned the plot. I'm an idiot. I wrote up until chapter 6, and so far, the writing quality is very poor. Hides it's going to go in hiding until I manage to produce something halfway decent. So I guess that's good news for WS readers. I won't be spending much time on that FIC until I get another burst of inspiration. Grin. I'm open to suggestions or ideas. Originally, I planned Palm to be a character development FIC, not much violence, but it doesn't seem very interesting that way. URG. Well, throw some ideas, and hopefully, I'll get rid of the block. Thanks for dealing with my annoying mood-swinging writing habits. A makeshift bed was fit into the small space, sheets lined with small patches of what looked to be black in the dimly lit room. But that wasn't what caught his eye. A small boy, lying against his chest with one of his arms trapped gawkily beneath him, laid in the enclosure. His shirt was plastered against his back, soaked with patches of both brown and crimson red. Harry's head dangled over the edge, eyes closed but expression anything but peaceful. His body was twisted in an awkward position in the small room, looking as if someone had dumped him there carelessly. Long lashes laced his chest. Some cuts were so deep that they had sliced through the very fabric of his shirt. Sirius choked back a cry of rage and disbelief, falling to his knees beside the unconscious boy. "Harry," he choked out, his voice so strained that he couldn't even discern it. "Oh God, what have they done? How could they?" Harry was just a 6-year-old boy. He was just 6 years old. How? What? Damn them. Damn them. With a trembling hand, Sirius reached out and touched Harry's cheek softly. The boy's skin felt unnaturally cold beneath his fingers. His face was ghastly pale and his lips were taking a bluish hue. His breathing was ragged and unsteady. Catching sight of a long overcoat hanging over a kitchen chair, Sirius tugged it free. As gently as he could, Sirius lifted the child from the tainted, cramped space, weary of the shredded skin of his back, and wrapped the frail boy tightly in the coat. Harry's face twisted into a faint contortion of pain, but he didn't so much as to make a sound. Shaking with suppressed fury, Sirius could barely keep his hands steady. Looking at Harry's battered and blood-streaked face, he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming urge to set fire to the flimsy walls, take his godson and just leave. He was so angry and it was so tempting. Harry must have sensed those thoughts, because his brows knitted into a small frown and he writhed slightly in his godfather's arms. "No," Harry choked out, his voice soft. "Sirius." Stomach churned at the childish innocence in his tone. "It's all right, Harry," he whispered, resting his forehead lightly against the tangled mop of dark hair. "Nothing's going to happen to you, I promise." But his actions seemed to aggravate the boy more. Harry whimpered softly and stiffened against his chest. He squeezed his eyes tightly together, but amazingly, did not cry. "Sorry," he whispered. Sirius was silent, words lost in surprise. The Dursleys had hurt him. They beat him, and Harry was apologizing. What had they been telling the poor boy? "What are you talking about?" Sirius couldn't keep the anger out of his tone. "Sorry, I won't do it again." "Stop, don't be angry." Harry turned his face away, squirming weakly. It was as if someone had squeezed his heart and held it in an icy grip. Sirius drew a shuddering breath, his arms tightening instinctively around his godson. Forget the Dursleys and all the fury that threatened to burst without a moment's warning. Forget all those Dementors just waiting to suck out his soul. All he wanted to do was take Harry and hide him far, far away where no one could find him. Carefully shifting the slight weight against him, Sirius stood up. He laid Harry carefully on the sofa, the boy huddling into a tight, protective ball the moment he left his godfather's arms. The thick fluid was still slowly seeping through his shirt. Sirius' tattered sleeve was a dark crimson from where the coat had pulled away. Brushing his fingers lightly over the child's back, his hands came away wet. Sirius could feel his stomach clenching in response. Harry's injuries were serious. How much blood had he lost? Sirius rushed through the bottom-story house, eyes finally resting on a basket of folded clothes. He dragged it beside the duvet, using a clean shirt as a makeshift bandage, pressing it lightly against his back. Harry whimpered feebly, and Sirius jerked away. By the wan countenance and shallow breathing, Harry had obviously lost too much blood for a frail 6-year-old to endure. He couldn't take much more. He needed medical care, that much was obvious. Sirius had to get him out of there, get him away. He rummaged through the clothes basket, careless of the racket he was making. It away, he almost wished Vernon would step downstairs, and he would be at leisure to enact vengeance. His hand was just itching to spread over the fat neck of Harry's uncle. Sirius beat it back harshly, but body still shook with rage as he dug through their clothes. He selected a few articles that had a remote chance of fitting himself and peeled off his own tattered robes. Wearing the clothes of Harry's dreaded relative was the last thing he wanted, but raising eyebrows with his grimy black robes was worse. Nevertheless, he'd still receive some odd looks every now and then. The pants were several inches short of his ankle and the waistline was twice as wide as his. The shirt gave him an odd sensation of wearing a partly unbuttoned thing even though it was fastened to the collar. Smaller clothes were folded at the bottom, but they were just as wide as they were long. Sirius just pulled out a few, not really caring and too frustrated to care. Several extra large shirts, a few pants as long as they were wide, a thick jacket that would probably hang about Harry like a cloak, a belt that might just manage to fit on Harry's narrow waist. He stuffed it all in a duffel bag that he nabbed from under the table. As he stood up, Sirius noticed the fat wallet lying on the dinner table. He grinned, fishing out all the bills and counting the contents with some triumph. Although, Sirius decided, that excuse for a muggle deserved far more punishment than just losing a few pounds. He stopped at the kitchen, digging through the cupboards for any food that didn't need to be cooked or preserved to be edible. A gleaming white box caught his eye. Sirius squinted at it, and realized with some relief, that it was the first aid thing that Lily always told them to use whenever one of the marauders got a rather nasty scrape during the summer. He grabbed that and stuffed it in the bag. The air was suffocating, and becoming thicker by the minute. Just standing in the house made Sirius feel sick, disgusted, irritable. His hands were shaking with impatience, itching to grip the kitchen knife that laid only a drawer away and avenge all the horrors they had put Harry through. But those muggles hardly deserved the effort, and with Harry lying almost lifelessly on the duvet. Sirius softened his footsteps as he approached the living room, the milky white moonlight illuminating the small figure, limp. His stomach clenched when he noticed the extreme paleness in Harry's face. Running his fingers soothingly over the boy's forehead, Sirius was alarmed by the clamminess of his skin. As carefully as he could, Sirius lifted the light form. With the bag dangling from his arm and Harry nested comfortably in his arms, Sirius walked resolutely outside. It was strange to feel the wind without the thick fur of his animagus form, but he didn't even notice. Harry whimpered when the movement jolted the abused skin of his back, shifting feebly. Sirius swallowed, examining the pallid complexion with unease. I shouldn't have taken so long, Sirius thought angrily. I should never have waited. I should have taken him away the moment I arrived a week ago. Sirius' hand shook as he attempted to bandage the harsh streaks of frayed flesh. Every whimper the child made sent anger fire down his spine. The uneven jerks and bumps of the muggle vehicle only aggravated it, making Harry wince in pain every time his body was jarred. I'm sorry, he whispered under his breath, his words choked in his throat. I'm so sorry. Sirius rearranged the overcoat, wrapping Harry tightly in its folds, pulling his godson closer. The boy was pale almost beyond recognition, his skin like thin paper that would break at the lightest touch. Even now and then, he would shiver violently and fall limp again. Sirius ran his fingers over the child's cheek, wincing when he felt how cold the boy was. Harry seemed almost lifeless if it wasn't for his slow and shallow breathing. Sirius couldn't ignore the nagging suspicion that something was wrong with the boy. Harry was hurt far more than his exterior appearance. Those cuts couldn't affect him this much, could they? But the amount of blood that was soaked into his shirt. Sirius chewed his lip worriedly, the anger against the Dursleys rapidly replaced by fear for his godson. Harry needed medical care, and fast. But Sirius knew nothing about healing, he didn't even have his wand. He couldn't call a doctor from the wizarding world without giving away both their identity completely, and leaving Harry was the last thing he wanted. Sir, we're here. Sirius nodded at the taxi driver distractedly, handling over few bills. Can you drop us off at a hotel of some sort? Sirius hoarsely asked. The cab stopped in front of a drab-looking structure with blinking neon lights that muggles seemed to be so attached to. It stood on the outskirts of the bright city, looking small and insignificant. But Sirius barely took in its appearance as he walked into the building, his godson in his arms. Harry shuddered when the cold morning air brushed against him, moaning softly. It's going to be all right soon, Harry. Just hold on, Sirius whispered, hugging the small child tighter. He shoved the door open roughly, making the sleeping receptionist jump in surprise. Harry didn't even respond at the movement, his body only slumping further into sleep. What is it now? Could you? The lady began irritably, but one glance at Sirius' blanch and frantic face and the lifeless bundle in his arms shut her up instantly. I need a doctor, Sirius choked out, voice laced with anxiety. I have a child who's very, very sick. I need a doctor immediately. Why doesn't someone recognize Sirius, and why can he go barging around? Well, Fudge originally hid the news of Sirius' escape to save his reputation, see chapter 2 or 3, can't remember which, so the world doesn't even know he's on the run but Dumbledore, some top-notch ministry folk, Arabella, and Remus. With the boy who lived disappearing because of his incompetence, he'll be even more motivated to hide it to save himself. That bastard. Doesn't flow well between paragraphs. URG. Of Western Stars isn't as in-depth here as Cheating Death's Size. There was a lot of other ideas I wanted to add, but I was afraid it would be too repetitive of my old story. Maybe I should have followed my other idea altogether and chosen a new and non-repetitive theme. Something in this chapter seems lacking, doesn't it? There wasn't a mental link between some of Sirius' actions, it was just a bunch of imagery. Plot Bunny went running. It took me 11 chapters to set him free though. Sirius seems out of character. He's too calm. It seems like something Remus might do if he was ever on the run. Rob the house of everything before leaving. I really didn't want Sirius to run around Muggle London without any money and with Harry in need of medical attention. That'll just be sad. And plus, Sirius was too compulsive then to think about running over to Remus. Sirius should have done something to the Dursleys though. But imagine Remus' mindset if he goes to the Dursleys the next morning and find everyone dead in their beds and Harry missing. Definitely not. Nicky. Well, I'm not telling. Grin amazingly, Sirius left the Dursleys intact to meet Remus the next morning, and Remus, the one who takes his anger out on them. It's a strange role reversal. As for Palm, it's more character development-ish, and I think it's being dragged out too long. VMR, thanks. Lindsay. Well, Harry's not doing so well, especially since he starved himself for a week prior. WS is actually about 26 to 28 chapters. It's pretty long. Is that good or bad? Links. Thanks. Sirius. Well, I don't know any places in England, so the town's not named. Thanks for being so understanding for Palm. Sirius B. Pad Foot. It is. Remus hating anyone is wrong. URG. Chem. Well, it's mostly math, so it's not that bad. Well, sorta. Wales. Venus 4280. It gets explained here. Grin. The next part stretches quite long though. 28 chapters or so. Bangs head against keyboard. Lady of Arundel. Oh. I wasn't even thinking about that. It's a really good point. I don't think Remus would be so optimistic after this, poor guy. Sometimes, I feel more sorry for Remus having that sort of survivor's curse. Sandrine Black. Vernon deserves a lot more punishments. That guy is just, I'm sure if he remained conscious, Remus would have punched him again. Cackle. Bumblebee Busey. Thanks. I'm glad that you find Remus believable. That guy is extremely hard to characterize, and I keep writing Remus sort of hysterical. CD for example, and then Palm, oopsie. Tigra. Grin. Well, things happen that are sort of weird in Palm that drives James Harry to an edge, but I shouldn't be telling you that. Sirius is going to have a hard time with little Harry in WS though. Nell. WS is a bit of an so Vernon's even worse in this FIC than the actual book. Vernon's treatment of Harry is ridiculously, what's a good word to describe, URG, Danuo. Klingon 87. They will. Grin. It's fun writing their interactions. Tilly and Merks. Grin's. Remus deserves a big pat on the back for what he did. Should have punched that piece of lard a couple more times. Yucks. Sirius has Harry, although now, he's in a bit of trouble with the state that Harry's in. And then he has to deal with explaining to Harry. Well, it'll be, cackle Danuo, if it's a good idea to stretch out the Sirius and Harry interaction, cause it might get boring like what happened in CD, but Harry's so emotionally scarred otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, groans a dilemma. Berkeley Halperin. Love the email address. Sirius playing the overprotective godfather again. Grins. Remus should have beaten Vernon a lot more. Hippie Flower. I will. Wah. Don't cry. It wasn't that sad, was it? Offers tissues. Chrissy. I will. This is definitely a story that I'll finish. I don't know about Palm right now, but WS will be completed. Thanks for adding WS on your fav story list. Fairy Girl. Yeah, I can imagine Remus exploding every down and then just because he's so repressed. Firedrake. Well, I kinda didn't want Remus to knock and find the Dursley household dead and Harry gone. That'll just be disturbing. Glad you found Remus believable. Lily Potter. Remus is still a bit repressed, isn't he? I mean, he gets pissed enough to bang on doors to relieve anger, and only punches Vernon once. Well, of course, he's a lot stronger than most humans, but still. Sigh, he needs one of those stress relievers. Chuckles. The blood imagery is repeated a lot in the next chapter as well, and after that, it's eyes. They're hard to find synonyms for though. URG. Grin. Remus was really calm after he punched Vernon too. Well, I didn't notice that until later. Oopsie. Kira Jordan. Yup. Sirius rescued little Harry, but now Harry's in a bit of trouble. Sigh, poor kid, he's been through quite a lot already. Lady Foxfire. Thanks. I'm spitting out chapters for WS pretty fast, so you don't have to wait very long. I hope you enjoy the rest of it. Geesebrick. Thank you. I hope this story will still hold your attention in later chapters too. Psyches. Thanks. It's sort of tricky tracing little Harry's development. Hopefully, he stays believable in later chapters. It's really hard. Tarakaloan. Sirius does have Harry, and in a rather bad condition too. The logical thing to do is obviously go to Remus, but, sigh, that's not like Sirius. Cat. Grin. That's the fun part, especially after Remus told Harry about Sirius being evil. Cackle. Ignore that. Indere. Yeah, Remus seems to be the type who would live both in the past and present, try to forget and try to remember at the same time. He's a man of contradictions, a very interesting character that Rowling needs to write more about. It's hard imagining him as someone who played pranks. Moppet Poppet. Grins. It is something interesting. Ooh. Tell Cindy I said hi. And give her less caffeine. The red feathery plug. Yeah, rather unfortunately. Harry's been rather poorly treated. Harriet. Well, I tried to make the characters as dynamic and as believable as possible, and I guess it made it seem unfortunately realistic. Children with that sort of domestic life and that sort of treatment, it's so hard to imagine what life must be like for them. Midori Sama. Wait, Sirius isn't hurt, he's perfectly fine. Holds out Padfoot. See. It's okay. Don't faint. Shinigami. Harry's willing to trust Padfoot because something about him seems familiar, and plus, he's a dog. Harry has bad experiences with people. Well, things aren't usually that simple. Bumps along the way makes things more interesting. Grins evilly. As for Harry's reaction, well, you'll see. Luna Rose. Yeah, it'll be interesting. A very pissed off Remus is fun to write though. Child of Two Worlds. I update like crazy when I'm on a roll, then I sort of die off in the middle, like CD, it's sad. Remus and Sirius sorting things out. Yeah, you know, I have this horrible urge of making Remus irrationally pissed off at Sirius, and it's leaking into my writing. Sighs and presses delete key. Write faster and post more for your story. It's murderous to wait. Glares. Mihosh. I will. It's sort of hard trying to end WS. Danua where this plot will go. Carrie. Thanks. I will. Catsy 10 Okay, let's see. 6, 9, 13, 19, 28, 33. Sun card. Is that good? I don't know anything about fortune readings. Poke me. I'm done. Interesting pen name. Does it have a double meaning? Gwen. Well, Sirius left the Dursleys intact. Can't kill them. Then Sirius'll be in trouble. Sherilyn. Yeah, Remus does seem a little less composed in WS than POA, with all the yelling at little kids and the like. Especially since Harry's still a pretty important person too. Slytherin sweetheart. Wait, no, nothing bad happened. See. No need to be angry. Right. Phoenix. Thanks. Kelly. Thank you. Livic 88 I will. Sassysome. Yeah, poor kid. He's going to be so emotionally scarred. Tammy. Kiki. All about me. See Tammy, you're not last. Nope. Don't kill the Dursleys, Kiki, you'll be arrested on charges of manslaughter. Thanks Sarah. And WS started out pretty lighthearted too. Me. Thanks. Ginny 5 I will. Kate Potter. I will. WS will not go on hiatus, hopefully, especially after the little block with Palm. Lassie D. I'm glad you find Remus believable. It's fun seeing the usually composed werewolf explode once in a while. since in POA, he's so mellow. Allison grins. Really? I had no clue how much things are priced there. I was thinking along the lines of $600, and in the US, that won't last for more than a week. Sigh. Now that Harry needs medical care, they can't go very far. How much do hotel rooms usually cost around there? Sirius has his Gringotts account to fall back on, and then he can book a plane ticket. Ooh. Harry gets insights when something reminds him. You know those times you have a dream, but you don't remember it until something happens that reminds you of it. That's the sort of thing Harry has. That's why he was able to recognize Remus as what he was, and thought he was familiar. It's not too far-fetched, is it? McGonagall does get referred to as Cat Lady. Actually, it's more like Tabby Cat Lady. Cackle. Dumbledore becomes that old man in the fireplace. Laughs evilly. I shouldn't be telling you that. Sirius leaned over the edge of his chair, trying to catch a glimpse of anyone making his way down the hall through the partly opened door. He was reluctant to leave the boy. Harry was growing less and less responsive to his words, the life draining from him even though the bleeding had been staunched hours ago. His skin was so pallid that he seemed to almost bleed into the bleached bed sheets. Even his normally untamed hair lost its wildness, caught against his clammy skin in thick locks. His body grew colder by the minute. Gently, so not to jar the inflamed skin on his back, Sirius enveloped the child into a loose embrace. He rubbed the thin arms to bring some warmth and blew on the small hands. Loud footsteps echoed through the room. Sirius was alert immediately, the fear of being caught as an escaped convict forgotten hours ago. The door was flung open, and Sirius breathed a small sigh of relief. A doctor, a young man in his early 30s with warm brown eyes and smoothly trimmed hair, stumbled in the room with less than usual dignity. His eyes were bloodshot, but he seemed perfectly composed at being aroused at such an odd hour. He froze the moment he caught sight of Harry, looking lifeless as he leaned against his godfather. What happened to him? The doctor whispered. Sirius swallowed thickly. Forget questions, can you help him? The doctor stopped beside the bed, lifting a budging bag and dropping it heavily on the floor. Could you lay him back down? The man asked smoothly, all the previous shock gone. Carefully, Sirius lowered the limp child against the bed, trying to ignore the way his head fell back lifelessly. He watched the stranger unbutton the oversized shirt, the man's face darkening. He drew a sharp breath when the red-stained bandages glared back at him, livid bruises carved in flesh. Sirius tensed, inwardly wincing at the sight. Sir, could you please step outside? The man said slowly. Sirius shook his head firmly. I'm not leaving. The man's head snapped up, looking just as flustered as he was. There was an angry suspicion in those eyes, but Sirius was too preoccupied to notice. Sir, the boy's condition looks very serious. I suggest if you want to do this child any good, you step outside. Sirius chewed his lip, but as the doctor continued to glare, stood up reluctantly. Half an hour later, Sirius paced back and forth in the narrow hotel room hall, throwing uneasy glances at the closed door. Since the time, and he couldn't hear so much of a whisper from the room. It was deathly silent, so silent that it frightened him. Sirius ran a hand roughly through his hair in frustration. Harry couldn't die, could he? He didn't look that bad when Sirius first left the Dursleys with him. His condition steadily worsened as time wore on, but it never occurred to him that it was that serious. Please, let Harry be okay. He wasn't sure if he could deal with the guilt otherwise. First Lily and James, and now Harry. He'd be condemned for the rest of his life. He'd never be able to live with himself. Sir. Sirius spun around, nearly attacking the doctor in his trepidation. How is he? Sirius asked breathlessly. Is he going to be all right? The doctor seemed unfazed by his reaction, seemingly used to these violent responses. He stopped Sirius from rushing into the room, keeping a firm hand on his arm. The boy is stable, the man said slowly. His words were purposefully vague. You should have called me hours ago. It's fortunate that there's no infection, otherwise, he might not be able to pull through. Is it that serious? Sirius asked, paling at the realization. The doctor frowned. His injuries wouldn't be that serious by itself, but he's suffering from anemia. With his blood sugar count, I'm guessing he probably hadn't eaten for the past few days. His blood wasn't clotting. He lost a lot of blood, and his body isn't taking to the damage well. A blood transfusion would be recommended, but that would be available unless he's at a hospital. Sirius drew a sharp breath, hands clenched so tightly that they shook. Is he going to be all right? Will he recover? The doctor examined his face carefully for a moment before answering. He hasn't been very strong even before these injuries. It's been a rather severe blow on him. That boy needs a lot of care right now. But given time, he should be able to make a full recovery. Although it isn't compulsory, I suggest you take him to a hospital. Sirius hesitated. Bringing Harry to the hospital would mean he probably wouldn't be able to see him. It would risk never seeing his godson again, and possibly Harry's return to the Dursleys. He scowled bitterly at the thought. No, I'll take care of him, Sirius said firmly. The doctor's eyes narrowed in an oddly calculating way. Are you related to the boy? Sirius paused, swallowing uneasily. No, yes, I'm his godfather. The doctor frowned, lips set in a grim line. Who are his parents? Sirius flinched. They're dead, Sirius whispered, voice strained. They died a long time ago. Does he live with you? The doctor asked. Sirius grimaced, turning away. No, Harry lives with his aunt and uncle. His voice bore traces of suppressed rage. At his bitter tone, the doctor nodded understandingly. I suggest you contact the police and report the case of child abuse. I can't, Sirius said slowly, but it was so tempting to finally punish those muggles. I'm not supposed to be in custody of him. As far as I know, his aunt and uncle don't know I took him out of their house tonight. That's rather complicated, the doctor whispered, brows knitted in a way that reminded him of Dumbledore. You could be charged on the case of kidnap for this. They were abusing him, Sirius hissed, all his anger rushing back at the doctor's seemingly careless words. I wasn't going to stand beside and just watch because I was afraid of being arrested. The doctor didn't respond, his brown eyes watching him with a strange intensity. Suddenly, he smiled. I understand. He's lucky to have a godfather like you. Sirius' throat tightened at those words, wanting desperately to tell the doctor how much he was wrong. He followed him numbly back into the room, stilling at the sight that met his eyes. Harry laid on the bed, eyes closed in a heavy slumber, his breath still soft, but deeper and more even. The blankets seemed to swallow his small form. His skin suddenly was even more washed out and pale than before in the bright lamp light. A thick cloth was wrapped around one of his wrists tightly, hiding the boniness of his arm from view. A bag of clear fluid was suspended by a metal contraption that Sirius didn't recognize, a long tube stretched from it, a needle attached to the end that was embedded deep in Harry's skin. Sirius ran his fingers over Harry's thin arm, tracing the needle with some bewilderment. Wasn't it cruel, hurting an already injured boy? But the doctor took no notice of the fury flashing through his eyes. You need to keep him on the IV until he can eat by himself. He needs to build up his blood sugar before he starves or dehydrates, the doctor explained, his tone strictly professional. What's wrong with his arm? Sirius asked shakily, glancing at the thick swabs of cloth encasing Harry's hand. His wrist is very badly strained, a cast would be better for it. There could be a hairline crack in it, but without an X-ray, I really can't be sure. His left leg is heavily bruised as well. There could be bone damage, although, the doctor trailed off, looking weary. When he spoke again, he seemed to be speaking to himself distractedly. I'll bring a portable ultrasound and some plaster later. I wasn't prepared for something like this. But I can't cast his arm or ankle until after the swelling recedes. It's going to be difficult. How long? Sirius slowly said. 2 weeks, at least. I would be careful about moving him anytime this week. His ribs are bruised and possibly broken. There aren't any internal injuries. It's practically a miracle considering all those. The man frowned but composed himself quickly. The cuts on his back are already bandaged, but they need to be changed twice a day or else they might infect. Lying on his back will be painful for him, but he can't lie on his side without jostling his ribs. The most I can do for him is to provide some painkillers. 2 weeks. Sirius frowned. He shouldn't have taken him to a Muggle doctor, he should have gone straight to Hogwarts. But how could he explain? What if they didn't believe him? What if they took the child away? Sirius said nothing, taking the small hand in his own. Harry was hurt far worse than he ever expected. The chances of such a young child fully recovering from something as serious as this. Sirius cleared his throat shakily. The blood that he lost. It's not life-threatening. He'll be very tired and his immune system is weak. I recommend keeping him inside for at least a week or so. The doctor paused, pulling out an orange bottle. These are antibiotics in case he gets an infection, but don't give him any unless you're sure he's sick. I left some high-protein powder on the table. Make sure he gets a dose twice a day. Sirius nodded in response, but he was only half listening. Call me if he doesn't show any signs of improvement. I'll be back to check on him tomorrow. The doctor paused on his way to the door, watching him sympathetically for a moment. I respect patient confidentiality. If anyone questions me of a missing boy, I'll be sure to tell them I've met no such person. Sirius barely even registered those words, and when the meaning finally sunk in, the doctor was already gone. He would have sighed in relief if the situation hadn't been so grave. He stood unmoving beside Harry's bed, watching the closed eyes, unshielded by the round glasses. Sirius pushed a few strands of hair from Harry's face, brushing against the uneven flesh of the cursed scar. It was frightening to see such a lively boy, so excited and full of life only days before suddenly drain into a wasted body, so wan and ill. This was your fault, you know, said that small voice in the back of his mind. If you had revealed the truth to him earlier and taken him away from that place. Or if you had escaped sooner, instead of moping for 5 years. Or if you hadn't asked James to switch, this wouldn't have happened. Sirius sat down heavily beside the bed. His chest clenched, his breath stained in his throat, he buried his face in his hands. Plotline hits dead water. It's kind of like CD where the plot does a little dip into slowness, since I'm trying a bit character development. I hope it doesn't die in the process. The doctor wasn't too bad, see. He was quite willing to be understanding. Although he did kick Sirius out of the room because he was suspicious, but still. There's an explanation for Harry's condition to be so serious. For a boy 6.5 who already probably suffers from a bit of malnutrition, his body can't take much serious damage. On top of that, he suffers from regular abuse. Plus, he practically starved himself for a week before getting beaten up 2 times in a row, the second leaving a mass of cuts that can't clot because of his low blood sugar. So his condition is actually quite plausible, although a fever and internal bruising would have made more sense, but that's just too mean. Remus, you're sure about that? Dumbledore asked, his eyes dark with an angry fire. Yes, Vernon practically admitted it to my face. They lock him in a cupboard, and I found the sheets bloody, Remus whispered, voice muffled against his hands. Dumbledore was silent, his face darkening into an emotion of regret. The blue eyes were almost a dull gray, and his shoulders sagged with a weariness beyond his age. I should have taken him out of that place sooner, Dumbledore said softly. Remus was silent, running his hands over his eyes resignedly. Harry had bruises yesterday. They must have abused him for, oh God, I don't even know how long ago they started, Remus finally said. Suddenly, he clenched his fists. His shoulders shook as he spoke, and his words carried an audible tremor. Why didn't I notice it sooner? It was so obvious. The signs were right in front of my face, and I hadn't even considered that they could be physically abusing him. Dumbledore sighed sadly, looked at his former pupil with an unreadable expression. Remus, it's not your fault. Remus shook his head, face still hidden in his hands. No, there's more. Sirius broke into the Dursleys last night and took Harry. He what? Dumbledore's voice carried a dangerous edge, but the fury carefully controlled in his face was unnerving. Remus could feel his skin prickling and the hair rising at the back of his neck in response. There was a dull thud, as if the headmaster had knocked something to the ground in his shock. Sirius kidnapped Harry last night, Remus repeated hoarsely. Apparently, he's been here for a week. He broke off abruptly, but his mind was screaming at him to speak on. He just couldn't bring himself to tell the headmaster of those marauding years. It would be admitting to betraying Dumbledore's trust those years at Hogwarts. "You're so selfish. Tell him." The voice in his mind was yelling. It could mean Harry's life and death. But before he couldn't even bring himself to open his mouth again, the headmaster's expression darkened further. "What?" Dumbledore's voice was almost a low growl. "Sirius is," Remus swallowed thickly, "an animagus." He waited for the headmaster's response, but there was none. Looking up, he found the man watching him with a searching, yet understanding gaze. There was no anger, no disappointment. Remus drew a deep breath and continued, explaining the plans of his closest friends, of James, Sirius, and Peter. Of their desire to help a friend and at the lengths that they took. Remus was surprised to find Dumbledore reacting only mildly, as if he suspected it all along. But Sirius didn't hurt Harry at all. By what the child told he's quite fond of James's son. I don't know, Remus sighed wearily. Things were becoming more and more complicated by the minute. Dumbledore frowned in thought. He never hurt Harry. No, that's the part that doesn't make any sense, Remus choked out with some frustration. All the stress of the week and the past that returned to haunt him was eroding the calm exterior that he carried. He could be lying to him, but that still doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't, Dumbledore sighed. I thought he may have been using Harry at first, but, Remus shook his head angrily. Sirius was imprisoned for 5 years, and when he finally escapes, he just bides his time. That's not the way he is. Sirius isn't patient, he'd act immediately. If he wanted Harry dead, he'd be dead long ago. I would never have made any difference, Remus chewed his lip, biting so hard that he could taste the bitter tang of blood. And now, Sirius kidnapped him. He fell into muteness as he stared into the palm on his hands. Remus drew a shuddering breath, unclenching his bloodless fingers. Harry needed help, he couldn't even guess how badly the child was hurt. And with someone so young and frail, Remus wondered how much Harry could endure before breaking. He was at a murderer's mercy, a cold-blooded mass murderer who betrayed his best friends. He desperately hoped that Sirius somehow had a change of heart, and would help James's son. Harry was so young and innocent, looked so much like his father, perhaps, just perhaps, Sirius would hesitate. But after realizing the extent of his misjudgment with Harry's relatives, Remus found it hard to be optimistic. A soft moan. Sirius jerked awake late in the afternoon the next day, blinking blurriness out of his grainy and dry eyes. His back cracked in protest of the rough treatment of falling asleep in a chair. He moved closer to the bedside, watching the boy intently. "Harry." The boy flinched, shifting awkwardly as he tried to turn away. Sirius drew back cautiously. Harry's reaction was disturbing. He had never seen the child so frightened by people, he never recoiled like that when Sirius was in his Padfoot form. How much did those muggles do to traumatize the poor boy? "It's okay. Everything's going to be okay," Sirius said as reassuringly as he could. Harry didn't seem to respond at first. But convulsively, his arm jerked and his eyes fluttered open. Sirius held his breath, waiting for Harry's reaction on seeing a stranger at his bedside, but his godson seemed to tread on the edges of consciousness. His eyes didn't focus and they darted around the room nervously. "Harry, do you recognize me?" "It's..." Sirius hesitated for a brief moment. "Padfoot. Do you remember?" That seemed to catch his attention. Harry turned his head slowly, eyes stopping on Sirius' face, but they were hollow and unseeing. He didn't cringe when Sirius brushed a few strands of hair from his eyes. "Padfoot," Harry echoed, his voice so soft that Sirius could barely hear. His voice was strained with a strange sort of desperation, his eyes glazed and distant as they stared up at the ceiling. But then his eyelids dropped, his body slackened, and his head fell limply against Sirius' hand. Through the course of 2 days, the shabby hotel room was slowly transformed into a Muggle clinic. The bed sheets were bleached and sterilized, the curtains drawn and air conditioning refiltered, and specialized machines were localized to constantly check the child's blood sugar and body temperature. Those days passed without any sense of day or night. The curtains were constantly drawn, and Sirius knew the time no better than how many times he nodded off into a fitful sleep and how many times he jerked awake only to an unresponsive child in front of him. It was unnerving. Sirius had never seen a 6-year-old so silent. He never made a sound when Sirius moved him to change the bandages. Once in a while, the boy would awake and mumble incoherently, but fall asleep again. The hopes of seeing Harry as the laughing child running through Arabella's trampled garden again was rapidly melting away. Sirius found himself thinking numerous times how he could contact Remus and get Harry to St. Mungo's, but he bring himself to carry it out. Then on the third day, Sirius opened his eyes, adjusting to the dim light of the room to find Harry's eyes wide open. They were fixed on him unblinkingly, but by the way he squinted, his eyesight was too poor to distinguish anything without glasses. But he visibly cringed when Sirius jerked up, shrinking deep under the covers. A soft whimper of pain escaped his lips when that movement jostled his side and crushed his ill-treated back against the bed. "Harry," Sirius whispered gently, disturbed by his reaction. He bent forward, but hesitated to touch the child. "It's all right." The boy made an indiscernible sound in the back of his throat, struggling to move his unresponsive limbs. Sirius carefully slid the glasses over his face, and the child blinked. Sirius held his breath, waiting for a response. He silently hoped that Harry's memories of Padfoot carried over to him as well, but that seemed to be asking too much. Harry froze when the strange man at his bedside under the unfamiliar ceiling finally came into focus, eyes widening larger than Sirius thought was possible. He looked at Sirius fearfully for a long time but never uttered a sound. Sirius considered with some amount dread of the possibility that Harry's trauma had damaged him so much that he became mute overnight. Sirius bit his lip. He reached out to smooth the child's hair. "Relax, Harry, I'm not." Sirius broke off when Harry recoiled, turning away from his outstretched hand. "Harry, it's all right. We're not at the Dursleys. They can't hurt you anymore," Sirius said, but he couldn't mask the bitter anger in his voice. "You're not going back there ever again, okay?" But Harry was still stiff under the covers, even though tensing the muscles on his back obviously caused him a lot of pain. "Relax, Harry. It's better if you don't try to move," Sirius told him quietly. "I'll get you something warm to drink, okay? It'll help with the pain." The child didn't respond, but Sirius wasn't expecting one. He stood, making a careful attempt to move slowly, and poured a cup of the lukewarm water from the coffee machine. He had kept it boiling with the can of powder from the doctor, waiting for the child to awake. "This isn't very warm anymore, but it should be all right," Sirius murmured as he sat down again. He was speaking mostly to shatter the silence between them, but couldn't help feel awkward at the one-sided conversation. In the past, it was always Harry who spoke, but suddenly without Padfoot, Harry became quiet. "I'm going to move you a little bit, tell me if it hurts, okay?" He reached forward, but at the lightest touch, Harry flinched and closed his eyes. It was like he was expecting to be hit at any moment, and Sirius couldn't help but wonder exactly how deep those emotional scars ran. He lifted the boy slowly. The child's head limply fell back as if he lost all the strength in his body. Sirius gently supported his head against his shoulder, and held the cup to his lips. Harry twisted away from the proffered mug, struggling weakly. He seemed terrified of it somehow, as if the whole thing was a trick to get him in trouble. "Is something wrong?" Sirius asked, concerned. Harry seemed delirious with his brightened gaze. But slowly, he turned and sipped at drink tentatively, eyes never leaving his serious face. Harry was awkward at such treatment, drinking a few mouthfuls before pulling away. He was obviously having difficulty swallowing. It seemed to cause him pain just to try. Sirius shifted the child to ease the stress, but at the slight movement, Harry cried out in pain. Sirius winced inwardly. He froze, unsure of whether to lay him back down and possibly hurt him more. He whispered words of apology and reassurance. Harry was still, eyes tightly shut and making no response that he actually heard those words. But Sirius could feel him trembling, whether in pain or fear he wasn't sure. "I'm sorry," Sirius whispered again. There were a million things he wanted to apologize for. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes. The fear was replaced by a curious confusion, staring at Sirius as if he was the strangest person in the world. "Who are you?" Harry whispered, his voice soft and timid. Sirius hesitated. Could he tell the boy about Padfoot? Would Harry understand? But it would be such a shock to see a man turn into a beast right before his eyes, especially with the kind of atmosphere he was raised in. He couldn't deal with Harry fearing Padfoot as well. Sirius felt his stomach clench. He couldn't. Harry wasn't ready. But what would happen if Sirius told Harry his real name? With Remus there, he wondered if his old friend told him about the situation. Although his escape wasn't publicized, it was hard to say how much Harry knew. The last thing he wanted was to scare the boy when he seemed so fragile already. But he couldn't lie, especially not to Harry. He drew a steadying breath. I can't tell you right now, but I promise I will once you get better. The child squinted as if scrutinizing him, tilting his head to one side curiously. The fear wasn't gone, lurking behind the shadows of his eyes waiting to return full force. Why? The child asked timidly. Sirius took a deep breath and held it, slowly lowering the child back onto the bed. He tucked the blankets firmly around the 6-year-old, because you'll hate me if you don't understand, Sirius whispered. Harry tensed slightly, baffled and unnerved by Sirius' words. But the effects of the food was exacting its toll, and he was sinking into a heavy weariness. His eyes unfocused and glazed like a sheet of glass, before sleep claimed him once again. Harry drifted at the edges of consciousness, reluctant to open his eyes and relinquish sleep. His blankets were so warm, and he was so tired. There was a strange essence of peace and comfort in his cupboard, and Harry never felt that way about it before. So tired, he never felt this tired before, not since Dudley had pushed him down the stairs his 4th birthday and he struck his head against the banister. His limbs weighed like stones over his body and his arms of solid metal. He couldn't even turn more than a few inches before hot fire would gush through his veins. His body was stiff and numb, he was so sore and tired. Harry snuggled deeper in his folds. Instantly, there was a blinding pain raking across his back, and he gasped. Harry opened his eyes jerkily, blinking when his faulty eyes refused to focus. But there was no reflection of the dark, cramped compartment of the cupboard. He tried to raise his head despite the protests of his bruised neck. Harry could barely make out the slurred outline of a television in another full-sized bed across from him. Streaks of milky white lined a wall, and if he tried hard enough, he could just see the folds of the curtain. What? Harry blinked, disoriented. The memories of yesterday crashed over him in an instant. Much of it was a blur, but he could distinctively remember the stranger's words. It was disorienting to wake up in a foreign room with a stranger. A man had taken him out of Pivot Drive, and found a doctor for him and treated him with foreign kindness that Harry didn't understand. A man who refused to tell him his name, but bore such a strong sense of familiarity that Harry stared for several minutes without blinking. His memory was a blur after that, but some things still made no sense. How did he know his name? Why did the man help him? Harry couldn't figure out why anyone would even bother. He was worthless, Aunt Petunia always said so. Something shifted beside him. Turning, Harry could barely make out a dark blur of the man, head slumped forward in an uncomfortable angle as he leaned against the side of the bed. He looked oddly like Padfoot with its streaks of long, black hair. Trust him, a distant part of his mind said. He telling the truth when he said he wouldn't hurt you. It's okay to trust him. The stranger shifted again, his breathing deepening. Slowly, Harry lifted his right arm, the only arm that he could move without scalding fire in his wrist, and placed it softly on the man's hair. He had patted Padfoot's head so many times, it was almost an instinct. He lightly stroked the thick strands, still smelling oddly of flowers that reminded him of the cat shampoo he dumped over Padfoot's fur. Harry wished that he had left with the familiar black dog. How was he managing without Harry to bring him food? Would he be all right? Why wasn't he sleeping in the empty bed? Harry wondered dimly. It's so uncomfortable to sleep in a chair. Harry blinked, belatedly realized that the man he was petting wasn't a dog, probably would be angry at being treated like one. Harry drew his hand back apprehensively. A gleam of light against glass caught his eye. Squinting, Harry could just see the smear of black beside the stranger's hand. His glasses. Harry reached for them, but his arm was far too short. His left hand could probably touch them, but it stung like acid was in the bone. But his glasses. Carefully, Harry dragged his arm over the bed, chewing his lip to keep from crying out. Cold sweat was rising on his skin from the effort. There were nails digging into his flesh at the movement, but his glasses were so close. Just a little further, and the large blur stirred. Harry's fingers brushed the man's arm as he reached for the round-rimmed plastic, and the man's head shot up. Harry froze. Sirius stared at him for a moment with an expression he couldn't see, but then his face traveled to his outstretched arm, swabbed with bandages. "Oh God, Harry, what are you?" The man stood up sharply, reaching for his hand. Harry jerked away to cover his face defensively, a reaction grinded into him after years of residence with his relatives. But the movement aggravated the biting pain in his wrist and made the child gasp. The man sounded so angry, so frustrated. He was mad at him, he was going to punish him. That tone of voice sent waves of memories that haunted him all too often. Especially with the baggy clothes of Uncle Vernon, the man was terrifying. The stranger froze at his obvious display of fear, backing away as if burned. "Harry, it's all right. I'm not going to hurt you." He was obviously trying to be reassuring, but there was a sort of cautiousness in his tone. Oddly, Harry believed him, and when he reached forward again, managed only a small wince. Harry wasn't sure why he so willingly wanted to trust the stranger, but it was so natural. Something about him just called for it. It was like with Padfoot, only stronger. Harry knew him somehow. If he tried hard enough, he could almost see it. A face leaning over the crib, speaking words that he couldn't remember. "He's familiar, like Padfoot," was thought that rose in his mind. Harry could feel his larger hands encircling his bandaged arm. Sirius supported the almost fractured wrist as he laid it against the covers, carefully peeling away the stiff bandages. He couldn't seem to be afraid of Sirius at all, not when the man was so kind. But Harry was still confused. "Be careful about moving your hand. The sprain is pretty serious, and the doctor says it's not going to take much more damage. Doesn't it hurt?" Harry could hear him saying as he lightly touched the battered skin. Sirius was speaking mostly to relieve the tension. His voice was strained, but it wasn't with rage. Harry stared at Sirius, unsure of what to say. "The swelling still hasn't receded. I'll get you a warm compress." Quote. Harry blinked, dazed. That man didn't want to hurt him at all. He wasn't even angry. It was all so confusing, he wasn't sure how to respond. Harry turned his attention to his glasses, still lying obliviously on the bed. It looked a bit closer after Sirius had knocked it when he stood up. Perhaps if he tried reaching for it with his right arm. "Harry, no," Sirius said firmly, hurrying back towards him. "Are you trying to get your glasses? Why didn't you just ask me?" Ask him. But wouldn't the stranger be irritated? Or would he? Harry was silent, unsure of how to respond. No one ever asked such a question before. He just stared at the man in puzzlement. Sirius sighed again, running a weary hand through his long hair. "It doesn't matter. Here." Glasses were slipped on his face with care, nothing like the way Aunt Petunia would when he was younger and she wanted to drag him out of bed. Once, she jabbed the leg of it so hard against the corner of his eye that he saw red for hours. The room came sharply into focus, and he could finally see the tan color of the blankets and walls. Sirius was standing beside his bed, reading the instructions on the back of a small white package he held. He frowned slightly. "Damn Muggle instructions, never could make any sense," Sirius grumbled. "Oh, there we go." He shook the contents before pressing it lightly against Harry's wrist. The bag was comfortably warm, like the bottom of the refrigerator on a cold winter day. The heat seemed to thaw out the knots and wash away the acid in his ill-treated arm. Harry let out a small sigh of relief. Sirius smiled. "Better." Harry nodded slightly, baffled. The stranger wasn't annoyed, he wasn't angry. Rather, he sounded a bit like the parents he passed in the park every time their child fell and scraped his knee. The man seemed concerned. That couldn't be right. No one was ever concerned about him before. A hand on his forehead drew him from his thoughts. Harry tensed at the touch, but Sirius didn't seem to notice. Sirius brushed a few strands of hair from his face, lips thinning into a line. "You're breaking out in cold sweat. That must have really hurt." Sirius frowned, chewing his lip. Harry shifted uneasily under Sirius' intent gaze. The stranger suddenly seemed aggravated again, and Harry was afraid to speak. Harry examined the man cautiously. He was tall and skinny. The clothes that he wore were definitely not his own. Sirius did seem a lot like Padfoot, even if he was human. His hair was long and the exact same shade of black. His eyes were the pale blue that contrasted sharply with the rest of his face. Sirius was pale though, like he hadn't seen sun for years. But even so, Harry couldn't help but find parallels between the stranger and the large dog that somehow went from a scrawny stray to his closest friend. Sirius raised an eyebrow when he noticed Harry watching him. "What is it?" he asked gently. Harry quickly averted his gaze. Could it be that he was only pretending to care? Aunt Petunia did that once after he fell down the stairs. He could do nothing but drift in and out of sleep for days, and she sat by his bed for 15 minutes every day. She seemed to be worried then, and Harry thought one of his wishes finally came true. At least a little bit of it. Someone cared about him. But the first thing Aunt Petunia did after Harry could stand was slap him and yell that he was lazy for the past week. Harry shuddered. The man couldn't be truly concerned for him. It just wasn't possible. Writer's block is evil, and it's right smack in the middle of W.S. Wales from chapters 15 to 18, it's a nightmare. I hope no one minds Sirius Harry Godfather-Godson interactions because it takes up the majority of those chapters. Damn, I should have cleared this up earlier, but it slipped my mind. Harry has no clue that Sirius is Sirius. He doesn't know he's Padfoot either. So, a bit of a complication there. I know, it's just a strange chapter. Any 6-year-old who wakes up in a strange place with a strange man would just start bawling or something or the sort, or just ask tons of questions, but I didn't think Harry would react that way. Harry isn't the type to say anything out loud, and Sirius doesn't want to scare the kind to death with all the magic stuff knowing the kind of influence he had at the Dursleys. Then on top of that, he's tired and sick and can't think all that clearly. Sigh, all right, I admit it, I messed up. Wales, I'm so sorry. This chapter was actually a composition of about 3 chapters that I cut and pasted. It lacks flow and continuity, sorry about that. I can't reply to the reviews this time either, but I'll answer the questions really quick before I have to study again. Cries. I'm glad everyone liked Harry-Sirius interaction though. I was a little worried he might seem out of it. To answer your questions, Rowan, in CD, by saving Harry, he does give Sirius the protection, which was why Sirius didn't get killed by Voldemort as well. He is immune to the killing curse, which, I don't know if he's going to be hit by one anytime soon though. I hope the Marauder map wasn't burned or anything, that would be really sad. It's probably going to make a comeback in Book 5. As for Dementors, I have no idea. They say they become like Dementors themselves, maybe that's how a Dementor is born. Shudder. Poor Sirius. Alawson, great to see you back. I was worried a car ate you or something. Well, let's see. Harry is perceptive that he gets visions. It wasn't something they discussed in front of an infant. Scary. You used almost the exact same sentence that's in chapter 19 I think. Harry gets visions, a bit of a divinator I think. Harry doesn't know that Remus is a werewolf though, he just sees a wolf and thinks Remus is scary because of the dark vibes he gives off. Well, that doesn't make much sense, does it? Sirius had always taken Harry's frequent visits and ecstatic conversations for granted when he resided in his Padfoot form. It never occurred to him that the child spoke just because he was a dog and not a human. But now, with Harry speaking only a word or two at a time, Sirius felt that he somehow lost the boy again. Harry's past experiences with people obviously disillusioned him and made him silent at an early age. Sirius desperately wondered if Harry would ever be so carefree again. Not to mention the wonders of wizard medicine, which Sirius hadn't truly appreciated before either. He never realized just how long it took for the body to heal naturally. To see the gaping wounds scream back at him every day for 4 days straight on the young child's back was enough to remind him just how badly he was hurt, and just how slowly he would recover. Damn those muggles. Sirius mixed the drink bitterly, stirring it probably harder than necessary. The powdered protein fiber had long since dissolved in the warm milk, but he was too far gone in his thoughts to notice. But when he finally turned to face the bed, Harry still hadn't touched the steaming plate of breakfast. He leaned, propped against the pillows, staring at the opposite wall unseeingly. The scrambled egg and bacon were ignored on a tray before him. The injuries had drained the remaining flesh from his already slight form like water. Harry was so pale and thin that the veins could be traced over his skin and the bruises stood livid on his body. Sirius choked back anger, his grip around the cup tightening convulsively. "Harry," Sirius said softly so not to startle the boy. Harry still flinched, head snapping up in surprise. Sirius held out the mug and the boy took it in a one-handed grip. But the weight seemed to strain his hand. His entire arm shook with the effort of just holding it. Sirius caught the cup just before it slipped between his fingers, the warm fluid splashing a little over the brim. Harry was wide-eyed, baffled and even fearful. He glanced his hand, flexing his fingers weakly. Sirius watched him uneasily. It must be so frustrating and confusion for a child to wake up and suddenly find that he didn't even have the strength to hold up a cup. Sorry. Harry's childish voice broke into the thick silence. Sirius shook his head, trying to decide whether he should be exasperated or distressed with Harry for his extreme shyness. "It's all right. It's not your fault. Harry, you've been very ill. You'll be tired for a while." Harry frowned slightly. But what? He looked up at Sirius inquiringly. "What? Why am I?" "You are very sick. You haven't been eating." Sirius brushed back a few strands of Harry's hair, inwardly grimacing. He knew why Harry had starved himself, and to know that he had somehow indirectly worsened his condition. "You should eat if you want to get better," Sirius said quickly as a distraction, sitting down at the edge of the bed. "Try some of the egg first." Harry visibly blanched as he examined the steaming dish in front of him. Despite Sirius' encouragements, he made no move to eat at all. "But I can't," the child said meekly. Sirius frowned, baffled. "Why not?" "Uncle Vernon," Harry visibly shuddered at those words, "says I'm not supposed to." Harry's next words were lost when Sirius stood from bed haltingly, looking torn between guilt and anger. He made an obvious effort at restraint, but his knuckles were white on the tightly clenched fist. "I don't care what that muggle says. You're never going to see him again. You're never going to go back there again," Sirius said firmly, but couldn't hide the bitterness. Sirius crushed those thoughts away when he noticed Harry watching him strangely again. The child's emerald eyes were unnerving sometimes, especially when he had thinned out. Those eyes were large and stood out from the rest of his face. "Sorry," Harry choked out. Sirius blinked up, visibly surprised. The pained countenance was back again. "Why are you sorry?" he asked softly. "You're unhappy," Harry whispered resignedly, shifting deeper in the thin blankets. He peeked over the edge of the sheet meekly. "Is it because of me? I didn't mean to make you sad." Sirius drew a sharp breath, Harry's words completely catching him off guard. Harry's manner was completely of a shy little boy. He looked truly distressed at causing him trouble. Sirius was relieved at the acceptance, but concerned for his sudden reticent behavior. For a long time, Sirius was at a loss of what to say. "Do you think so?" Sirius asked finally. Harry nodded. Sirius sighed, pushing stray locks of hair from Harry's face. The boy didn't shield away at the touch, but he tensed fearfully. Still, it was better than a few days ago when he flinched violently at any contact. "Harry, Sirius paused, biting his lip as if catching some words he was disinclined to say. "It's nothing that you did wrong, Harry. I'm not angry with you. I won't be angry with you." Harry looked puzzled. Sirius, head snapped up, his arm knocking over a stray styrofoam cup that roamed too close to his elbow. His neck strained with a sharp crack, and he groaned at the uncomfortable position of his back. He had been sleeping in the various hotel chairs ever since a week ago, despite the spare bed in the room, and his spine was taking its toll. "I'm getting old," Sirius noted somewhat with disdain. The brief thoughts vanished quickly as Sirius scanned the darkened room, wondering what awakened him. Over the course of the week, he had grown especially susceptible to any noise, alert at a moment's notice. A soft whimper that caught Sirius' attention immediately. A strangled gasp. Quickly, Sirius stood, concerned. Harry was always quiet, no matter how much those injuries tortured him. He must be in serious pain if he was crying out in his sleep. Kicking aside a few articles that he couldn't see, Sirius blindly made his way towards the child's bed. A different sight met his eyes altogether when he switched on the light. Harry was twisted on his side, curled against the bed and tangled helplessly in the bed sheets. His hair was plastered to his forehead with perspiration, and he shivered visibly. His face was knitted in a deep frown, and once in a while, he would flinch and whimper as if trapped in a nightmare. Alarmed, Sirius hurried towards the child, and carefully turned him from his side to relieve his bruised ribs. But a violent spasm raked through the thin form and the child cried out. Sirius drew away cautiously. Harry. Sirius tapped the child gently on the forehead. Harry's skin was cold and clammy, and he dabbed at the child's face with the edge of his sleeve. Wake up, it's just a dream. Without warning, the child's eyes snapped open, larger than he believed humanly possible, glazed and unfocused like the glassy eyes of his ancient divination teacher. Sirius could feel the boy stiffen, and Harry seemed to stare at him, right through him. The remaining color drained from his face and left him ghastly white. He made a sharp jerk in an attempt to move away, but all he managed was a sharp gasp of pain. Harry, don't move, Sirius said sharply. Those words sent a jolt down the child's spine, as if they incurred a terrifying memory. He clutched the far edge of the bed with the undamaged arm, trying to drag his weakened body as far from him as possible. He whimpered when Sirius took a step forward. Unnerved by the response, Sirius reached out to clasp the child's arm. But Harry recoiled so violently that he snapped back. The edge of the Colt caught the child completely by surprise. With a strangled cry, Harry tumbled to the floor. His shoulder scraped against the edge of the bedside table with a dull bang, and he fell against the carpet in a tangled heap. Harry. Alarmed, Sirius scrambled over the bed to get to his godson. But his frantic tone only frightened the boy even more. Harry coughed, dragging himself to against the bed and curling tightly defensively around himself. The pain from the fall and the panic movement was obviously causing him unbearable agony. Harry was biting his fingers to muffle the cries. Harry, no, don't try to move, you're going to hurt yourself more, Sirius whispered almost imploringly. He knelt beside him, but every time he moved forward, Harry would flinch. Afraid to touch him and reluctant to leave him, he watched Harry agitatedly. In his drug-induced delirium, Sirius wondered if it was really him that he saw. Sorry, Harry choked out between gasps. He shielded his face with his hands, pressing his back against the wall despite the fire lashing out. I won't do it again. What? Do what? Harry, it's all right, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm not angry, Sirius said as reassuringly as possible, but his tone betrayed his distress. I didn't steal Dudley's food, Harry continued. He spoke so softly that Sirius could barely hear. I didn't. He said, he didn't want it. Sorry. Sirius drew a sharp breath, catching onto the edge of the bed and twisting the fabric between his fingers. Harry was in trouble because of stealing his cousin's food. Sirius choked when he remembered the oversized sandwich Harry had pocketed for him. Harry had taken it for him. This was all his fault. Harry was in trouble because of him. Sirius swallowed thickly, feeling as if someone had just twisted his stomach with razor-sharp nails. Harry's eyes were wide in terror, glazed with a strange gloom that a 6-year-old should never have had or seen. He stared at him as if seeing somebody different altogether, mentally reliving all the horrors of his short life in one desperate moment. But Harry just shuddered, whether from pain or fear, he wasn't sure. He huddled in a small corner, act reminiscent of the small child fearful of being torn to pieces by a wild dog. But the position was straining his already tender ribs, tearing at the delicate skin on his back. The poorly clotted wounds had ripped at the brush against the table, noticeable stains seeped through Harry's tattered shirt. Sirius tensed at the sight, lightly pulling the slight form from the floor. Sirius reached out, a hand hovering above the child's shoulder. But the moment he touched the thin shoulder, Harry startled and struggled. No, please, Harry choked out. He buried his face in his arms as if blocking out a sight only he could see. He writhed helplessly, face contorted in agony at the ribs that he jolted, His body was twisted in a painful position in his attempt to move away. "Harry, I'm not going to hurt you," Sirius whispered. He pried the child's hands free with ease. The fear of further frightening the boy was quickly replaced by concern. He stopped him as he attempted to move away, easing the slight weight against him to keep the ribs from being jarred even further. But Harry all but screamed, entire body jerking as if someone had stabbed him. Sirius startled at the response, but held him still before he hurt himself further. He whispered quiet words of comfort and reassurance, but they seemed to pass right through him. Abruptly, Harry fell limp, legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed. Sirius caught him before he fell completely. But when the child's head lolled back against the crook of his arm, eyes cracked in small slits as he drifted between the edges of consciousness, Sirius found his throat too constricted to sigh in relief. Sirius leaned in the deeply seated cushions of the divan, the tattered headrest gnawing into the back of his neck. With the thin hotel blanket draped lightly over him, and the 6-year-old sleeping quietly in its folds, Sirius numbly counted the discolored spots on the ceiling. But when they danced haphazardly over the darkened walls, he began to wonder if they were on the paint or in his eyes. Sirius blinked the graininess in his eyes away, keeping his hand still so the child wouldn't be jarred. He was beginning to get used to the dark room. The color black no longer reminded him of Azkaban. Rather, the last time he even thought about that place was over a week ago. He was so caught up with Harry then. Sirius blinked again, but his eyelids refused to open this time. He pried them open forcefully, the room swimming in his vision and his veins throbbing in his head. He rubbed his eyes, forgetting the effort to stay still. His hand came away clammy, and Sirius inwardly groaned. Becoming ill was the last thing he needed, with a physically and mentally scarred child on his hands. He knew he should rest, but he couldn't. What if Harry had another nightmare? He had to be there to reassure him, tell him everything was all right, that he'd be okay, everything would be okay. Distractedly, Sirius rocked the bundle in his arms back and forth, lightly smoothing out the child's unruly hair. He never felt more defeated in his life. It was reliving James and Lily's death all over again, only it was their son dying. A trapped, lost 6-year-old boy slowly fading away into a shell. He was so deeply scarred, so scalded and burned from those experiences that Sirius wondered if he could ever lead a normal life. And Harry didn't trust him. He should take Harry to Remus, to Hogwarts, leave him in peace where he can be tended to without fear. Harry trusted Remus, didn't he? He remembered the child talking about him to Padfoot. Sirius could make sure that Harry had a good home, he could make sure the child was happy. He could explain to Remus, and even if he was sent back to Azkaban, he would have found some semblance of peace. It felt so much like giving up, abandoning his godson. Sirius rearranged the blankets, and tucked the child snugly in its folds. Harry had sunk past unconsciousness into sleep, eyes peacefully closed. But Sirius couldn't bring himself to move. Harry's face twisted into a faint grimace, burrowing himself deeper in the folds of Sirius' shirt. The autumn wind blew the browning leaves in gentle sweeps. Harry stared up at the clouded sky, blind to the people that passed by. They couldn't see him, anyway. A lady in an overcoat ran right through him, her body passing through his like a rippling wave. Her overcoat fused into his arm, and drew out the other side as if he was only a shape of solid, clear water, leaving behind only the lingering sensation of perfume. Harry just stood still, watching the leaves sway overhead. Another dream. He didn't mind dreams. The people didn't acknowledge him, and he preferred it that way. If he could, he would have chosen to spend his life in dreams. Invisible hands, guiding him. Harry followed them, as he always followed his instincts, picking his way through the brick street of a crowded London afternoon. A gleam caught the corner of his eye, and Harry turned. A short man with thin flaxen hair and a potbelly stood in the middle of the sidewalk, beady black eyes watery with terror. His right hand clutched a piece of stick, entire body shaking. Harry stilled at the sight of him, inwardly shuddering. There was something about him that brought chills to his stomach. Another man rapidly approaching made Harry's eyes widen. The pale, blue eyes and dark hair, although shorter and neatly trimmed, the lanky frame. The stranger looked murderous, eyes burning was an enraged fire that he never even saw in Uncle Vernon. His face was ashen, but filled with such abhorrence that it made the plump, rat-faced man squeak with fear. In 2 strides, Sirius had caught him by the collar, shaking him savagely. "You bastard," he hissed, every word laced with contempt. "You traitor." Harry flinched at the fury radiating from the stranger. "See, Sirius, I don't know what you're talking about," the man whimpered, hands fumbling to loosen the man's grip. Sirius Black, that man that Remus said was evil." Harry paled like a sheet. Sirius, fingers tightened, his other hand raising a wand in front of his face threateningly. "Shut up. Don't play the fool with me. You know exactly what I'm talking about," Peter squeaked, writhing futilely to free himself. The people were oblivious, hurrying through the streets in hope of making home before afternoon traffic. "I trusted you, Peter," Sirius growled out, his blue eyes darkening to a dull gray. "I told James to trust you." "I don't know what you're talking about," Peter cried, his face tearing up pitifully. "You betrayed them to Voldemort," Sirius hissed. Peter visibly cringed at the name. I. Sirius cut him off sharply with a clench of his hand, the glint in his eye almost insane with fury. "I should never have trusted you. I should never have told James to trust you. You deserve to die for what you did." That seemed to shake Peter out of his daze of fear. His hand went to his back pocket, but Sirius was too distracted to see. With a sudden upward jerk of an arm, Sirius made a start of surprise and dropped his collar, stunned. A thin line of blood seeped through his sleeve, a gaping wound deep in his shoulder. Peter took a few unsteady steps back, clutching a bloodied knife in his hands. Sirius snapped out of his surprise, face contorting in almost unrecognizable fury. "You!" Peter gave a loud sob. "James and Lily," he shrieked accusingly to the crowded afternoon street. "Sirius, how could you?" And the dream exploded into shards of light. The faces of shocked pedestrians shattered like broken glass, falling around the child in uneven pieces, leaving black patches in its trail. Harry awoke with a jolt. Remus paced restlessly along the sidewalk tracing the outer edge of the secluded park. With Harry gone, there was really no more reason he should stay in Little Whinging. But Dumbledore had insisted he should for reasons even he did not understand. Remus found himself scrounging through the streets questioning every nightworker, bus, and taxi driver he could find, hoping, somehow, that he'd be able to find some sign of where the 6-year-old was. But the chances of finding Harry alive were so slim. Sirius, Remus clenched his fists at the name he used to react with fondness, probably killed the child the moment he left the Dursleys. And even if he didn't, who knows what he could have done to him. But another part desperately said otherwise. Sirius had been there for a week and never touched a hair on that boy's head. It didn't make much sense for a convict to escape from prison, already stained with the blood of others, to hesitate with a child. By the way Dudley described it, Sirius seemed actually fond of Harry, but what if he was only pretending? But that's not like the hot-tempered and impatient man. All of this was so confusing. Sirius saved him from the Dursleys when they abused him. He took Harry's clothes and a first aid kit. Perhaps Sirius' motives weren't that sinister, but that was a foolish hope. Who knew what the man who had fooled everyone around him would be thinking? He could have been misleading everyone on purpose. A thought haunted the back of his mind ever since Arabella voiced it. He knew everyone steered away from it, but it was still there, just lurking in the shadows. What if Sirius was teaching Harry Voldemort's ways? What if he was corrupting the child to the dark? Remus shuddered. He tried hard to dismiss it as an impossibility, but there was no other explanation for Sirius' actions. He heard too many horrifying possibilities from the staff, and he found their ideas quenching his hopes. If those Muggle relatives hadn't been so foolish. The Dursleys. Remus gritted his teeth. The family was so horrified of persecution they packed their bags and bought a vacation to London for a month. But that was after Remus had pressured them into telling all the details in Harry's upbringing. Remus slowed his steps, sitting heavily on a park bench. He buried his face in his hands, feeling as if someone spread silver in his veins. Harry was so young, so innocent, how could they? He should have pressed charges, made sure they paid for their crimes. Damn those Muggles. Damn you, Sirius, where the hell are you? If you hurt Harry, all Remus stood up jerkily. He couldn't sit anymore, he had to do something. All the searches Dumbledore sent had resulted in nothing, but the headmaster was severely hindered by the minister's denial and unwillingness to act. He had to help, find Harry. Somehow, just somehow, but he knew he couldn't sit and wait. Remus approached a cab parked casually at the curb, the driver leaning against the open door drinking from a mug. He glanced up when he noticed the other man. "I'm sorry, sir, the car broke down." Still waiting for the towing truck, the man said, voice muffled by his mug. "Sorry about that, sir." Remus nodded distractedly, not really listening. He had been detached ever since Harry vanished 4 days ago, staring off into the distance and wondering if his best friend's son was really dead or alive. He should have told him, however young Harry was. He should have told him the truth about Sirius, at least he would have been prepared. But now, just how badly had he failed James this time? Remus inwardly sighed, cursing his never-relenting fortune or misfortune to survive despite anything and everything that occurred. The wolf bite, James and Lily's death, Sirius' betrayal, Peter's death, and now possibly Harry's. Why was he always the one left? Did something hold a grudge against him? A small breeze teased his acute senses. Remus stiffed, all thoughts fading the moment he passed an open door. The air in the car was stale, scents lingering for days in the small compartment. A mix of smoke, a whiff of perfume, the smell of somebody's cat or dog. But one stood out above the rest, the bittersweet tang of blood. Remus choked. "Something wrong, sir?" the man asked professionally but not really caring about his reply. "Did you see a man and a boy 4 days ago?" Remus asked hurriedly. The man glanced at him in surprise. "I've seen many men and boys since 4 days ago." A man with black hair, tall, probably wearing some strange clothes. His hair is a bit long, and he has really pale blue eyes, in his mid-20s. The boy has really messy hair and glasses, very bright green eyes. He has a small scar on his forehead, always wearing old and oversized clothes. He's 6, but looks younger. He's probably a bit injured, Remus continued, his gaze never wavering from the driver's face. There was a long silence when Remus held his breath. He was sure he was going to choke if the driver didn't speak again. The man wrinkled his brow. "Oh, you knew them." Remus stood up straighter. "You saw them?" he asked desperately. The driver nodded slowly. "Yeah, at night." The man came in with the boy. He was quite flustered and upset, didn't even know where he wanted to go. He had on these really large clothes that didn't seem to belong to him. Came in carrying this thing that looked like a large bundle of jackets of some sort. Took me a while to realize it was a boy, didn't even notice he was alive at first. The dream skewed the timeline in the book on purpose, it seems strange, doesn't it? Sirius was too calm. Sigh. Inverted law of Murphy. Yhprum law. It certainly seems to be the case here. I mean, out of the hundreds of thousands of cabs, Remus just happens to run into the one Sirius was in 4 days ago. Sigh, but what the hell? Harry's getting creepy again. About Palm. I might accelerate jump-start the plot so James wouldn't be in confusion for the next 4 chapters. It might cut down on the believability, but what the hell, sorry about that. Sorry about the more sorries for little Harry, but I really don't want to delete something I already wrote. WS was written in pieces on and off, and when I spliced them together, I suddenly realized much of it was repetitive. The time frame was way too tight. Plus, I tried to write it from different points of view to make the story more dynamic and believable, trying to decide which one worked better. In the end, I used them all, think it just made a lot of people feel bored. But I spent so much time on it, I really didn't want to just throw it out. Sorry for those who just want to wring my neck with impatience. Sirius seems a bit calm, but I think I already overdid the skin Dursley kill Dursley eat Dursley wear Dursley thing. Grown that just sounds weird, plus, the poor guy's bordering on a physical and emotional breakdown taking care of little Harry. Poor guy. Harry's a difficult kid. Remus doesn't think Sirius is innocent. In fact, he thinks Sirius using Harry as a tool and corrupting him, etc. Remus' hand was trembling when he threw the pinch of green powder into the fireplace. Still winded from his run back to Arabella's house, His voice came out raspy when he called into the flame. Dumbledore seemed to have sensed his distress. He appeared almost instantly, the lines on his face deeper and the rings around his eyes darker. His blue eyes were weary and tired when they rested on his former pupil. It was hard for the headmaster, with the minister more in denial than ever, to trace the boy and run a school at the same time. At the news of Harry's disappearance, Fudge became even more desperate. Terrified that the hush-up of Sirius Black's escape would whiplash him and brand him with the fault of failing to protect the boy who lived, he covered up the entire news with inches of thick cement. When that threatened to crack, he sought to place the entire blame of the Dursleys, fabricating a story that they had been guilty of murder and turning the fault to Dumbledore for ever leaving Harry there. As much as Remus thought the Dursleys deserved that guilt, having Dumbledore incriminated outweighed that good by tons. Only the fear that Dumbledore would expose Black's escape made him stay his hand. Remus drew a deep breath. The words were ready to burst free in a flood of suppressed frustration and bitterness of the past days. "I know where they are. Sirius took a taxi 4 days ago. He had Harry with him." Dumbledore tensed, eyes brightening with a restrained relief. "Where are they?" 30 miles northwest of here, in a small suburb. "He drew me a map, but said he couldn't remember the exact location," Remus said, still paler than usual. "There's about an area of 5 miles they could be in. I'm guessing it could take me about 3 to 5 days to track them down, unless Sirius moved already." He trailed off, pushing back his hair wearily. "How is Harry?" Dumbledore urgently asked. Remus drew a shuddering breath, the chair all but forgotten as he sat on the floor. I don't know. That man was pretty vague." Dumbledore's frowned thoughtfully, eyes glazing out of focus. "What about Sirius?" Remus shook his head again. Sirius was trying to help him. Instead of appearing surprised or even confused, Dumbledore became more thoughtful than ever. A brooding, distant look passed over his demeanor like a mask. Remus couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore had foretold this somehow, or even expected it. But whatever speculations the headmaster had, he kept them to himself. "Did he?" Dumbledore asked softly. "The man said he wasn't paying attention, but Sirius had a first aid kit and was trying to bandage his wrist or something. He said Sirius looked really upset, really worried." Remus trailed off, staring at the floor numbly. The man thought Sirius was Harry's father. A suffocating quiet filled the room as both men sat, lost in their own thoughts, not even aware of each other's presence. "He's too young," Remus whispered. Dumbledore dropped his head, his blue eyes almost gray with the darkness swimming through them. He's too young to sustain that sort of damage regularly. Harry's condition could be much more serious than we all assumed. Only 2 months ago, he came dangerously close to catching pneumonia after lying ill with the flu for over 2 weeks. For a 6-year-old, undernourished boy, it takes a while to fully recover. If he caught another illness in this short period of time, the repercussions could be rather serious." Remus swallowed, his throat almost choking him. "Then, Harry's life is completely in Sirius' hands, isn't it?" he whispered, dread sinking like ice in his stomach. Dumbledore sighed, turning away. "Yes, it is. Then, he may use Harry against us, or he might have disposed of him altogether," Remus whispered hoarsely. Dumbledore said nothing, but another shadow passed over his face. "We shouldn't just to conclusions just yet," he said. Remus was too preoccupied to notice the thoughtful look of the headmaster. A part of him was still whispering bitter betrayal, but inwardly praying that Sirius had a soft spot for James's son. He'd be relieved and thankful enough to even embrace the traitor if he found Harry carefully taken care of. The other was still logical, wondering why Lily and James's murderer would stop short of their son. It just didn't add up. "It doesn't make any sense," Remus said suddenly. "The only explanation to this is that Sirius wants to use Harry as a tool for Voldemort." "No, we can't conclude that, Remus. There's more to this than what meets the eye," Dumbledore muttered. "Act with discretion. I know you have many emotional ties to this, but please don't do anything if you find them. Bring them to Hogwarts immediately." Harry was stiff, the fiery rage of the dream still lingering in the back of his mind. He squeezed his eyes together tightly, trying to block out the light. That man, the stranger who helped him, was Sirius Black. He was being aided by a murderer the entire time. Harry shivered at just the thought. But that couldn't be right. Sirius seemed to care about him. He was going out of his way to help him, to make sure that he would recover and to make sure that he was well. He even called a doctor for him, bandaged the cuts, even sat by his bed through the night when he felt ill. He was pale with worry when Harry retched every single one of his meals during the first few days, and thinned out even faster than the child did. Sometimes, Harry wondered if Sirius wished those injuries were inflicted on him just to spare Harry the pain. How could he be evil if he was so kind? I trusted you, Peter. I told James to trust you. Harry stilled. You betrayed them to Voldemort. That name felt like ice in his stomach, making his skin prickle and crawl. Was it? Harry forced those voices away, nestling deeper in the warm blankets. His body was numb and heavy, but his side only stung mildly at the movement. That was when he noticed his inclined position, as if someone was holding him upright. He was leaning against something stiff and bony, but reassuring in its presence. A hand lightly brushed his hair, a foreign gesture that made Harry startle and slowly open his eyes. The person beside him immediately stilled, waiting for him to adjust. Harry took in the wrinkled shirt against his cheek, the blankets tangling him in a small cocoon, and the slightly blurred, but visibly nervous face of the stranger staring down at him. The contrast between him and the man in that dream was disorienting. For a long moment, Harry just stared, unsure of what to think. Tentatively, almost fearfully, the man laid his hand on the child's hair again, and when Harry didn't flinch or whimper, brushed some stray locks from his forehead. Sirius. Movement pulled the collar of his oversized shirt from his shoulder, and for a brief second, Harry caught sight of a thin, discolored line etched between his neck and collarbone. Harry stiffened, and Sirius instantly pulled away. Harry didn't even realize he had moved his hand until he was almost tracing the frayed flesh. That man with the knife gave it to you. But the moment Harry brushed his fingers over the scar, high-pitched shrieks echoed through his mind. Harry jerked as if stabbed, snapping his hand back. Sirius was so silent that he could hear his shallow breathing rattling through his chest. What? He finally choked out. That man was evil, Harry whispered, shuddering. Sirius froze. He was so aggravated that Harry wished he could take those words back. Who was evil? He asked softly. Harry paused, trying to recall the name. Was it Peter or Wormtail? He couldn't remember. He turned his attention from the sniveling, beady-eyed man, and looked up curiously. You're serious? The color drained from Sirius' face at those words, the conflict almost audible in his mind. He seemed to be desperate to admit and deny it at the same time. His shoulders slumped in defeat. The arm across Harry's shoulders tightened painfully, almost as if he was afraid the child would flee in terror. I don't know what Remus told you, but I swear, I did not kill anyone, he choked out desperately. He rubbed his eyes harshly, hand shaking with weariness. You have to believe me, Harry. I didn't kill anyone. He broke off abruptly, indecisive again. Harry blinked, perplexed by his unease. No one ever reacted towards him like that. The man seemed so worried about frightening him. His hand was trembling violently on Harry's shoulder, so tense that it was painful. He tilted his head, looking up to examine Sirius' expression with bafflement. But Sirius only became more upset, dropping his head back against the sofa. I didn't, Sirius repeated, voice strained as if recalling a distant memory. He seemed dangerously close to breaking down completely. I didn't. You were at the street. There was a man with black eyes. You were angry. You wanted to kill him, Harry whispered softly, squinting as he recalled the details of the dream. He gave you that scar. Short chapter. Sorry. Remus hasn't confronted Sirius yet, and so many issues have yet been unresolved before that can occur. The plot moves with the consistency of molasses. It grew longer by 2 chapters, so WS is a total of 32 chapters now. That's about the same length as CD, then why does WS seem so much shorter? The chapters are about the same length too. Sorry about my poor characterization of Dumbledore in earlier chapters. I hope this one was better. Palm hit an all-time low. I hit a bottleneck and can't crawl out. I probably should go back to CD. Sockurchin. About the blurb from James's past of his friendship with Will, I took that down since it was a part of the hiatus note. But it has 2 more scenes added to it now, just as something I did trying to throw off writer's block. Would you like me to post it again? Nikki, well, Remus will head to them right away, but it's going to be like finding a football in a haystack instead of a needle. I think Remus is on the verge of breaking down too, although that wasn't really intended. Oopsie. 2 adults on the verge of breaking down, a 6-year-old kid beaten past endurance, sigh it's not going to be pretty. Puddaloo. Sorry, the plot sort of fell in here, didn't it? VMR, thank you. Little Harry's getting sort of creepier, isn't he? Is it just me, or does he act a bit like that boy from The Sixth Sense? Tarawan. Stay away from APs, far far away. They're murderous, I tell you. Harry isn't quite communicative enough to narrate the details of the street to Sirius word by word, but he's dropping little clues which are torturing Sirius half to death. It's sort of unfortunate that Harry had to see the street memory though. Yeah, I agree. Sirius is sort of the person with his own set of values and he follows them with extreme stubbornness. And some of those values leads him to do some very illogical things. Remus doesn't come just yet. WS's plot is reaally slow. Sassysome. I will. I hope you like this one. Lady Foxfire. Wah, I'm trying. Although, chapter 20 has a sort PF not in it. RJLL. Harry's still confused like hell. James and Lily in his mind didn't automatically relate to his parents. Yes, Remy Boy is going to get quite a shock. Plus, considering his serious mental state, it's going to get a little strange. Sigh. Midnight Dragon. UHOH. Remus is still a bit angry. Wah, he's going to have such a guilt trip afterwards. Kim, well, he will soon. It's going to be fun cackles. Carrie, that's coming up soon. Well, semi-soon. First, I need to settle some topics. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Venus 4280 Hom is so difficult. I'm trying to keep it believable yet not too sluggish at the same time, and it's really getting. URG. I mean, James isn't the type who would instantly accept a whole new identity at the drop of a pin. And Sirius isn't the type who would accept the idea that Harry remembers absolutely nothing at the drop of a pin. And then, with Remus as the only one who manages to keep himself calm, it's going to be a nightmare. Not to mention Ron and Hermione, which, ACCCCK. Firedrake. Thanks. Memorizing those equations are murderous. Cries. Kaelin. Thanks. All about me, muses. It's tempting, it really is. Who should I kidnap? Luna Rose. Of course Remus will go after them. But the rest is a secret grins. Stormy Fire. As in what'll happen for Harry's 3rd year if he meets them now. Well, I really have no clue. I suppose he could endure a kidnap by someone evil. I haven't thought about that yet. Bumblebee Busey. Grins. Sirius is determined to take care of Harry, and Remus is determined to save Harry from the clutches of evil. It's all a big huge miscommunication. Sad, really. Child of two worlds, the confrontation is. I'm going to be flamed for it. Sigh, it's just mean. But you didn't hear that. It's some chapters often being slowly polished so it wouldn't be that mean. But Harry's reaction isn't as bad as what Sirius thinks he's thinking. Tabby. English language. I heard that's like the writing section for the PSATs, which I flunked grown. Sirius is sort getting to the point of physical and mental breakdown from all the stress that's going on. It's going to be fun. Grins evilly. Allison. Yeah, but sometimes, a comment or two helps chip away some writer's block that occur later. Grins. You like creepy Harry. He gets sort of creepier later on, but not too creepy. He's still a little kid. I wonder if he's going to get creepier when he grows up. Creepy Harry. First year, Quirrell won't stand a chance. He'll know right away. Raven Lady. I'm having trouble signing in too. I have it on save identity, but it lies and doesn't save. Grr. I'm glad you liked that chapter. Phoenix. I will. Tigra. Well, not really. He's still rather blurred out on the James and Lily part, and he has no idea what happened after Peter screamed out to the street, but making him watch 13 people get burned and ripped apart is just too evil on a 6-year-old kid. Poor Harry. Jedi Cosmos. I read up on an art history review a week ago, and it turns out the picture has some very disturbing background. Dolly's sort of insane, and he made that lump on the floor a uterus, because he has some strange love for his mother, and the dead tree represents the wrath of his father, and all in all, it's a strange picture. Shudder. Dolly has issues, grins after the Dursleys. Remus became sort of pessimistic. Kit Cloudkicker, really? Maybe it's because Harry is so creepy. It gets weirder later on. Sandrine Black, grins. That'll be coming soon. Remus's meeting with Sirius will be interesting. Cackles evilly. Yegi, wow, thanks. I'm so flattered. Ack. Passing tests. That's hides. Katie, but bashing oneself is a necessity. Well, for me, it is. Wait, that makes me sound strange. The next part isn't that interesting, is it? Hides. It's sort of slow again. WS moves in peaks and runs. Catsy 10. Well, Cliffies are fun, aren't they? Grins. Mercs, Tilly, and Nick, yeah, Sirius is having a really hard time, and Harry's going to be freaked out when Sirius does crack. Well, almost crack. He's trying hard to pull himself together. Uh-oh. The story doesn't have any Dursley bashing past the part that Remus punched him in. It can be a short story sort of thing. No, don't hurt poor Remy. He's just sort of disillusioned after the Dursleys, and isn't so optimistic anymore. Harry's rather confused by the dream, as he's confused by a lot of things in general, but he's opening up to Sirius after how much Sirius is trying to help him. Grins. Thanks Mercs. Wonders what it'll be like to be sugar high in the middle of the APs, cackles evilly. Those words sent a jolt down Sirius' spine, as if someone had dripped fire on his skin. He nearly knocked Harry to the floor as he jumped to his feet, completely blind to everything but the body-sown street still livid in his memory. A pile of steaming ash lying above a sewer, the scalded face of a young girl, and the flames, licking at the blackened concrete. Sirius staggered back, stumbling when the room swam in his vision. He sank heavy to his knees beside the child, the strain of the past week collapsing over him in an overwhelming wave. He barely registered the weakness in his limbs, the sandiness in his eyes, Harry's words echoing in his mind. Harry knew his name, knew what happened, thought he was the traitor, hated him. Sirius didn't even stop to question how he knew. All he could think of was how much he lost. He lost completely. How could he even explain it to a 6-year-old child? How could he explain that Harry's own parents were betrayed by one of their best friends because he placed them in that position? He didn't know where to begin. He didn't even want to start. Would Harry believe him even if he did? This was too much. He couldn't take much more of this. Something in him snapped then. It was as if a dam had splintered and cracked inside of him, and the 5 years of anger, frustration, and bitterness poured out in a torrent. His shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. The hope of Harry ever trusting him was slipping through his fingers. Sirius buried his face in his hands, struck with something between choked gasping and dry tears. He didn't know how long he sat there, beside the child he was afraid to approach but reluctant to leave. He was not even aware of the stiff frame on the bed gnawing into his back. There was a light, tentative brush against his arm. Sirius lifted his head slowly, and when Harry's clear emerald eyes stared back at him, fell still, unsure of what to say. The child looked apprehensive, uncertain, but there was a strange sort of concern in his demeanor. "Don't be sad," Harry whispered almost fearfully, eyes wide at the react his words incited. "I didn't mean to make you sad." He must have stared in shock at Harry for a long time, but he couldn't remember. But in a moment, Sirius had the child enveloped in a suffocating embrace. The child was a stiff board in his arms, but he wasn't flinching or pulling away. Sirius didn't even stop to think how horrified Harry would be in the presence of an alleged murderer. He just hugged the child tightly, feeling as if he could never let go. "It wasn't me, Harry," Sirius said almost desperately, voice muffled against the child's unruly hair. "I didn't kill those muggles. I I can't tell you the details, but it wasn't me. I wasn't the secret keeper. I wasn't. I know." Those words caught him completely by surprise. He tried to discern Harry's expression, but it seemed so muddled that he could make it out. You do?" Sirius asked, surprised and relieved at the same time. Harry nodded slightly. "I trust you. I don't know why, but I do. You remind me of, I don't know." He chewed his lip, his thoughts and emotions obviously perplexing even himself. Sirius slumped forward again, resting his chin on the child's head, more relieved and overjoyed than he could remember. The lack of sleep must be catching up with him. He was far more compulsive than usual, the flickering emotions were disjointed and made no sense even to him. But he still couldn't help but feel a huge weight lifted from his back, and an absurd urge to laugh in respite. "Why?" Harry suddenly asked, sounding genuinely confused. Sirius pulled away, smiling slightly as he brushed strands of hair from his eyes. "What do you mean?" Harry chewed his lip again, twisting a piece of the blanket between his fingers. Why are you helping me? Why do you care?" Sirius' expression faltered. Harry never had a person he could remember who cared or displayed any sort of affection towards him. He must be so bewildered. Sirius swallowed thickly. He averted his gaze, unable to meet Harry's inquisitive eyes, and took the child's thickly bandaged hand carefully in his own. How could he explain? "I knew you when you were just a little infant, you know," he said slowly, giving the child's hand a light squeeze. "I always visited on Wednesdays and Fridays. My job wouldn't let me off any other times. I remember barging into your house at Godric's Hollow, watching you crawl around the house with your father balancing milk bottles and your mom trying to cook. I think I just made your parents' life more hectic when I came." Harry's emerald eyes were wide almost beyond recognition. But Sirius was too lost in his memories to notice. "You were really a bright, really sweet little boy. You could speak where you were only 9 months old, and after that, you wouldn't stop talking." Sirius grinned wistfully at the memory. "Your first word was Daddy, only you said it to the wrong person. Your dad blew a lid at that one, nearly gave me 2 black eyes. But you kept calling me that anyway. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were purposefully trying to get me in trouble." Sirius sighed, leaning back in the chair. Things seemed to perfect then, even with Voldemort stalking their every move. He changed so much, Sirius couldn't help but note, as he watched Harry lean stiffly against his arm. The child seemed to be slowly digesting his words, eyes clouded with a storm of bewilderment, confusion, fear. "We've met before?" Harry asked hopefully, nervous at the same time. "Your dad was my best friend," Sirius murmured slowly. Harry's eyes brightened. "You knew them?" Sirius nodded. "They were some of the nicest people, the most loyal friends you could possibly wish for." Sirius trailed off. He desperately wanted to tell Harry about James and Lily, but when he finally had the chance, he found himself unable to continue. Those memories brought too much pain and guilt, and Sirius wasn't sure if he could even put those thoughts into words. He glanced at Harry apologetically. "They made me your godfather, but I did a horrible job." But Harry didn't seem to hear his voice after that word. "Godfather," Harry repeated, eyes widening again. Sirius nodded guiltily. "I'm sorry, Harry, for not being there when you needed me. For leaving you with people who never loved you. For taking away your only chance at happiness." But those words caught in his throat, and all Sirius could do was sit mutely. Harry stared, eyes wide with a mixture of unreadable emotions. But slowly, a small, timid smile broke across the child's face. Remus inspected the slightly dilapidated 2-story building with the neon sign hung at an angle. "Double Cross Inn," it flashed. The windows were clouded slightly with thick muck from smog of the nearby city, and nearly all the rooms looked deserted. This was the closest hotel within the region that the driver could possibly drop them off, although it took him over 16 hours just to trace it. There weren't many places that could house travelers. The buildings nearby were so scattered that he couldn't decide whether to risk apparating to cut down time or agonizingly walking. Could it be possible that they were here? If Sirius had wanted to just disappear underground with the child, this would be the perfect place to start. What if they already vanished? Remus paled at the thought. He pushed open the squeaking door slowly, stepping into a thickly carpeted hall with a sparkling bright chandelier. The differences between the interior and exterior was alarming. Marble columns and carefully scrubbed glass lined the colossal room. The rusted hinges alerted a sleepy receptionist. She glanced at him irritably. "What is it?" she snapped. Remus cleared his throat, wondering why they didn't hire a lady as kind as the interior of the shoddy hotel. "Excuse me, I'm looking for a," he hesitated, ranking his brain for a suitable lie, "friend of mine. He's in this area. Have you seen a man and a boy around here?" The lady's eyes narrowed dangerously, and Remus instantly realized that was the wrong thing to say. As to why, he had no clue. "No, no man and child in here," she screeched, jumping up angrily. "Haven't seen one." Her reaction was so acute that it made Remus pause. She knew something, that much was obvious. It was suspicious. Could she know about them and was trying to protect Sirius' location? Or perhaps that traitor tried to use some of his charm and implanted lies in their heads. "Then, in that case, is it possible that I get a room for the night?" "I've traveled all day," Remus said with his characteristic smile. The lady scowled deeply. "There's no man and boy here, so why stay? Go somewhere else." "Martha," another voice ran shrilly through the room. Another older woman in an oily apron stood at the entrance, hands full with groceries. The cook, Remus decided, but at the authority she commanded the receptionist, she was probably much more than that. Hair trapped tightly in a bun and eyes pursed in a stern frown, she reminded Remus oddly of his Transfiguration professor. The cook glared at Martha pointedly, setting the 2 bags on a stray chair by the door. "Martha, that is no way to treat a customer. You are a hostess." Martha glowered even more bitterly, but thankfully said nothing. She turned away, purposefully ignoring the 2. Remus tried to be as unobtrusive as possible and held his tongue. The older woman turned to him, face transformed into a welcoming smile. "I'm sorry, sir, you were saying something about a room." "Yes, just one bed. I'm not quite sure how long I'll stay just yet," Remus said. The woman nodded. "Yes, of course. Follow me." "I'm sorry about Martha. My little sister really isn't suited to this sort of work," she sighed resignedly once out of earshot. Definitely not like McGonagall, way too open and outgoing. But it was still fortunate to find someone talkative, Remus realized with some amount of relief. This lady seemed much more communicative than the receptionist. If he treaded carefully, he could just discover something useful. "Do you maintain this hotel by yourselves then?" Remus asked, fringing interest and feeling a bit guilty at the same time. "Yes, our parents left us this place, and we don't have much money to restore the building. The second story is completely abandoned." The lady shook her head, smiling softly. "We tried to sell this place many times but we could never carry it through." "It's a nice place," Remus said kindly, "the interior outbalances it all." "Well, the interior is easier to maintain than the exterior. I take it that there aren't many customers then?" Remus asked in mock surprise, inwardly praying. It was taking all his patience not to throw the question right at her. "Please, let Sirius be here. Please, 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 let Harry be all right." "No, not particularly," the lady muttered. "But once in a while, we have a stray customer." "I see," Remus said sympathetically. He scanned his mind for another seemingly innocent phrase that could probe some information. He used to be a master at this, along with James. But it had been so long ago. But Sirius was best when it came to charming the ladies. Remus sighed softly. The lady misinterpreted it by a mile. She glanced at him with a grin tugging at her lips. "You must understand that feeling then. In the past month, we only had 2 customers. One actually, since they only rented 1 room." "Really?" Remus could barely keep his tone nonchalant and detached. His hand trembled, and he stuffed it in his pocket to hide. "Only 1 room?" "Yes, just a little more than a week ago. They're still here actually. 3 customers in 2 weeks. Guess it's our lucky month." But all those words slipped right past Remus without registering in his mind. His steps faltered slightly. "Oh, it'll be nice to have some company," Remus said, his voice deceptively calm. "Well, I'm not sure you'll see them much. I've only taken meals to them, a man and a sick little boy," poor thing. He's quite a sweet little dear. Really shy, unlike most 4-year-olds. 4. But Harry was 6.5, was it the right person? Sirius. Reaction was sort of strange, but he wasn't quite stable then. Reference to Harry calling Sirius dad is from Evie's story, the first word. Story ID equals 533,582. Go read her story or I will personally chase after you with thumbscrews. I should have emailed you about this beforehand, sorry Evie. If you want my head, I only have a copper platter to go along hides anyway, go read her story and review. Hides from Katie. Okay, I'll take your advice and save self-mutilation for the very last chapter of WS. Longer chapters usually means I take longer to update. Horrible habit of nitpicking, I go back and re-edit a chapter about 2 to 11 times. Well, it depends on what you want. Longer chapters for longer lag time, or shorter chapters and about 2 to 3 days per update. Although the next few chapters are about a page or so longer than chapter 17. That was a short chapter due to AP constraints. The motel name was some place I got from California, I think. Wait, that hotel's called Doubletree, never mind. But it sort of serves its purpose. Remus seems to be taking a long time, but he doesn't seem to be the type who would barge into a place without first contacting Dumbledore, making all the preparations, etc. Plus, he didn't really know where they were to begin with. The second scene takes place 2 days after the first. Sigh, I did something evil. I started a new story. Grown, it was sort of a random, inspirational thing, but, URG. Well, he has the brightest green eyes I've ever seen. It's a pity he's so weak. That man rushed him in at 2 in the morning and drove us all mad running around with towels, hot water, and the like. He had to call a doctor too, that was how ill the child was. It was Harry, and Sirius was helping him. Sirius tried to save him. Remus let a small sigh of relief, facade slipping altogether. He's ill, Remus echoed. Could Harry's condition be as serious as she described? He hadn't thought it was that grave. He was sure if the lady had glanced at him then, she would have declared him a ghost with the extent the color drained from his face. The lady sighed again. Yes, I'm not sure about the details, but it's not contagious, don't worry. I didn't hear what the doctor said, but it seems that the boy was, she lowered her voice mysteriously, abused. Remus, chest clenched painfully. That man has been taking good care of him, right? He asked shakily. Yes, as far as I know. I don't believe it was him who hurt the poor child. That man has been by his side day and night since they came. He had to practically feed the boy a few times. The lady smiled softly at the memory. The little boy was so embarrassed, but you could tell he loved his father very much. If all fathers would be that attentive to their children, she sighed. Remus nearly tripped in shock at her words. James and Lily's murderer, the traitor, trying everything he could do to save the one boy that was his downfall. How could that be possible? Did Sirius have really want to use Harry as a tool, as Arabella described? That was the only plausible explanation for his actions. Whatever she said after that, Remus couldn't remember. It was all a haze, following the lady into his room. He wasn't even sure of the color of his bed or the walls. Numbly, he took the key from her hands and gave her a rather forced smile. The whirlwind of thoughts and confusion was so strong that it just became a blur. Sirius was helping Harry. Which room are they in, I wonder? They're all in the first story. Sirius had been taking care of him. He even called a doctor for him and treating him like his own son. I wonder how Sirius will react when he sees me. But Sirius did rescue Harry from the Dursleys. What if he really had ulterior motives? Sirius, what are you trying to pull? Remus desperately wondered. Harry closed his eyes in an imitation of sleep, muffling one ear against the pillow and covering the other with the uncast hand. He couldn't seem to move his neck enough to drag the cushion over his head. The gash stung far too much after several days of laying on it. The flash of light illuminated the curtains with an eerie brightness, making shadows dance across waxy walls, so bright he could even sense it behind closed lids. Harry stiffened, bracing himself for the thunder that followed. It wasn't that he was afraid of thunder, but it was the voices that those rippling light always left in its wake. Every time the skies screamed, he would have odd memories of a woman pleading and a green light flooding his vision. He could never sleep during those nights. A low rumble shook the glass. Harry flinched. The figure beside him shifted immediately, and a weight was at the edge of his bed. There was a hesitant though on his forehead, as if he was afraid to disturb him. It still took a lot of self-control not to cringe in response. He knew the person meant no harm, but it was so difficult to break the instinct. "Can't sleep?" Sirius asked quietly. "Does the storm bother you?" Harry blinked, trying to bring the face into focus, a bit disoriented at the tone. It had been 2 days since he gained a godfather, and he still had trouble adjusting. Ever since he could remember, he had always wished for some long-lost relative to rescue him from the Dursleys. Anyone, he didn't even care who. After Uncle Vernon was especially angry, Harry would huddle in a corner of the cupboard and think about a faceless person visiting him the next day. Those imaginations kept the tears at bay, kept him from falling completely. But he never actually believed they could be true. And when that wish suddenly came true, Harry was caught between joy and fear. Did Sirius help him because he was his godfather? Dudley didn't have a godfather, so Harry wasn't sure. But whenever he got sick, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia waited on him hand and foot. But the differences between him and his cousin were so great that Harry never really thought about being treated like that. But now, he couldn't imagine what it would be like if Sirius wasn't there and he was still at the Dursleys. But what if Sirius suddenly thought that Harry was a freak, like Uncle Vernon? What if he realized that Harry was a worthless, annoying child who didn't deserve any attention? Would he leave? But Harry wouldn't bring himself to believe someone so kind would throw him away. Padfoot didn't, so Sirius wouldn't either. Harry had no idea why he often compared Padfoot's actions with his godfather's, seeing that he wasn't human, but it was so instinctive. He abruptly remembered Sirius was still waiting for a response, and hastily shook his head. "All right," but Sirius seemed unconvinced, expression clouding in even more concern than before. "It's just that, the light reminds me of something," Harry said, feeling an odd obligation to explain when his godfather seemed so worried. "I can't remember the details." "Halloween," Sirius suddenly breathed, paling as he sank back against the headboard. "There was a storm that night." Those words made no sense to the child, but that wasn't what he was distracted by. Sirius seemed pained again, as if there was a demon eating at him from the inside. Harry noticed, not for the first time, the weariness in his countenance, and the sunk rings around his eyes. "You look tired," Harry blurted out suddenly, after a few minutes of tense silence. Sirius looked taken aback at his remark, and he stared at him with a sort of incredulity as if he didn't quite believe Harry was there. He shook his head as if clearing his thoughts, and forced a shaky smile. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. You need to get some sleep." He stood again, purposefully avoiding Harry's eyes as he tucked the blanket snugly around him. Harry chewed his lip guiltily as he watched his godfather. Sirius had gone from an unusually thin to unhealthily undernourished. His shoulder-length hair fell in thick, tangled strands, and his paleness was close to matching the child's. Harry couldn't help but wonder if it was because of him. "Sorry," Harry whispered brokenly. Sirius stiffened at the word, eyes wide with disbelief. "What, Harry, what are you talking about?" Harry shook his head, throat constricting so tightly that he could barely breathe. He jerked forward abruptly, and buried his face against Sirius' shoulder in an action that surprised them both. Sorry, that you have to take care of me, I'm so sorry. I'm always making you sad, God, Harry, please, no," Sirius choked out, so strained with pain that it made Harry flinch. Arms wrapped around his shoulders so tightly that his back screamed in protest, but Harry barely even registered it. There was a weight as his godfather buried his face in his hair, completely crushing him against his shirt. "No, Harry, please don't apologize. No, you don't understand." Harry shielded his eyes against the blinding summer sun, watching the passing crowd with a mixture of awe and fear. The walls were tall around his head, and he had to stare straight above him to see the curve of the arch. A part of Harry's mind smiled. He knew this place. He dreamt about it before. And this was a dream he liked, but he could never remember why. The details were always lost, but something about this dream kept coming back to haunt him. What was it? Voices intertwined in an endless echo through the narrow, cobblestone streets reached him clearly. Harry shrank back, intimidated. He never liked crowds. They were too loud, too frighteningly loud, just like Uncle Vernon when he was angry. Something soft and silky brushed his arm. Harry turned, smiling in relief when he noticed the towering form of Padfoot beside him. It wasn't surprising to see him in this dream. Now that he thought about it, Padfoot was always in this dream, he just didn't remember. Perhaps that's why he seemed so familiar. Padfoot nudged his shoulder encouragingly, offering comfort and urging him to step out into the street. Harry shook his head, shrinking back behind the wall. The dog seemed to sigh resignedly. Padfoot took a few steps back, and instantly, his body began to change. It happened so quickly, yet it seemed so slow at the same time. The fur vanished, and skin took its place. Padfoot grew longer and narrower, his nose pulling into his face, and the paws lengthening into fingers. Seconds later, a man stood in its place. A man with black hair, pale blue eyes, wearing a long cloak that didn't seem to be the natural fashion that Harry usually saw. Sirius. Harry should have been shocked at the sudden change, but he wasn't. He just smiled widely and took the proffered hand. Without protest, he followed Padfoot, or was it Sirius, into the thickly packed street. A tall, white, classically designed building towered overhead in the distance. The trail was curved haphazardly, shops crowded into every available corner. It looked like an ancient mall without the overhead ceiling, together with rotting wooden signs in front of every store and glass windows that fractured light unevenly. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions said one sign. Aesop's Owl Emporium said another. One store that stood out distinctly in his mind was the musty, dark bookstore that looked like a library all stuffed into Dudley's room. Books stuck out from every crack and corner imaginable, and some books chased each other or held long debates of which one was more important. Harry stared at everything and anything with fascination. Suddenly, he was very much aware of how tightly Sirius was holding his hand. Harry glanced at him questioningly, noticing for the first time the eyes watching them. The noise subsided as they neared, whispers following their passage. Blimey, that's Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Just a little boy, so hard to imagine. They watched him with a strange foreign expression, it seemed to be reverence. But to Sirius, they scowled and hissed. Sirius Black, he's innocent. You never know. He could be lying. Someone get Harry Potter away from him. Sirius placed an arm around him defensively, glaring at those who stared. Harry cringed from those stares, paling in embarrassment and some fear when he realized they were speaking about him. He buried his face in the folds of Sirius' cloak, trying to hide. He shivered when some enraged words and shocked gasps reached his ears. The poor boy, he doesn't even know he's being led by his own parents' murderer. Hush, traitor to his own parents. It's cruel. Quiet, they've. Sirius' arm jerked convulsively. He lifted him hastily, and half walked, half ran down the street away from the low whispered and enraged glares. Don't worry about them, Sirius whispered, although he sounded bitterly aggravated. Ignore what they say. Harry nodded. He trusted him. It was so instinctive. He looked over Sirius' shoulder as they walked through the teeming street, to a display window packed thickly with people. Children ranging from early to late teens plastered their faces against it as if what lay inside was their salvation. The crowds parted like the sea before them with just one glance at his godfather, scurried away to avoid eye contact. Harry blinked at them in confusion, then at Sirius. But when the older man's wasn't intimidating at all. He ruffled Harry's hair with a fatherly affection that sent a warm feeling of comfort that he never knew before. So, Harry, he began with an eager smile. What would you like for your birthday? And that's where the dream always ended. The dream sequence was actually something I wrote just to get rid of writer's block about a month and a half ago. Does it tie in well? It seems only to take up space. I sort of got attached to it, and tired to stuff it somewhere along the WS timeline, and it got jammed into here. Then I had to sort of rewrite the passage around it to incorporate it. Stupid, isn't it? The time frame sort of got pushed up too, but I was trying to solidify their godfather-godson relationship before Remus confronts them. Ack, does it feel awkward or rushed at all? See Katie, I didn't bash. Hides just in case. Remus is taking a very long time to meet Sirius, isn't he? Cacklebutt, sigh they haven't seen each other since chapter 1. All these circumstances just skew them inches away. In response to Stormy Fire, Godric's Hollow is actually their real residence from HP Book 1. I hope that helps. The moment the lady's footsteps faded into a distance, Remus forcibly tore himself from the numb haze. He stood, dropping his luggage haphazardly on the bed, and concentrated on keeping his hands steady. The recent information puzzled him to no end. If the lady had blatantly stated that Sirius was treating Harry horribly, he would have searched every single room until he found them. But to hear that Sirius was actually helping the child, he wasn't sure what to do. A part of him still wanted to storm through every door, but the other was afraid. Afraid that he would find Harry alive and possibly even loved, he would lose some of the reason to hate the traitor. Remus had built the hatred against the murderer for 5 years already, and to have it suddenly torn away was disconcerting. Remus wondered if he'd ever get to the bottom of this without remembering Sirius with mixed feelings. But he couldn't leave Harry with that traitor. Who knew what sort of lies Sirius could be planting into the child's head? Systematically, he unpacked his nearly weightless belongings, demeanor much calmer than he felt. The portkey he placed in his pocket, his wand he placed in the other. He drew a bottle full of colorless, tasteless sleeping potions that would probably stun Sirius until he was taken to Hogwarts, expression slipping into one of bitterness as he examined it in his hands. He could probably slip it in their food tonight before Martha took it to them. An unfamiliar crinkled package stared at him from the depths of his small cloth bag. It was bulky but flimsy at the same time. The uneven surface caved in when he placed his hand against it. He never packed it, that much was certain. Arabella must have slipped it into his luggage before he left. Curious, Remus peeled back the paper wrapping, and stepped back in surprise. James's invisibility cloak, the silvery mesh stared back at him innocently, shimmering faintly in the dimly lit hotel room. With trembling hands, he lifted the feather-light cloak, feeling the liquid cloth run between his fingers like mercury. It caught the rays of the sun that just peeked through his window, sending seams of rainbow glows that reflected across the walls. Remus smiled wistfully despite himself, recalling all those adventures he had in his teenage years under the same cloak. They were so foolish and careless then. Slowly, gently, as if fearful that the silky cloth would dissipate under his touch, Remus slipped it over his shoulders. It is ironic, using James's cloak to track down his son. And possibly throwing Sirius back in Azkaban with the Dementor's kiss. Remus scowled inwardly at the thought. A small note slipped out between the folds. Remus picked it up with a steady hand. Remus, James' cloak, use it well. Try to locate them but do not act. Send us your location. We will be there by that night. Be careful, Dumbledore. Dumbledore really thought things through, Remus decided. Invisibility charms were too complicated to cast and difficult to maintain. Just one slip would give him away. With the cloak, he no longer needed to wait. Remus wondered what the headmaster was thinking, doing one thing and telling him another. Sending the cloak was an obvious request for him to act, knowing that once his former pupil received it, no amount of logic would make him stay. Slipping on the cloak, Remus moved from the sanctuary of the room. Mentally, he was already bracing himself for an intensive search. He half expected Sirius to cover them both with obscurity, even in a near-deserted hotel with just 20 rooms. He half expected Sirius to use whatever dark arts he learned to make their presence next to invisible, and he would have to dig through the front desk's records just to find them. But as he paced the distance between his room to the receptionist desk, a black bag caught his eye. A trash bag most likely, stuffed full of stained bandages and plastic utensils. It hung on the door knob of an inconspicuous door, a deliberate giveaway. Either Sirius never expected to be found, or whatever occurrences were making him careless. Remus entertained the thought of Sirius purposely misleading people who would come in search. He broke the lock with a whispered unlocking charm and slowly creaked the door open only hesitantly. Even from the crack, He could see jackets lying haphazardly on the floor and various utensils that scattered over the desks. Old habits were hard to break, and Sirius was never someone known for his cleanliness. Plastic bottles lined the dresser, and even from a distance, Remus could tell they were Muggle medicine. He wasn't sure what to think of it. He strained his ears to pick up any sound, but there was none. Cautiously, he opened the door. The room was empty. Sirius had to blink several times to rid the graininess in his eyes, and even then he was only partially conscious. With the extent his thoughts tend to stray, he wondered just how much the lack of sleep was getting to him. His jaw was numb from where it was pressed against the unforgiving wood of the headboard, and his back was twisted between his chair and the bed. But he barely felt those, gently rocking the sleeping child back and forth. Sirius pushed a few stray locks of hair to hide the jagged curse scar, and lightly traced a fading bruise over the child's cheek. He apologized, to him. The child was sorry about the trouble he caused, sorry that he even was hurt to begin with, sorry that he always made him upset. Sirius wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Carefully, he extracted himself from the tangled blankets, gently lifting the child from the bed. The room was suffocating. He just realized neither of them had breathed fresh air in a week. Sliding open the bay windows to the balcony, Sirius stepped outside. There was no chairs on the slab on concrete. Sirius settled on leaning against the closed door with the child's small form resting against his shoulder. Drawing a deep breath, he stared at the dimming sky. Disturbed by the cool breeze, Harry stirred in his cocoon of blankets. Sirius shifted his weight, easing him into a more comfortable position. Harry squinted at him, looking even younger than the already undernourished boy without his glasses. Noticing his hand latched onto his godfather's sleeve, he dropped it as if burned and pulled away awkwardly. "Sorry," he whispered quickly. Sirius cringed. "Harry, don't be sorry," Sirius murmured, making an obvious effort at suppression. "I should be the one apologizing." He trailed off, unable to continue. Harry stilled, emerald eyes almost piercing in its intensity as he watched him. Sirius drew a shuddering breath, running his hand over his face harshly. "It's James and Lily, your parents," he whispered hoarsely. Things happened, and do I remind you of them? Is that why you're always unhappy?" Harry asked timidly, sinking in the cocoon of blankets as if trying to hide. Sirius didn't stop to question how someone his age would understand something so complicated. He was already shaking his head, furious and horrified at the idea that the child could even think that. "No," he said firmly, louder than he intended. "I made a mistake that hurt them a lot, and it hurt you too. It's too complicated to explain, and I promise I will tell you everything when you're old enough. But, not now. I'm sorry." Harry was silent, but his gaze never drifted from his godfather's face. Sirius wondered for a moment, with the strange sort of glint in his eyes he only saw in Dumbledore, if Harry already knew and understood. "You didn't mean to hurt them," Harry finally whispered with a quiet determination that made him seem far older than just 6 years of age. "No, I didn't. I swear, I would never hurt James and Lily," Sirius choked out, too lost in his memories to register that Harry's words was a statement rather than a question. Harry didn't answer at first. Tentatively, the child lifted his hand as if trying to touch his face. Sirius lowered his head, confused as to what he was trying to do, and once his arm could reach, placed his hand on his head. Sirius stilled, thoroughly perplexed by the odd gesture. You're, Harry's eyes glazed, blinking up at him as if recalling a distant memory. "What is it?" Sirius asked, immediately concerned. Harry gave his hair an odd pat that was frighteningly reminiscent of Padfoot's morning head rub. Sirius could feel the color draining from his face. Harry's eyes flickered. "You're Padfoot," Harry whispered, sounding a bit bewildered. Sirius nearly dropped the child in surprise. He staggered, openly gaping. The confusion and shock in his mind completely stole his ability to speak for a moment. How was it possible that Harry knew? He was delirious when Sirius first told him over 6 days ago, and he was asleep the 2 times he transformed. How could Harry know? "How did you know?" Sirius choked out. "A dream," Harry whispered timidly. Sirius was speechless for another minute. Harry dreamt of these things. Could it be possible? But the art of divination passed through bloodlines, and both Lily and James practically failed the class. And for someone so young to have such accurate dreams were rare. Sirius swallowed, bewildered. He couldn't decide how Harry could have known. Perhaps the child had hidden talents that accelerated his abilities far above the norm. Or perhaps the years of abuse had twisted his abilities into another form. Harry frowned slightly in puzzlement. But how? He finally asked. That was what I want to know too, Sirius thought numbly. It's magic, Sirius said slowly. Magic, Harry echoed. He sounded oddly hopeful, but a cloud passed over his features. But Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon said. Harry trailed off. Sirius scowled bitterly at just the mention of his relatives. He remembered Lily's older sister's absolute aversion to anything out of the ordinary. But Harry was easily startled already, and Sirius had to be very careful about reacting violently. He drew a deep, calming breath. Don't worry about what they say. They're just the type of muggles that hate us or anything that has to do with us. Muggle, Harry echoed again, looking as if he had just tasted his first chocolate. Non-magic people, it's sort of complicated to explain everything, Sirius sighed in frustration. I'm not good at explaining these things. But when Harry tilted his head to one side inquiringly, Sirius found himself launched into long description about wizards and their abilities. He talked about anything and everything he could think of. Animagus transformations, Hogwarts, Quidditch, to the child resting quietly against him. Then Remus must be a wizard too, Harry whispered. He can change into a silver wolf. Sirius almost choked at the extent his throat pinched. Harry knew about Remus, lycanthrope. Sirius was pretty sure his friend would never tell Harry about that. They never spoke of Remus' condition, and it would be impossible even if he did retain his memories from infancy. And no type of magic could tell such things, especially as inexperienced as Harry was. Unless Harry was really impossible. He is, Sirius admitted haltingly. Harry knitted his brow as he gathered his thoughts. Mum and Dad were wizards, Sirius said softly. Harry's eyes glowed with excitement, and he leaned forward eagerly. Sirius smiled, brushing his fingers through Harry's thick and unruly hair. They were some of the best in their time. They met in a wizard school, you know. I went there with Remus, your father, and your mother used to hate us because we would make fun of her all the time. She charmed our clothes to stick to the ceiling of the common room after James turned her hair into quills. Sirius trailed off, speaking mostly to himself than to Harry. Soundlessly, the door, hidden by the heavy curtains, swung open on oiled hinges. Remus scanned the empty hotel room with mounting unease. In his agitation, he nearly tripped over the helm of the invisibility cloak as he made this way through the room. Could Sirius have ran again? Could he have taken Harry and just left? Or was he entirely misled? What if something happened? Those questions played like a broken record in his mind. He was sure in 2 hours' time, he would be insane. But all the signs said that Sirius was merely outside with the child. There was money hidden in duffel bag, laundered clothes folded neatly on the table, warm soup in the coffee machine. Sirius had substituted that as a stove, and Remus noticed several packages of powder lying to one side. Curious, he held it up to the light. Protein, it said simply, followed by a list of ingredients that made no sense to his mind. Remus slowly placed it back on the counter, returning to his position beside the window. He frowned thoughtfully. The lady had been truthful when she said that Sirius was taking care of James's son. The signs had said that Harry received medical care from Muggle doctors. He seemed alive and well, but the soft platter of water against the window echoed through the room listlessly. He peeled back a corner of the curtain, watching the overshadowed sky and the moist earth that stretched beneath it. It must have started to rain seconds ago, and by the sight of the sky, it was threatening to be an overnight downpour. A shadow behind the glass suddenly swam into his vision through fractured glass. Remus took an involuntary step back. The bay windows slid open with a sudden lurch, and a figure burst inside. For a moment, Remus almost didn't recognize the man. His hair was long, combed neatly and tied in a low ponytail, moist and glossy from the dewdrops of rain. He was unhealthily thin, even under the thin cotton blanket. He had a small bundle in his arms that he was obviously trying to shade from the rain, hutched over the form protectively. Remus could feel his hands shaking violently. He forcefully kept his gaze unwavering. Sirius changed so much the past 5 years. He lost the mischievous gleam in his eyes, the energy that he lit the room by just being there. Sirius, usually pale blue eyes were overshadowed with gray. There was a shadow in his face that spoke of pain, but at the same time, relief. It made no sense. Remus had prepared to curse him on the spot, but then, seeing how cruel the years had been on him, Remus didn't seem to be able to. Those childhood memories were holding him back. Even if Sirius had betrayed them, he had still been his friend once. Sirius pushed the door shut with the edge of his shoe, and instantly made his way to the bed. It took Remus a moment to register the slight form of James's son, nested securely in the murderer's arms. Remus, throat constricted even further at the brief glimpse of the child. Harry seemed to have lost the little weight he had. The paleness in his skin was disturbing. "Did you get wet?" Sirius asked, prodding him lightly on the hand. Harry blinked groggily, shaking his head before leaning against his godfather again. Sirius smiled. "Go to sleep. You look tired." "Only a little," Harry admitted reluctantly, but he rubbed his eyes with a hand as if trying to stay awake. There was a fragility in his tone, like those who had suffered a degenerative illness and found themselves physically and mentally drained. But at the same time, the child sounded oddly blithe, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Harry was obviously much more than a little tired, but Sirius seemed well acquainted with his character. He sighed and shook his head. "Don't try to push yourself. The doctor says you're not recovering as fast as you should." Remus' hand tightened in its fist. Sirius placed the child gently on the bed, carefully removing the makeshift coat before tucking him under the covers. The blankets were unusually thick on Harry's bed, stacked with multiple layers that cushioned the surface. Harry sank against it like a limp puppet the moment he was laid down, burying himself in the bleached folds. His thinness was frightening, but Remus couldn't decide whether it was from the Dursleys or from Sirius. "Is it cold in here? Should I turn up the heat?" Sirius softly asked. Harry shook his head again, nestling deeper in the covers. Sirius smiled widely, lightly ruffling the boy's hair. Retrieving a small mug, he poured a steaming, creamy liquid from the coffee cooker, no longer used for coffee, and brought it to the bedside. "Well, you should take some antibiotics. The doctor will kill me once he finds out you were out in the rain," Sirius said quietly. "Here, drink something warm before you sleep. You won't feel so dehydrated." He lifted Harry with infinite care, almost as if handling fragile glass, and leaned him against his shoulder. Harry made a small noise of assent, sluggishly stirring. He didn't flinch, didn't pull away. The child even nestled closer against his godfather and rested his head against his chest. Remus stiffened in shock, unsure whether it was Harry's weariness that took away his shyness, or the trust that Sirius managed to gain. He did care for Harry, he had to. There was no way to falsify the parental affection Sirius had for the child. It just wasn't possible. Sirius' eyes would soften as he watched Harry with a sort of concern that Remus only saw shades of during his years at Hogwarts. And Harry was far more at ease than Remus could ever remember. He seemed less haunted and less afraid, more like his age. "What about you?" Harry asked suddenly, looking up at his godfather past heavily laden eyes. Sirius stilled. He seemed unsettled by the focus somehow, avoiding Harry's eyes and distractedly wringing out the edges of the blanket. "Don't worry about me, you just worry about getting better," Sirius said, giving Harry a rather forced smile. He simply set the mug at the desk, and eased the child back against the pillows. Harry blinked, giving Sirius an odd, searching look, and a heavy gloom passed over his eyes. He sank back against the pillow. There was something bothering him that he was hesitant to voice. His emerald eyes spoke far louder than his words. "What is it?" Sirius asked, smoothing out the child's hair. He seemed well acquainted with Harry's character, and read his facial expressions with expert skill. "What's going to happen afterwards? Am I going to go back to the Dursleys?" Harry asked almost fearfully. Remus' stomach clenched and plummeted at the sight. The expression on the child's face made him wonder just how much that question haunted him. Of course not. Sirius stood up with a jerk, voice harsher than before. He sounded bitterly angry, but made an obvious effort to suppress an outburst. I'm not letting you go back there. In a few weeks, I'm going to book us tickets to America, and you're going to live with me. Really? Harry's face lit up in excitement. He examined Sirius' expression, trying to discern the truthfulness of those words. Sirius grinned, ruffling his hair slightly. Where would you like to go? Do you want to choose a place? Harry broke into a shy smile. Remus stared in surprise. Through the short week he spent with the boy, he had never seen the child display any signs of happiness or relief. The extent of Harry's attachment to Sirius stretched deeper than Remus ever imagined. If he was told the truth, he would reject it outright. Remus paled. To take the one person Harry had grown to trust away would hurt him more than any beating ever would. He would never trust again. Sirius moved from his position at the bed, smoothing out the sheet, and arranging it more snugly around the child. If you're tired, sleep. I'll wake you later, okay? Sirius said, giving the child's hand a comforting squeeze before tucking his arm under the covers. Remus backed away, unsure of what to think or do. To see Sirius so defensive and protective of the child was something he wasn't prepared for. It was suddenly hard to imagine Sirius guilty. But could Sirius be lying? Could he? Sirius lingered at the edge of the bed even after pulling the sheets securely around him, watching the child with a sort of sadness and even regret. Tentatively, he reached out and smoothed the child's windswept hair. It was impossible to discern Harry's expression from his position beside the window, but Remus noted Sirius with mounting confusion. Sirius looked truly concerned, with a demeanor that was fooling even him. Even for his blatant betrayal 5 years ago, Remus found his hatred and bitterness faltering. He took a few hesitant steps towards the door, torn between leaving the pair or contacting Dumbledore. He knew he had a task to fulfill, but the idea of abandoning the child to a murderer, however kind he seemed, was still caustic. Remus lingered at the side of the bed, fingering the wand in the depths of his pocket. "Will you finish the story?" Harry abruptly asked, eagerness audible in his childish voice. Remus had paused right above the doorknob. He turned back jerkily, apprehensive about the stories Sirius was telling the child. If the traitor was truly turning Harry to the dark, he had to be stopped immediately. "You're never going to rest until I do," Sirius said with a resigned sigh. He ruffled the child's hair fondly, a familiar grin tracing his features. Harry's eyes brightened in excitement, but clouded by a film of weariness. "Well, that night was our first real venture into the Forbidden Forest in our animagus forms," Sirius slowly began, drawing up a chair to the bedside and resting his arms on the edge of the bed. "And we still didn't know the place very well. We were too dense to think about exploring and testing out our forms on a long-term basis, so things didn't exactly go that well." Remus froze, blood draining from his face. A mixture of shock, anger, and disbelief was stirring in a torrent in his mind. Sirius was telling Harry their childhood experiences, the memories he discarded the moment he turned to the dark. How could he? He never had the right. But as he listened to Sirius' account of their first full moon in the forest, he began to notice that they were not fabricated. Everything he was telling the child was true, although somehow, all the events that involved Peter dropped out of the narration. Perhaps it was the event at the street that made Sirius bitter, seeing how it was Peter who tracked him down. Remus inwardly frowned. "Wandered into some odd place in the forest with human-sized spiders. We got chased for a whole hour. Your dad kept getting his antlers caught in the branches." The wave of fury struck so violently that Remus had to catch onto the edge of the divan to steady himself. To hear Sirius speaking of James, the friend he betrayed, and to James's son, was just too much. Remus gritted his teeth, withdrawing the wand from the depths of his pocket, hand forcibly steady as he pointed it at the back of Sirius' head. Harry's eyes widened with an emotion akin to terror. He made a move to sit up, but Sirius placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. "What is it?" Sirius asked quickly. Harry didn't answer at first, his eyes darting through the room wildly. But when he saw nothing out of place, he hesitated. I don't know," Harry admitted slowly. "I thought there was something." Harry jerked up, entire body stiffening. The expression dropped like lead from his face, and he stared past Sirius at a patch of deceptively empty space. Remus froze when the child fixed a piercing gaze on him. "Moony," Harry whispered. Sirius jerked convulsively, elbow grazing the half-empty mug as he jumped to his feet. Remus staggered back, too stunned to utter a sound. Harry saw how the corner of the divan snagged the helm of his cloak, and the fabric slipped from his head and his shoulder like solid water. Remus groped for it before it fell completely, desperately trying to salvage his position. There was a deafening crunch as his shoe met a brittle styrofoam cup. Remus, he stilled. The invisibility cloak slid from his loosened fingers, pooling into a shimmering mass on the shabby carpet. Remus wasn't exactly sure how long they just stood, staring at each other. The silence between them was almost tangible, like the icy fingers of early morning. It sank against them with a heavy hand, muffling all sounds in the room to the barest of sounds. Sirius was right there, in front of him. His friend of 9 years. James and Lily's closest confidant, their murderer, their traitor. Remus wanted to curse him with the killing curse right then, but he couldn't even bring himself to raise his wand. "So you think it'll work?" "Sirius, no. How many times do I have to tell you, don't even think about it? How the hell did you even get James and Peter to agree to this?" "Ah, come on, Moony. We're over that stage already. We're supposed to be searching for the spell. Besides, James was easy enough. Peter took a little convincing though. Do you have any idea how difficult that would be? And even if you do, by some ridiculous stroke of luck, find the spell, learn to use it, then manage to transform, the risks involved." "You sound like McGonagall." "I'm serious, Moony. I would laugh right now, but I don't think you'd appreciate it." "Sirius. God, the was serious. I heard you the first time there. Listen, we're got it all figured out. We're going to try." "No, what's the worst thing that could happen? Do you really want me to say?" I could go on and on. "No, Remus, I mean, to you. Sirius, if anything happens to you, James, or Peter, you know the sort of guilt I'll have to deal with. Do you have any idea? You've all been such great friends already, I don't. Okay, just listen to me this once. I promise I'll do your potions homework for a week. Just don't." It was Sirius who first thought of the animagus transformations, Remus mused bitterly. He had been the most loyal friend, a bit rash at times, but the most loyal. How much things have changed then. Sirius, pale blue eyes, now clouded with hidden demons, watched him with a sort of desperation and anxiety. His lips moved soundlessly every now and then, but could never seem to speak aloud. Remus stood as if he was rooted to the ground, the invisibility cloak lying useless and discarded on the floor. "Sirius, what?" Remus broke off abruptly when his voice threatened to fail him. He glanced at Harry, as a statue, face as pale as one as he shrank deep in the sheets. Remus, eyes softened sadly as returned to his friend. "What are you doing?" "Taking care of my godson," Sirius said firmly, squeezing Harry's hand like lifeline that was going to be torn away without a moment's warning. His fist clenched compulsively in response, and Remus could feel his hands trembling in restrained anger. "What are you planning to do with him? Let Harry be, Sirius. He's been through enough already." "That's exactly why I'm getting him out of here," Sirius snapped, glaring at Remus accusingly. "Did you see how badly he was hurt? He almost died that night. If I hadn't gotten to him, Harry would have bled to death in that cupboard. Don't tell me for all the time you were there, you didn't suspect those muggles that they were abusing him." Remus stumbled back, a bit caught off guard when the ex-convict turned his anger against him. But it was true, in a way. He should have suspected it long ago. Remus looked at his hands in defeat. "I suspected it, but I never thought," he sighed, rubbing the dreaded scar on his elbow out of habit. "He's trying to distract you, he's trying to make you feel guilty so he has the advantage," a voice told him. But another part of him desperately argued for Sirius. He helped Harry when he didn't have to. He treated him like a son. If you really wanted to help Harry, why didn't you take him to us? Remus asked, an accusing edge to his tone. Sirius hesitated, chewing his lip. I didn't want to leave him. Remus drew a sharp breath. Sirius, this isn't amusing anymore. It was never amusing to being with. Sirius hissed, suddenly angry again. Do you think I'm playing a game or something? Do you think I'm going to kill Harry off when I get bored, and I'm some insane mass murderer? Remus shook his head, unable to bring himself to answer the question. Sirius, I don't know what you're planning, but just leave Harry out of it. What sort of lies have you been planting in his head? What sort of? Are you implying that I'm teaching him to follow Voldemort? Sirius nearly shouted. Harry visibly flinched at the sound, and Sirius lowered his voice immediately. You think that I'm Death Eater, don't you? And you're trying to deny it. Remus gritted out. What you did to James and Lily, what you did to Peter. At the mention of Peter's name, Sirius' eyes blazed with a fury more potent than Remus had ever seen before. That bastard deserves to die. I should have. Remus snapped. All the frantic concern for Harry's safety, anger, bitterness, and pain of betrayal came flooding onto him in an overwhelming wave of emotions. He wasn't even sure what he was doing until he had lashed out. And then things happened so quickly that he couldn't even remember. He wanted to strike Sirius. He wanted to slam his fist against his face for all the agony he had placed everyone through, for James and Lily, for Harry, for countless other people. There was a shuffle and a blur. His fist connected with bony ridges and there was a muffled cry of surprise. Remus found himself standing numbly by the low table, his hand tingling at the contact. Sirius staggered back, hand pressed tightly against his shoulder. His blue eyes were wide as they stared at his friend, shocked, accusing, hurt. Abruptly, the anger was replaced by an overwhelming wave of guilt. He didn't know why. He should be angry. He had every right to be angry. But then, why? No. A slight weight launched itself against Remus so suddenly that he stumbled back. Tripping to the ground, Remus' head missed contact with the coffee table by inches. He registered the mop of unruly hair and bright green eyes dazedly. No, 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 Harry choked out, looking more frightened and angry than Remus could ever remember. The child blindly pounded his fists against the older man, but his damaged arm was obviously causing him a lot of agony. His eyes were squeezed tightly shut and his face was draining of the little color it had, his breaths coming in short gasps. Harry was too weak to cause him any pain, but to Remus, it was as if someone had raked through his flesh with claws. He stared at the boy numbly, reluctant to act but reluctant not to. Harry wanted to defend him, didn't want him to hurt Sirius, his parents' murderer. Remus was torn between guilt and rage at the thought. Harry, stop, Remus whispered almost pleadingly. Discarding his wand, he caught the child's fists gently but firmly, afraid that Harry could be hurting himself more. The child recoiled so violently that Remus instantly drew back. Harry, Sirius sounded just as stunned as he. In a moment, the weight was gone. Sirius pried Harry free, lifting him away. He pulled the nearly hysterical child close, running his fingers through his hair soothingly. It's okay, it's all right, Sirius repeated in a low whispers in the boy's ear, wrapping his arm around the slight frame protectively. Harry buried his face in Sirius' shirt, trembling. Remus was too stunned to stand, openly gaping at Harry. Why did you do that? What did you think you were doing? Sirius muttered softly, looking pained. Harry loved and trusted him. He wanted to curse Sirius to pieces right then at the extent he corrupted James's son. Sirius, what have you done? Remus whispered weakly. Harry stiffened at those words, and he turned so suddenly that his face contorted in a grimace of pain. He grasped Sirius' sleeve. No, he didn't it. He didn't. Remus' stomach clenched at the sight, and he could have landed another punch on the traitor's face if it wasn't for the child between them. Harry, what has he been telling you? Remus said, his voice dangerously soft. Remus, if you would just listen to me for a moment. What sort of lies have you been telling James's son? Remus hissed, trying to pierce Sirius right through with his glare. He reached for his wand blindly, unable to break the gaze. You've been using his loneness against him, taking advantage of him when all Harry had his entire life was neglect, you. Shut up, Sirius shouted, crushing Harry tightly against him. I haven't been telling him any lies. Listen to me. Sirius broke off abruptly when Remus dragged himself to his feet, holding the wand right between his eyes. His face was ghastly pale, and his arm shook violently. But a determined gleam shone with the fury raging in his eyes. "Don't," Harry gasped out, struggling, but Sirius' restraining hand kept him still. With one desperate attempt, the child tore free and lodged himself between the wand tip and his godfather. Remus nearly dropped the slab of wood in shock, even Sirius staggered back. "No, stop. That's enough, Harry." Sirius loosened his weak grip with ease, still stunned as he ran his fingers through his untamed hair. HW rubbed this child's back soothingly, trying not to aggravate the partially healed wounds. "Cast a sleeping charm on him, Remus. He's going to hurt himself if he keeps trying to move like this." "No." Harry trashed feebly in his arms, eyes wide and frantic. He opened his mouth to speak, but his next words dissolved in a fit of coughs. He hid his face against Sirius' shirt, his shoulders wrenching painfully. "It wasn't him. I'm going to be flamed for this. I can just see them coming." Grins. "I'm sorry, but it was irresistible, having Remus punch Sirius, which I'm sure he wanted to do after Lily and James's death. And then the story just wrote itself from then on. It actually wasn't planned, but, sigh. Remus is really compulsive here again, but I was thinking he's not as optimistic after what happened to Harry at the Dursleys. He's a bit suspicious a lot more now. Well, does that make sense at all? He seems a little high-strung here, but hey, it's Lily and James's murderer he thinks he's facing. Not to mention that he's not that stable either, after over a week of trying to track Harry down. He's sort of entitled to a little venting. Why didn't Sirius just blurt it out? Well, he was never really given a chance, and in Remus' state, the chance of him believing Sirius readily wasn't that great. He needed to cool down a bit. I just had a really strange thought. An extension of the WS timeline to CD, only with the new, creepily powerful Harry. He'd probably leave his parents the moment Sirius came. But then again, he would have damaged Voldemort far more, or maybe avoided death altogether. Oh, as to how Harry saw Remus in the previous chapter, that'll be explained later. Harry sort of sensed him, not really saw. His very intuitive naturally. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.